umpires Ben Devon and James Newell.
A very good morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for this final group match in the Royal London One Day Cup between Warwickshire and Somerset on a lovely sunny day here. And the umpires walking out to the middle. I'm Clive Egan, Anthony Gibson with me as well. I have a slight problem, Anthony, and the light on your microphone doesn't work. So if you speak and no one can hear you, then I have to press a button.
Good morning.
Oh yes, speak now. Oh, hang on, that's stubbornly refusing to come on. That's a bit worrying. Tell you what I'm going to do. Let's switch that off a minute. I'll put you on that one there. So, good morning.
Good morning, Clive. Good morning, everyone.
For some reason, I'm not hearing you. You are plugged in. Oh, I can hear you might rattle now. Try again.
Good morning, everyone. No, I can't hear myself.
No.
Let me try the other. Let's try the other microphone.
Yes, that might be a good idea. Sorry about that, folks. Meanwhile, I'll put that in there. That's it. That's fine. Good. Okay. Well, we'll get Anthony sorted out very shortly. Not a conspiracy, I promise you. The news here is that I'm tempted to do what the Surrey Tannoy announcer did yesterday and say Warwickshire lost the toss, which I thought was a nice. He said Surrey lost the toss was a nice way of putting it. Somerset have won the toss, and they are batting first. There is more, you would think, riding on this. I'm speaking now, and let's see if this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
yeah,
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, that's better. And you can count as well.
Well, it's jolly nice to be here after all of that.
Yes, splendid.
Beautiful morning as well.
And Liam Norwell's going to bowl the first ball to Davies. We'll talk about the teams. Well, I'll give you the Warwickshire team news, and then Anthony will give you the Somerset team news. So probably more eyed on this for Somerset. Warwickshire, in theory, can still qualify, but it is extremely unlikely. Norwell comes in to bowl and beats the outside edge of Stephen Davies. Good first delivery for Norwell in his first game in the competition this season. And he is the one change to the team, and he's been picked. Ironically, really, Warwickshire fielding probably their strongest team in the competition in the match that probably matters least. But he's been picked really to give him a run out ahead of the resumption of the county championship and also the T20 quarter-final, should he play in that. He comes in now from the pavilion end to bowl to Davies with 2 slips in place. And it's pushed out to the offside for no run. So he's the one change for Warwickshire. He replaces Carl Carver, the spinner, so one less spinner. Warwickshire could have bowled all their overs with slow bowlers if they wanted to against Surrey, but the way Tim David played, they probably didn't want to. And after this delivery, I'll get Anthony to give the Somerset team. I'll be doing a report in a couple of minutes, but we've got a couple of minutes before I do it. In comes Norwell round the wicket to Davies. Oh, again, drives and misses as that one drifts away. And the Somerset team, Anthony Gibson. 2
changes from the side that lost to Leicester on Tuesday. Ben Green, the captain, makes a very welcome return after being in isolation for however many days it was. And George Drissel, the young off-spinner from Gloucestershire, he comes in place of Marchant de Lange, the other player, Somerset player to miss out, Eddie Byram.
So Norwell, bowling a good over so far, comes in to bowl, and Davies does get bat on that one, plays it to mid-on for no run. So pretty. What the equation for Somerset? They need to win.
Somerset have got to win and hope that either or both of Surrey and Yorkshire lose.
Yes, and we will put them above Notts. It's not impossible. You can finish top of the group, of course. Yeah. But you need a pretty big win there.
Yeah.
Norwell comes in to bowl to Davies, plays at the point. Glamorgan top of the group. They've finished their games. They got 10 points. No, they haven't finished the games. I beg your pardon. Glamorgan are in action as well today, but they have 10 points at the moment with 1 game to play. The group winners Goes straight through to the semi-finals. We'll have a home tie. And second play third in the playoffs. Notts currently second. They have finished their games. They're on 8 points. Surrey on 8, Yorkshire on 8, Somerset on 8, Warwickshire on 6. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are in the field after winning the toss in their final group game against Somerset. Liam Norwell's come into the team. He has replaced Carl Carver, and after the first over, Somerset are 4 without loss. Probably not much riding on this for Warwickshire, in that although they have a theoretical chance of qualifying, it is very unlikely. Somerset, on the other hand, could well go through if they get a win. A nice sunny day at Edgbaston, and Somerset are 4 without loss after 1 over.
Coming to ball from the Birmingham end.
And a very handsome straight drive it was from Stephen Davies to bring up the first runs for Somerset. Who have we got bowling from the...
We
Birmingham
have
end?
Tim Bresnan.
Tim Bresnan, the old warhorse. He's going to be bowling to Sam Young, one of the Somerset younger players, and Young plays that firmly up to mid-on.
If he's old, what does that make me? I commentated on his List A debut when he was 16.
What?
For Yorkshire.
Yeah, well, he's still going strong, isn't he?
He is. And his test match is getting underway after a slightly delayed start.
Here's Bresnan and bowls to Young, who comes solidly forward in defence. Sam Young is 20 years old, comes from Plymouth, and he's played every one of these Royal London One-Day Cup matches without making a huge impact. 6 innings, 66 runs at an average of 10.83. So he's found the step up to this quality of cricket quite daunting.
Yeah, well, it has been for a lot of players. They have made a big step up, haven't they?
Here's Bresnan in and bowls to Young, who again defends into the offside. 2 slips with Rob Yates and Ed Pollock at flip. Ed is Pollock, and second is Rob Yates.
Warwickshire had a number of players on 3-week contracts just for this competition. I feel a bit sorry for Carl Carver, actually, not getting one more game in this, making way for Liam Norwell. He's done okay, a former Yorkshire player, one of the players on a 3-week contract.
Bresnan to Young, who plays that firmly to a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and takes off for his first run, takes Somerset on to 5 without loss. It's a fairly sparse crowd scattered around the stadium here at Edgbaston.
The only thing I would say to that, you're right, it's not as big as a lot of crowds have been, but the bulk of the crowd will be out of our sight in
down
this pavilion.
Below us, yeah. But, over 5,000 at Taunton on Tuesday for the Leicestershire match.
I didn't actually get a figure at the Oval, but it did look pretty impressive at the Oval.
And the Yorkshire game a week ago last Sunday was sold out at Taunton. There's Bresnan then to Davies. And Davies angles that down wide of third man for a single. And Liam Norwell does the fielding, 6 without loss. Somerset, of course, rather disenfranchised in the 100. Our local side, if you can call them that, the Welsh Fire. I'm afraid that doesn't strike much of a chord amongst Somerset cricket followers. Here's Bresnan in bowls to Young, who again defends calmly into the offside. That's the end of the second over. 6 without loss. The pitch doesn't have much grass on it. It's a sort of beige colour. What's par been here at Edgbaston?
That's a good question. I've actually been on holiday for much of this competition this season, but sort of high 200s. I think Warwickshire have only passed 300 once. So I think if Somerset get around the 280 mark, then I think they would... I
think they'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, so Norwell comes into bowl to Davies, who plays that down to the ground to point, and there's no run.
They failed to defend 326 against Leicestershire on Tuesday. it's not the strongest bowling attack that Somerset's ever
Did
put
they,
into the field.
do you know what? I was driving home from the Oval thinking that Somerset would have won that game. Did they manage to lose it?
They managed to lose it, yeah.
Should have
Quite
spotted
comfortably
that.
as well. Leicestershire chased them down.
I wondered why
with
they
some
weren't
ease.
in a better position than they are. There we are. Norwell comes into bowl round the wicket to Davies. And that's hit, well, it's in the air for a bit, but it goes between two fielders for 4 runs from Davies, who moves on to 9. Well, Warwickshire in this competition, it doesn't apply today so much, but in this competition it has been their bowling department which has been decimated. Actually, their sort of top 5 batters have been pretty senior, to be fair. But their bowling, I mean, they had Ryan Sidebottom for the first couple of games, and then he got injured, and really it was almost unrecognisable. But for the last game, they brought Miles back, and they brought Tim Bresnan back, and now Liam Norwell as well. So balance has changed a little bit as Norwell comes around the wicket to bowl, and that's hit to point. It's a good stop there. Davies striking it well, perhaps not getting the direction he quite wanted, and Ethan Brooks makes a good stop at point.
Missed out there, Steve Davies. It was a long half volley outside the off stump.
Yes, he goes on a walkabout and has a chat with himself. He's on 9, 10 without loss.
He's had a good competition, as Stephen Davies 223 runs at 37. He and Hildreth, of course, by far the most experienced of these Somerset batsmen.
And Norwell in, he moves across the stump, so Davies to work it out onto the leg side. Not sure whether he got bat on that or not. Looks like the umpire's preparing to signal leg by, which he will do now. Ooh, just about keeps his balance. I've seen more graceful leg by signals. It's 11 without loss.
And the umpires are. It looks a bit like Mike Burns at this end.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'll confirm that in a second. I'll get the old-fashioned scorecards these days. As Norwell comes into bowl, and that's pitched up. That's on the pads. It looked from here leg side-ish, and that's clearly how it looked to the umpire as well, because he says not out. And no great surprise expressed by Liam Norwell. He appealed vociferously enough, but
Ben Debenham and James Middlebrook.
Okay. James Middlebrook, another one I used to commentate on when he was quite a young player, playing for Yorkshire. You'll know Tim Bresnan well. Norwell to bowl to Sam Young. Just outside off stump, Sam Young hits it into the ground, gets it away, but only as far as Dan Mosley, and the covers is no run. So it's been a steady start for, well, both teams in a way. No wickets down for Somerset. Warwickshire so far not seen them get away at all. It's 11 without loss after 3.
Yes, there've been no real fireworks in the first 10 over power plays in the matches I've seen in this competition this year. The sides have been content to try and avoid losing early wickets, build a platform. Not always successfully, it has to be said. In the case of Somerset, they have tended to lose early wickets in the power play. Just the one slip now for Bresnan to the left-handed Davies, who drives and sets off quickly for a well-judged single.
There's been quite a lot of, sort of debate and discussion about this competition and the final being played midweek. A couple of things have emerged from that. Firstly, they have dropped the prices for the final. If you want to go to the final at Trent Bridge, £10 for an adult. It was always £1 for kids, and still is. And if you're an NHS or other key worker, you can get a free ticket.
Bresnan to Young, who's punching that away through the offside. And I think that will run away to the shorter of the 2 boundaries in front of the Hollies stand for Sam Young's first boundary, 16 without loss.
Tim Bresnan took a bit of stick on Tuesday at the Oval, his first game back. Get his for 4 there. The other thing that has emerged, the ECB have confirmed that next year's final will be on a Saturday. They say that this year's final being on a Thursday was a one-off.
Saturday at Lords or a Saturday at Trent Bridge?
I imagine it'll be Trent Bridge. They haven't said that, but I think they'd already decided that, haven't they, a while ago, even before the 100 was talked about. That's played out to the offside for a single.
Yeah. It's Well, I mean, it's good news about the £10 tickets, but it's still going to make it very difficult for supporters because they won't know until quite late on Tuesday whether their side is going to be in the final or not. And it's a lunchtime start at Trent Bridge as well, which means that for people travelling up from Somerset, as Breslin is into Davies and Bowles. Davies drives nicely into the offside, but fielded at extra cover. It means that well, they're either going to have a very late night coming back from Nottinghamshire or stay overnight after the game.
Yeah, I suppose what it does do is people in the surrounding. I mean, even here, we're not too far from Nottingham.
It's a long way from Taunton.
Yeah.
Breslin in and Bowles to Davies, who tucks that around the corner. But
no, the point I was making is that low prices might even tempt, and Warwickshire won't be in the final, I'm pretty certain of that. But you know, if you're a cricket fan and you fancy watching a final for not very much, then you know, people certainly in Nottingham and maybe in the surrounding areas might be tempted. So I might get a few more people in,
which would be good because it would give it some real atmosphere, sense of occasion. There's Breslin to Davies. Davies covers up into the offside. That's the end of the fourth over. 17 without loss.
Yeah, so still going along steadily. Just to clarify, Warwickshire can still in theory qualify. They need a lot of results to go for them, and even if those results go for them, they would still need quite a significant change in the net run rate. This year, in past years, this competition has been different from the T20 in that I think wins have been the first tiebreaker, but this year it is net run rate that is the first tiebreaker. So I'm not really worrying about whether Warwickshire can qualify. If they bowl Somerset out for 60, then I'll start looking it up. But
well, the pitch doesn't show many signs of being a 60 all-out pitch.
So Norwell comes in to bowl to Young. Good accurate delivery. Young opens the face of the bat and gets a good single. That's well run. He runs it just wide of backward point. And Young's on to 18 without loss. Yes, I was talking about the test match. They did have the toss here. I'm not sure whether it hasn't started raining again. But anyway, they've had the toss. Dom Sibley of Warwickshire keeps his place in the team. And Jimmy Anderson has been past fit and plays. As in comes Norwell. That one drifts away and is taken by the wicketkeeper. Mark Wood's also playing, so is Moeen Ali, and Hasib Hamid is playing.
So who misses out? Crawley?
It is Crawley and Lawrence have both dropped out. Well, there we are. Who else has dropped? Of course, Stuart Broad's out because of injury. Norwell around the wicket to Davies, who plays that down to third man for a single. He's on to 11. 19 without loss.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to adjust to a little bit of away movement there, Stephen Davies. This is not a quick pitch. Quite slow, and the fact that Somerset have included the off-spinner George Drissel suggests that they think it'll probably help the slower bowlers, the spinners.
Norwell, right arm over the wicket to Young, who drives out, not out of the middle of the bat, and it doesn't beat mid-on. There is no run.
So who's won have they tossed in the test match?
They have, and England have won the toss and will field, but they won't be straight away because it is raining again, unfortunately, at Lord's. Beautiful sunny here. Should have played it here.
Glorious.
It was nice in London Tuesday as well, the Oval. There we are. Norwell comes into bowl, and that's edged down into the ground, and an awkward piece of fielding at the end for slip. He did keep it down well there, Young, but a definite edge. One slip in place. In the power play, of course, for the first 10 overs. Only 2 men allowed on the boundary. They're currently at third man and wide long leg. That's both behind the batter.
Well, further evidence of the lack of pace in this pitch. From that, because it was an authentic outside edge. It just didn't carry to slip at all.
Norwell won't be particularly pleased about that lack of pace, but that's played out to the onside. There's no run. 19 without loss, so a tidy over, just 2 off it. But still, Somerset, with all their wickets intact, got plenty of time to try and build an innings. Davies on 11 and Young's on 7.
Yes, lots of people scattered around this big arena here at Edgbaston. How many people do you would Warwickshire expect for a game like this? 1,500, 2,000?
Yes,
like
1,500 was sort of figure. They haven't had great crowds in this competition in the past. So yeah, I think probably midweek 1,500 maybe.
Breslin going around the wicket to the left-handed Davies, who plays him out into the covers. And big crowds here, I would guess, for Birmingham Phoenix.
Yes, well, they've been sellouts. I know people are a bit cynical about whether they got in free, and I honestly don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't particularly bother me, I must admit. That they've had full stadiums, that's the main thing.
President to Davies, who turns that away into the onside. There'll be at least 2 here. It might even beat the fielder to the boundary, and it does. It's quite a short boundary on the Hollies stand side of the ground. That was nicely timed by Stephen Davies, just turning it off his hip. Takes the score on to 23. Davies on to 15.
Yes, but to be fair, they've also had big crowds for the T20 Blast. They've sold those well.
It's Breslin again to Davies, and Davies defends. So important to Somerset's batting is Stephen Davies. Scored a century here last summer in the Bob Willis Trophy, in a game where Somerset were denied victory by the rain. At least that was the received wisdom of Somerset camp. Breslin is in and bowls. This is played into the offside, and a good half stop. Ooh.
It's not far off being a run out there. Ethan Brooks throwing the non-striker. Younger come a long way down. Ethan Brooks went for the direct hit, didn't throw it too hard, but I think if it had hit, it would have been very close. It didn't miss by much. It didn't look as if it missed by much from here.
Yeah, moment's hesitation there from the 2 batsmen from the misfield. Is Breslin and bowls, a mistimed drive from Davies up to mid-off. Of course, Jamie Overton also got 100 in that game, a spectacular 120. And left Somerset not long afterwards for the Oval. Sadly, from the Somerset point of view, but understandably from his own point of view. Here's Breslin, bowls to Davies, who lost this away over the top of mid-wicket. 1, 2, 3 bounces over the boundary rope. Short from Breslin, invited the pull shot. He didn't time it particularly well, Stephen Davies, but he didn't need to. He got plenty of it. Picks up 4 runs, takes him on to 19, and the score to 27 without loss in the after 6 overs.
Yeah, that's the most lucrative over so far. 8 runs coming off it. We're having a little sanitisation drinks break. So let's have a look then. We're really talking about Somerset. I'd say Warwickshire could in theory still make it, but Somerset are looking at the if they win, they will overtake Notts. They're looking at Surrey and Yorkshire, aren't they? They need to overtake one of those to get into the playoffs.
I think Yorkshire is the better bet. Surrey are playing Derbyshire,
well, yeah,
who aren't, frankly, very good.
But I was about to say, they got off to a reasonable start. They're 22 without loss in the 6th over.
Derbyshire.
Yeah, Derbyshire are, as are Yorkshire against Glamorgan, funnily enough, in Cardiff. Also this group, Warwickshire would also have to overtake Leicestershire. They need Leicestershire to lose as well. Leicestershire 32 without loss in the 5th against Northants. All the scores are fairly similar around the country. There hasn't been, well, there's been 1 wicket. Hampshire have lost a wicket against Durham. It's the only wicket anywhere in the country, and everyone's around about sort of 20 odd.
Well, certainly here it's a day for batting, isn't it?
Yeah. And Liam Norwell to continue. And he's coming into bowl to Young, pushes out to point. There's no run. Slightly different opening bowling attack for Warwickshire from the game against Surrey, when Rob Yates actually bowled 8 overs uninterrupted from the start of spin. They felt after their own innings when they made 268 that slow bowling was the key, and it did kind of work for the first sort of 20 overs or so. But then Tim David, a Singapore T20 international, completely got hold of the game. Norwell comes into bowl. It's a Yorker length delivery. It's well dug out by Young to mid-off. There's no run. Tim David started hitting the ball to all parts. Scored 140 not out off 70 balls. Sorry, one with 10 overs to spare at the end. Which didn't help the net run rate very much.
They're a very dangerous side, even though it's about something like the Surrey third 11 they're putting out with all of the players they've lost to injury in England and the 100, but they're still pretty strong.
Well, Tim David, I have to say, did look like a exciting player. I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing in the 100 next year on that basis. Norwell bowls us a good delivery, which Young plays a little bit late, manages to play it down into the ground though. There's no run. Norwell bowling well, and that's a good sign for Warwickshire. They just want him to get into a rhythm. County Championship coming up. Warwickshire starting top of the table in the final group, not far ahead of Somerset though. So it's going to be a very interesting 4 remaining games for certainly the 6 counties in the top flight. Not sure what it's going to be like for the others. Interesting to see actually. Norwell bowls, and that's a bit of an edge, and it's well stopped. They will get through for 1. There is a shy at the stumps, and they actually hit, but they are through for a single. But a good over. Basically a Norwell so far.
Yes, it could be a great occasion here at the end of September. This game in the County Championship.
Yeah, it could be the decider. That will be something.
Some dismay in Somerset circles over the injury to Stuart Broad, which means that Craig Overton will almost certainly have to stay with the England camp, even if they don't pick him. Both he and Jack Leach have missed out yet again on selection for the second test against India, but of course they won't be available to Somerset as long as they're in the England bubble.
Norwell bowls, slower ball, pitched up, it's played to backward point by Davies for no run. .28 without loss.
Similarly, we'll be hoping that Dom Sibley gets some runs for England.
Yeah,
and remains with England.
Yeah, I know there's been lots of debate about the England top order. Obviously, I've got a slight Warwickshire bias as Norwell comes into bowl. That's played straight to point. There's no run. But I think Norwell's contribution in that second innings was slightly underrated by a lot of the pundits. I'm not sure that Root would have played the brilliant innings he had if Sibley hadn't hung around with him for so long. Anyway, 28 without loss here after 7 overs. We're just sort of ticking along, waiting for this match really to ignite. Just 1 off that over, though. Norwell's going well.
Yep, Stephen Davis, 19 off 25 balls, and Sam Young 8 from 17. He's got 2 starts as Sam Young. He got 25 against Derbyshire, and in the first game in the One Day Cup, and 24 on Sunday against Northamptonshire. But he's found it a bit of a struggle. Promising youngster, Sam Young. He's facing the vastly experienced Tim Bresnan, and this is hit straight back to Bresnan, who takes a catch, a very good sharp catch. Young losing patience, going for the straight drive, not keeping it down. He middled it pretty well, and a very good sharp catch from Tim Bresnan. That's the first Somerset wicket.
Sam Young is caught and bowled.
Sam Young
Tim Bresnan.
going caught and bowled Bresnan for 8, and it's 28 for 1.
Yes, I think he's a little unlucky there. It was a great catch from Bresnan, but I'm not sure how much he knew about it, really. It's straight at him, and his hands just sort of went up almost to protect himself, and the ball stuck. So probably 9 times out of 10 he'd have got away with that, Young. But, so bad luck to him, he goes for 8.
Yes, it wasn't actually a very good shot from Sam Young. That was rather crooked. Good catch. Well, that's the first of the young Somerset batsmen making a sorrowful way back to the Somerset changing room at the far end of the Birmingham end. Lewis Goldsworthy, Mr. Reliable for Somerset in this competition. 6 innings he has played, 302 runs, best of 96 against Surrey. And he's averaging 60.4. And time and again he's shored up the Somerset middle order. Not with quick runs, but with solid performances.
Just looking at where you might be going, Anthony, if you finish 3rd in this group. You fancy a trip to Durham, potentially? Durham.
The choice looks as if between Chelmsford, Old Trafford,
it could be Chester
Street. Yeah, I know. There we are. I mean, I actually like not so much Chester Street, but I do like Durham. But it's just such a long way from Somerset. So 329 miles.
Well, I'm at Barnsley on Saturday, so maybe I could nip up from there. I don't know.
28 for 1, Goldsworthy. The new batsman, he waits as Breslin bowls to him, and he just runs this down off an open face down to 3rd man for his first run. Matt Lamb down there at 3rd man, 29 for 1. There isn't a great deal of intensity about the cricket so far, is there?
No, I think Norwell's bowled a good spell, but no. It's been a cautious start by both teams in some respects.
We're in the 8th of Breslin to Davies. Davies waits on a slightly slower ball, punches it into the offside, and then as far as extra cover. James Hildreth, the next man in. Somerset's batting depends very much on the sort of triumvirate of Stephen Davies, James Hildreth and Lewis Goldsworthy. The others, well, with the exception of George Bartlett, who got 100 against Leicestershire, and a very welcome 100 it was too on Tuesday. Contributed very much. Breslin's in at bowls, and Davies is looking for a gap on the offside. Again, doesn't time it, won't get a run.
So the next ball will bring Phil Britt in here for his first turn, and then if you want to break at 12, Anthony,
yeah,
I can.
Yep. Can take advantage of the facilities.
I've got to check whether the milk's arrived yet or not.
Is Breslin to bowl to Davies, who again is looking for a gap on the offside but can't get it past Bethel at backward point. Four in a line, saving 1 on the offside, plus a short 3rd man, short wide 3rd man. So very much an offside field to the left-handed Davies. Breslin in and bowls to him, and he's back on his stumps defending. Ball's angled into him, and that was a good over from Tim Breslin. Included the wicket of Sam Young, just the 1 run from it. It was the 8th over of the innings, and at the end of it, Somerset 29 for 119 to Davies, and just the 1 to Lewis Goldsworthy, who comes, Charlie Taylor saying the other day in the Leicestershire game that he comes from Truro. He was born in Truro, but he comes from Campbell. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Anthony. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it?
It is. Pity there aren't a few more people here.
Yeah. The crowds, it's about the sort of average crowd we've had for most of the home games. I think initially there was some concern that with the 100 in competition at the same time, it might reduce the numbers down. This is Norwell bowling from the pavilion end. Is bowling to Goldsworthy, who plays nicely out into the offside. There's no run. Warwickshire got a backward point, a cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off, defending that side.
Have you been avidly following the fortunes of Birmingham Phoenix in the 100?
I won't say. I think avidly might over-egg the case. As comes Goldsworthy and bowls and down the leg side. It's going to be signalled wide. There was a long look at that, whether he thought it might have brushed the pad or something, but there always seemed to be a fair gap between body and ball there as it went down the leg side. However, it's now signalled wide. No, I've sort of looked at the result. I've been working. I'm trying here, desperately backpedaling here. But no, I've been too busy working in the museum. So here's Norwell in bowls, played out to the offside, and there's no run. All I will say is a huge number of people have come to the games and have thoroughly enjoyed themselves.
And presumably quite a lot of them come to the museum, haven't they?
Yes, we've had terrific. We had more people on Monday than we had in the museum for the one-day international, England against Pakistan. It was terrific. Terrific number of youngsters coming, thoroughly enjoying themselves, and wonderful atmosphere. So it's only good, I suppose, from that point of view. Norwell bowls and just pushed down the wicket straight back to Matt Lamb at mid-on. So I know there's a huge number of knockers for it. Personally, it's not my type of cricket, but I also accept the fact it's brought in people, brought in revenue, and it's done an awful lot to introduce cricket to people who probably wouldn't watch it.
Yeah. Yes, it is what it is, as they say.
Here's Norwell bowls. Oh, that's a lovely ball outside. Goes past Goldsworthy's bat. He played, pushed at it. Just a tiny movement away than through. Norwell's bowled, I think, bowled very well this morning. He's got the ball to move about, and that one was a lovely delivery.
It was the length that did him there, really. Had him in two minds. I think he thought when the ball left the hand, here's a half volley, but it wasn't quite a half volley. It just short of that length, and rather a tentative shot was the result. Could easily have taken the outside edge.
He settles again. Norwell hangs him on the pad. He peels for LBW. It runs away down towards the fine leg boundary where Michael's fielding down there. Just kicks him down to a couple of runs. Gets applause from the Warwickshire crowd, from the Warwickshire players. Just having come on, I'm not sure who's down there at fine leg, but we'll have a look in a second. But that was a terrific piece of fielding, because I thought that had gone down very fine, down for 4. Anyway, it takes Somerset on to 32 for 1 as Norwell is in again. Of course, this time trying to drive into the offside. The ball hits him high up on the bat, goes out into the offside where Norwell fields up his own bowling. End of the over. It's 32 for 1. Round of applause for the bowler there at the end of that over. Stephen Davies is on 19 from 29 balls, and Lewis Goldsworthy just the single to his name.
Yes, Stephen Davies not quite as fluent in this innings as in some of the innings that he's played in this. Scored very important runs for Somerset at the top of the order. He's having his best season yet with Somerset with the bat for Somerset since he joined them in 2017 in all forms. The county championship, of course, in T20.
He's a good cricketer, isn't he? Good cricketer in all forms of the game.
Cricketer. Here's Bresnan into bowl to him, and he turns this in the air just past mid-wicket. It's running away towards the boundary. Will be pulled in by the fielder. And the throw comes in. 2 runs are taken. 34 for 1, and the fielder is Phil Britt. He's a tall chap.
I think it's Miles who might be there.
Craig Miles. He's just being set back, and a fine leg, or long leg rather, is coming up into the fielding circle to accommodate the change. Bresnan into Davies. Drives beautifully through the offside. Played that on the up. Absolutely classical extra cover drive from Stephen Davies. Nobody need move. 38 for 1.
It was the perfect delivery for that cover drive. It if Tim Bresman had tried to put it in the right spot, a better spot, he couldn't have done the job, and Davies duly obliged. Magnificent shot, and the field has just stood and watched it go, hammering its way to the boundary. Lovely shot.
Bresnan to Davies, and this time Davies is looking to turn it into the onside. The ball's not there for it, with Bresnan just taking a little bit of pace off that delivery, and a dot ball is the result. 38 for 1. Stephen Davies on 25 from 31 deliveries. James Hildreth will be the next man in. Bresnan to Davies. Davies plays this away through the offside. Didn't time that so well, but that's going to run away for 4 as well. That was short and rather wide from Tim Bresnan, and Davies up on his toes, punching it off the back foot between extra cover and mid-off for 4 more runs. 42 for 1. He moves on to 29.
Initially that didn't look like it had got enough power on it to get it away, but even being hit high up on the bat, it still ran away between that gap between deepish mid-off and extra cover. Lovely shot again.
Bresnan, he's in and bowls, and Davies whips this away into the onside. Miles will do the fielding, coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it'll just be a single. 43 for 1. We're in the last over of the 10-over power play. Somerset will be reasonably happy. It's not been a particularly fast start, but they've only lost the 1 wicket. Bresnan then to the right-handed Goldsworthy. Their bowls short, and I should imagine that will not be given as a no ball on height. Sails through to Michael Burgess. End of the 10th over. 43 for 1. Davies on 30 and Goldsworthy on 1. And Bresnan has 1 for 28 in his 5 overs.
Yeah, it's been a little bit expensive, a couple of boundaries in that over. But Stephen Davies has picked up 6 boundaries now in his 30, so he's just beginning to tick along. When you were on with Clive, you were talking about Jack Leach being with the England squad team, not being picked. How much cricket has Jack Leach played in the last couple of years? It's hardly.
Not very much at all.
It just seems to have been permanently waiting for the chance to play, and not actually getting any games. Norwell starts a new over, round the wicket to Davies, who pushes this one into the offside, just out to cover point, and there's no run.
Yeah, if some of our Twitter correspondents would like to provide the answer to that question as to how much cricket Jack Leach has played in the last couple of seasons, it would be very interesting.
It does seem if you get into that bit where you're not being picked, you're getting no cricket of any sort at competitive level. Norwell bowls, this is glanced away, it's a lovely shot, turned away down to fine leg, and well stopped down to fine leg, but they'll come back for 2. Been a couple of good bits of fielding down in the fine leg position in the last couple of overs, but this one was off the bat, so 45 for 1, and Davies moves on to 32 with that shot.
Grumpy Git makes a good point. It's hard to see how Leachy can be match ready for the Ashes if he doesn't play this summer.
Yeah, I agree totally. This one has Davies up on his toes and just dropping it back down in front of him. Norwell running through, picks up, and there's no run. To a lesser degree, I know Chris Wokes is injured, but Chris hasn't played a huge amount of cricket either.
No, he's got a heel injury.
He's got a heel injury at the moment, yeah. But somebody said, well, how much cricket did he play to get a heel injury?
Well, quite, yeah.
Norwell round the wicket, he's in, bowls. This is pulled away by Davies to deep square leg, where he will get a single, taking 1 to 33, and Somerset on to 46 for 1.
Stuart Hughes on Twitter saying, let's start singing the Engelbert Humperdinck classic. Please release me, let me go.
Well, he must feel that way, you know, he must sit there thinking that, I'm not getting any younger, I'm not playing any cricket. How am I going to be the best spinner in the country? Norwell bowls. Goldsworthy plays it back solidly and defensively. Norwell fields off his own bowling. There's no run.
He did actually. Jack Leach did actually get to play a T20 game at last. It was his first T20 game of his career earlier on in the season at the age of 30. Quite why he isn't, and he took 3 wickets. Yeah. He played a couple of games, picked up 5 wickets, and then wasn't selected again.
Norwell bowls. This is pulled by Goldsworthy into the onside, in the air. He had a couple of runs because effectively there's only a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's nobody in the infield for him, so it was a perfectly safe shot. It was aerial, but nobody anywhere near it, and they come back for a second. So Goldsworthy goes to 3. It's the end of Norwell's over. That's his 6th over. He's 0 for 17 from his 6 overs, and Somerset are 48 for 1 after 11 overs.
Thank you, Phil Britt. And because Grumpy Git says, great to hear you back with us, Mr. G, but who is your erudite fellow commentator? Well, that is Mr. Phil Britt, who is is your title curator of the museum?
Curator at the museum, yeah.
So erudite is absolutely correct. And well, we have museums in common, because I'm fortunate enough to be a trustee of the Somerset Cricket Museum.
And a really wonderful museum, isn't it? Yeah, I try, when I go to Taunton, I go in and have a chat with them and always find plenty of things. I think all these museums, we're very lucky around the circuit that a number of clubs have either got a dedicated museum or have got parts of their pavilion given over to memorabilia. And it's largely down to volunteers and people like that who are doing most of that work, but it's the collection. I've just brought some stuff up to take to the museum later on.
New over, I think it's Craig Miles who's come into the attack from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, I've got a bat from the 1920s and some photographs which we won in an auction. But we're continually buying and being given. I've actually had to close one of our display rooms off because we had so much stuff over the last year and a half that when we actually opened the museum, we got nowhere to put it.
Yeah. Here's Miles to Davies. Miles to Davies. That's really good. Jazz combo. Miles and Davies. 48 for 1 in the 12th over. Stephen Davis on 33. And Lewis Goldsworthy on 3. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. And Phil Britt on behalf of BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Miles tall, coming around the wicket to Davies. Back on his stumps, just running that down to backward point. But a good piece, good sharp piece of fielding there by Ethan Brooks. Cuts off the single. Somerset need the thick end of 300, I think.
It does look. Yeah, it does look that sort of pitch, doesn't it?
It's a pretty flat pitch. Yeah. It's a pretty fast outfield.
Yeah. And
it's a very inexperienced Somerset bowling attack without either Jack Brooks, who I think is still injured, and Marchant Delanga, who's been dropped. Miles is in and bowls, and that comes off the inside edge of Stephen Davis's bat as he looks for the drive. I don't know whether the odd ball is just stopping slightly on them. But it's not a. It's a slow wicket. This, I think the spinners might be quite effective on it.
Yes. Yep.
Somerset have got Lewis Goldsworthy to bowl his slow left arm, and George Drissel comes back into the side with his off breaks. Here comes Miles again in bowls, and this is driven into a gap on the offside by Stephen Davis, and they will pick up a single, but it's just a single as there's a sweeper.
Yeah, Dan Mosley out there.
Dan Mosley, who I haven't seen before. Quite a few of these Warwickshire players I haven't seen. I've certainly seen Rob Yates, because he got a big 100 against Somerset in the Championship.
Yeah, Rob Yates is probably the best known, but one of the things with this competition, where at the beginning, prior to a ball being bowled, people were sort of saying, well, it's going to be a second team competition on out grounds. I think it's come on much more than that.
Miles is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who mistimes a drive, hits it hard into the ground, but will pick up a single, and that is the Somerset 50 on the board. 50 for 1 with the last ball of the 12th over, so just going along at fractionally over 4 runs and over. Davies on 34 and Goldsworthy on 3. Yeah, I mean, it's been, you know, for the young Somerset batsmen, the young Somerset quick bowlers, it's been a great experience. I mean, not just playing first team cricket, but at Taunton playing first team cricket in front of 5,000 people. Exactly. You know,
yes,
in games that have had real atmosphere, real meaning. It's been a tremendous experience for them, which I'm sure will do them the power of good in their development as cricketers.
Well, I think one of the things we've noticed is that as this competition has gone on, the confidence of these younger players has grown. They're starting to actually now really perform, and you can see this in the way the scores, I think, have moved up as well. That the batting has definitely, you know, the batsmen have come and really sort of playing with much more freedom. You know, you look at yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday. Earlier this week when Warwickshire played Surrey, the Surrey batsmen, how they, you know, batsmen who you hadn't heard of at the beginning of the season, but making good scores against a Warwickshire attack which had quite a lot of experience in it, as we have today. We're going to see a bowling change, and it's going to be young Jake Bethell who comes into from the pavilion end. He's one of those we were talking about. Been recommended to Warwickshire, will come to Warwickshire from rugby school, local school, and he's had a terrific summer in the competition. So he'll be bowling to the right-hand Lewis Goldsworthy, who is on 4. It's 50 for 1, and he's going to be bowling his off spin. No slip. We've got a short third man, a short fine leg, backward point, man out on the cover boundary, and a short extra cover as the first ball right on the mark, and brings Goldsworthy forward, playing it away to out to sort of a deep, I sort of short third man. It's a sort of deep gully, deep third slip. It's that right on the edge of the fielding area as Bethell in. This is turned to mid wicket. There's no run. Yates comes running round and does the fielding. So good start from Bethell, getting right on the mark. He's taken 9 wickets in this competition so far, with a best of 4 for 26 as he's in and bowls. That's in the air, hit past Yates at cover point. It's a run round for Mosley, who gets there and does the fielding and keeps Goldsworthy down to 2. So he moves on to 6, and the total goes on to 52 for 1. Just in the air for a while. He might have a little bit of interest, but in the end dropped perfectly safely into the gap past backward point. So that's again in 4 or 5 steps, bowls a little bit shorter. That's turned past Yates. It'll be another, they decide this time against the second run as Matt Lamb comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary and does the fielding, restricting to a single. So the field changes for the left-handed Stephen Davies. Just a slight hold up whilst Bethell waits. Michael Burgess behind the stumps is just rid in the field for him as he comes in over the wicket, bowls onto the turned away. Now does that come off the pad? It's going to run away down fine. Yeah, it's gone down. It has indeed. It's 4 runs today. It was nicely turned away.
I think Ranjit Singh would have been proud of that shot.
That
was an authentic leg glance.
I wasn't so rarely see that sort of shot now that I actually thought it may have come just clipped the pad. It did give him injustice. So
it's a beautiful shot.
Stephen Davies moves on to 38 with his 7th boundary. This next one brings him forward and runs it away to backward point. It's the end of Bethell's first over. It's 57 for 1. And a tidy over, apart from that one ball when he just drifted onto the leg stump. But, apart from that,
lovely wrist work. Positively oriental.
They've started in the test match and India are 6 for no wicket.
Slightly surprised about the decision to put India in. But I suppose there's been rain in London this morning. But, a lot to say for the old advice that when you win the toss, you think about putting the opposition in and then decide to bat.
Lord said that this is a strange from England, though. They don't seem to be able to get it right there.
57 for 1 here as Miles bowls to Goldsworthy, and as he pushes it out into the offside. It'll be interesting to see what sort of a wicket it is. The wickets that I've seen for the Bob Willis Trophy final last September, and then the first game that Somerset had in the Championship this season were not great. They're sort of dead pitches at Lord's. They're doing a bit for, obviously late season and early season for the likes of Tim Murtagh nibbling it about. Here's Miles to Goldsworthy, who drives and will pick up a single. There's a slight misfield.
Rob Yates
got down to it. He's managed to stop it, but not cleanly. That gave him the opportunity to steal a single. 58 for 1. Goldsworthy on to 8.
He did have to go goalkeeper Stoddhampton, didn't he? Let's not be too harsh.
But I think he himself will probably have been disappointed.
Yes,
they set themselves such high standards.
The ball had rolled over the line and into the net.
Here's Miles in and bowls to Davies, who drives away through the offside, but only as far as Mosley out on the cover boundary. 59 for 1. Davies on to 39 from 46 deliveries.
Was that actually into October last year, the Bob Willis? I can't remember.
No, it didn't quite, but this year it will be. The last day of the 5 that have been scheduled for it at Bob Willis final at Lord's is October the 1st. Here's Miles in bowls to Goldsworthy, who pulls this, and that will be 4 runs. Nice shot. Got on top of the bounce, did Lewis Goldsworthy. He's not tall, he's only around about 5'6" tall, but he's very good, like a lot of shorter batsmen, either side of the wicket. He's a cutter and puller, and that was an absolute textbook example of how to play the pull shot, keeping it down and timing it beautifully, getting on top of the bounce.
I don't think there's that much pace either. That one was a little bit short, and really it didn't sort of zip off the surface at all as Miles would have liked.
63 for 1. Goldsworthy this time playing that into the offside, but can't get it past Rob Yates, who does the fielding and then properly retreats to deep cover. So the fielders who are out, we've got deep cover, long leg, deep, straight, square leg. We've only actually got 3 out at the moment. Warwickshire, of course, allowed 4 out at this stage in the innings. This is short, and Goldsworthy goes for the pull shot, and it's too short, too high, and given as a no ball.
Yeah, we have got Matt Lamb right down. You won't be able to see him at all, Anthony. He's down.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I see him down in the shadows.
What you've got to do is stand on the desk, grip the window frame, and you'll just see him appearing out of the shadows.
He's actually not even in the field of play at the moment. He's on the.
He's lurking underneath the covers.
65 for 1. Miles to Goldsworthy, who edges that down towards Lamb, who makes a valiant effort to stop it, dives to his left, but he's on top of the rope as he makes contact with the ball. So that is 4 runs to Goldsworthy, who moves on to 16. 69 for 1 at the end of the 14th over.
Yes, Matt Lamb, if he'd have actually come out so you could see him, he may well have been able to have got across to save that, but he was just a bit too far. It was a valiant effort from Lamb, but to no avail. So Goldsworthy there with his 2nd boundary.
Apologies to Marchant de Lange. Thank you, Jamie Jewell, for pointing out that Marchant de Lange wasn't dropped. He's been recalled to the 100.
Here's Bethel bowling his second over, in and bowls. Davies lifts this over short mid-wicket down to Will Rhodes, who's down at long on. He does the fielding, restricts them to a single. But again, clever play by the batsman. He saw that he got the short mid-wicket and just lifted it over his head into a big open space and got a very comfortable single ring. Lewis Goldsworthy back on to strike. Bethel is in and bowls, and this is going to be turned away down to deep backward square leg. They come back for the second, and in the end a very comfortable second run because the pick up and throw wasn't going to give them any trouble at all, put them under any risk, and they're home. 72 for 1. Davies is on 40. Goldsworthy has moved on to 18 and going along quite nicely here with this brush as Bethel bowls, and this is driven down the ground to Miles, who comes in off the long on boundary and does the fielding. Another single to him.
Nick Short says on Twitter, enjoying the coverage, but is anyone actually watching there? Well, actually it's probably not a bad crowd here. Nick, probably got 1,500, but it is a big ground and they are rather scattered around.
This next one is clipped away to deep backward square leg. One of the things you can't see, and I think Clive mentioned this, there's a lot of people down here below which are in the members area to our right and also come in the seats down below here. So it's probably a bit more than the 1,500 I would have thought. This next one from Bethel is he goes back and cuts to backward point and there's no run. Mind you, having said all that, I went to a football game on Saturday, covered a football game, and I thought, wow, what a crowd they've got here. When they announced it was 220 people and I don't think there were this one is squares up Goldsworthy and runs it away into the offside, and a good delivery there from Bethel. He had Goldsworthy in a bit of trouble. Anyway, end of the over. It's 74 for 1. Clive Eakins will replace me, and I'll leave you with Anthony.
Thanks very much, Phil. Phil Britt, 74 for 1. I'll wait for Clive to plug himself in, and then I'll deplug, and Phil can plug in. Oops, as everything's going, pulling everything off the desk at the moment. Craig Miles to bowl another over from the Birmingham end, 74 for 1. He's in to bowl to Davies, who's taken on the pad as he looks to turn it into the onside, but it was going down the leg side, so no appeal. Steady progress from these two, Clive.
Yeah, they picked it up a bit, haven't they? Bit of momentum. So they was at 74 at the end of the 15th over. So the third 5 over spell, 31 runs, and actually the last 6 overs have produced 42 runs.
Here's Miles to Davies. That's played up to mid-off. The great Miles Davies, of course, jazz trumpeter. 74 for 1. I can hear the cue in my ears, which suggests to me that...
Well, I know exactly when I'm on. The new system is marvellous. In fact, the newsreader actually missed it last time, but I still had to talk at the allotted time. I talk at 3 minutes past exactly.
Is Miles in bowls, and that's played into a gaff on the offside by Stephen Davies just for the single. He moves on to 42. He's been batting with no sense of hurry, Steve Davies, has he? I mean, he's just been picking off the runs. If the ball's been there for the drive or the pull shot, he's executed it. He's picked the gaps on both sides of the wicket. He's very easy on the eye. Stephen Davies makes batting look the easiest thing in the world. Goldsworthy waits. Miles bowls, plays this firmly through the offside. Bat quite a long way from his body without moving his feet, but gets plenty of bat on it. Pick up another single, 75 for 1. Goldsworthy on to 19 again from just 25 deliveries. I fancy this is going to be a high-scoring encounter. I think Somerset will be targeting, as I was saying earlier, the thick end of 300, and they'll probably need them as well with an inexperienced bowling attack. Miles is in and bowls to Davies, who gets that off the pad down to long leg, and that will be 4. There was a bit of bat involved. So 4 runs. Davies on to 46, 79 for 1.
That brings up the 50 partnership.
How long have you got before you're...
Call up the 50 partnership.
Oh, the 50 partnership.
Yeah. Okay,
Ripple of applause. That hasn't taken very long.
I shall break in with a report very shortly.
And that will give me the opportunity to hand over to Phil Britt.
So, this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, Warwickshire in the field here, and Somerset have moved on to 80 for 1. They're beginning to accelerate a little bit, Somerset. We've just completed the 16th over and a 50 partnership led by Stephen Davies, one of the more experienced players. He's looked very impressive. 1 wicket for Warwickshire. Tim Bresnan striking with a remarkable return catch to dismiss Sam Young for 8. Good spell of bowling from Liam Norwell as well. That'd be good news for Warwickshire. They're priming him for their championship push from the end of August. But here, Somerset 80 for 1 after 16 overs. So, it is a major operation these days. Swapping commentators around. That's played out to the our side. There's no run, but we have Phil Ripped.
Thanks, Clive.
So Jacob Bethel, who took some stick at the over, 52 off his 4 overs. He's only 17. Just wonder what impact that might have on a young man. That one's played by Goldsworthy out to long off for a single. But he went for 3 very expensive overs, and I think Will Rose tried a little psychological trick, even though the match was pretty much lost. They brought him back for 1 over, perhaps hoping he might have a decent over, maybe get a wicket, and might cheer him up a bit. It didn't work, unfortunately. Tim David continued to launch him for 6s. And he's going to be hit for a big shot. No, he's going to get a wicket. I don't think he's got enough on that, and he hasn't. Davies has gone, and Jacob Bethel gets the wicket. He didn't get enough on it, onto the leg side, and a comfortable catch for Dan Mosley. And Somerset lose their second, 82 for 2 in the 17th.
Well, you can't help do any better than that, Clive, to talk up, and immediately Bethel strikes. Good innings from Davies. Warwickshire will be pleased to see the back of him, but Somerset equally would have liked Davies to have gone on and turned that 40-odd into a big 100 and established what Anthony is quite rightly, I think, on this wicket is indicating it needs to be close to 300, the total.
Well, this is the problem Warwickshire had at the Oval. They had batters, particularly opening 2 batters, but in fact most of the batters got in, but then, and you thought this could be big. In fact, no one got more than 31. Everyone got double. All 11 got double figures.
Yep,
and no one got more than 31.
I looked at the scorecard. It's one of those unusual scorecards where and even the extras helped out. They were 31, I think. Or
yeah, they were
like
joint top scorers.
Yeah. It was an unusual scorecard, but no, as you say, nobody pushed on and made the big score.
So Davies, he looked in the mood for a big score, but you never know, of course, and just I might misjudge that one a little bit. Going with a big boundary out there on the leg side, so he's got to hit it very well to clear them when there are fielders out there.
In the end, he was quite well inside. He really didn't quite get hold of that at all, and he was caught probably 10 yards in from the boundary.
So James Hildreth.
Yeah, the new batsman, James Hildreth.
We all still have nightmares about his 700 not out or whatever it was at Taunton. It was 300.
Craig Keyswetter was the other. He got 100, didn't he? And he got, what did he get? 300 in a day.
Poor old Mike Taylor was commentating on that one.
Yeah.
So well, I had a game like that against Kent a couple of years ago, where I think commentated all day, and I was off. You know, you're always off the commentary a little bit, and I think about something like 3 wickets fell in the first 2 days. I didn't get any of them. And Dom Sibley thoroughly entertained us. with 200 off about 700 balls or something. Bethel comes in to bowl to Hildreth, who cuts that straight to point, and there is no run.
That match at Taunton where Hildreth got the 300, I think you and I had commentated for the first 2 days, and Mike was by himself, and he didn't get a wicket all day.
However, different sort of game here for Hildreth, as this one is driven to mid-off. Think about a quick run, but I don't think it's really there, and Will Rhodes fields, and indeed there is no runs. A reminder, Somerset, who have the realistic chance of qualifying here, Warwickshire could still qualify. It'd have to be quite an extraordinary turn of events for it to happen. Somerset are looking for either Yorkshire or Surrey to lose, and of course they've got to win themselves then. Bethel comes in to bowl to Hildreth, who pushes that out onto the offside for a single. Surrey are playing Derbyshire. You'd fancy the chances of Derbyshire. They've lost a couple of wickets now, but not too badly based. 81 for 3 in the 17th, and Yorkshire are 80 for 3 in the 18th against Glamorgan. So those games running almost in parallel. Hampshire in some trouble against Durham, which might be good news for any Somerset supporter who wants to travel to. Want to go too far, because if Durham win that, they'll be top of the group, so you wouldn't have to play them until the semi-finals at the earliest. Hampshire are 65 for 5 in that game. Warwickshire also in the very, very unlikely scenario of them qualifying need Leicester to lose, and Leicester are going quite well against Northampton, 106 for 3 at Northampton. Here, 82 for 2.
Yeah, the permutations Warwickshire need are pretty intricate, aren't they? And virtually it's their main thing is to, if they have any hope at all, they've obviously clearly got to win this game, win it by some margin to change the net run rate. It's going to be Craig Miles to continue from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this one Hildreth pushes away into the offside, just out to point, backward point, for no run. I
think if Warwickshire do win this game, it means they'll have won 4 and lost 4, and they'll probably see that as not a bad effort. I know everybody was weakened, but Warwickshire possibly, not just by the 100, but also by injuries.
Yeah.
And the county select 11 selection didn't help, but taking some of their players for the first match. So I think, given that they've qualified for the other 2 competitions, I'll just grab this one.
It's Craig Miles in, bowls. This is punched away into the offside again, but again straight to a fielder out at sort of covering behind short extra cover and short and backward point. Is sort of just a little bit sort of deep on the edge of the fielding circle. They don't have anybody out covering the cover boundary for Hildreth at this stage, but it's a dot ball.
So as I was saying, given that they qualified for the other 2 competitions, obviously they wanted to qualify in this, but if they come away with a wins and losses column even, they'll probably feel they've done reasonably well.
This one hurries Hildreth, who again is only able to push it out into the offside, and there's no run.
And if that does happen, they might just reflect on that first game, even though it was actually their most depleted team because of 3 players playing for County Select 11. It is a game in the end they probably should have won, and that might end up being the difference between qualifying and not.
That was against
Glamorgan at Cardiff.
Yes, that's right.
They were defending a low total, but in the end should have done it.
Here's Miles, he's in, very straight run. Hildreth gives himself space and cuts this one away into the offside, but again, straight out to Yates out in the covers, and there's no run. So 4 dot balls here to Hildreth from Miles.
Quiet start to the test match, endure 11 without loss after 10 overs.
And Anderson is playing.
Jimmy Anderson's playing, yeah. 3 changes.
Miles game in bowls, and Hildreth is going to get runs this time, turning it away through mid-wicket down to Mosley, who does the fielding. There's just a single. He's on his way with this over. It moves on to 2. Miles, first of all, run he's conceded off the 5th ball of his 4th over. And Somerset moved to 83 for 2. Goldsworthy on to strike, he's on 11. As he waits, taps his beak, and hear him smacking his bat into the ground as he pushes this one into the onside. It's another dot ball, so good over there for Warwickshire from Craig Miles. Just the 1 run coming off it His 4 overs have cost him 21. It's 83 for 2. We've had, what, 18 overs?
Yeah. So, had that little burst of acceleration, actually between the first and second wickets. But Warwickshire just reining it in a little bit as a wicket falling. But still foundations there for Somerset. They probably need somebody to really go and bat big. Bethel will bowl to Hildreth. Not sure exactly when Hildreth made his debut. It's probably before Jacob Bethel was born. He's 36 now. Hildreth, this is his 220th List A game. And he plays that to long off for a single. So to 3.
James Hildreth. He made his debut for Somerset in 2003.
Yeah, so he's 17, Bethel, isn't he? So that would have been before.
Yep.
There was barely a twinkle in his mother's eye. Comes in to bowl round the wicket to Goldsworthy. Gives it a bit of air, and that's played to long on for a single. Jacob Bethel from Barbados, but he's been over at rugby school since I think the age of 11 on a scholarship.
Has he finished at school now?
No, I don't think so. If he's 17, I know he could be in theory, but I'd be surprised if he was.
He's got another year to do his A-levels.
He comes in to bowl, and that's played out to point. There's no run. I guess he's in between exam. I don't actually know, but I'm guessing he's in between exam results this year. 85 for 2. He's got a slip in place. Bowls to Hildreth, who leans back and carves an away through the offside for a single. Well, Bethel's almost completed the same number of overs as he did against the Oval, and his figures look a lot healthier. 1 for 17 now, so he went for 52 in those 4 overs. He comes in round the wicket to bowl. Goldsworthy makes room. It's it for a single. Lewis Goldsworthy from Cornwall, 20 years of age. In contrast to Hildreth, this is only his 8th List A game. Comes in again, Bethel the ball. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's beaten. Hildreth, who was trying to cut at that, goes over his bat, taken by the wicket keeper. Decent over from young Jacob Bethel, and just 4 runs off it. 87 for 2 after 19 are Somerset, who are put into bat by Warwickshire.
So it's a steady start for the visitors. It's looking round, and the crowd's still continuing to come in. It's just filling up. It's a good smattering around the ground of people. In the smaller ground, this would look like a really good crowd. It's got used to seeing these big crowds at the 100, Clive. That's the
well, and the T20 Blast as well.
Yeah,
they've got big crowds for those as well. Must be emphasised. Warwickshire have sold. Edgbaston, if you like, have sold those 2 competitions well.
They have done very well. Miles starts his 5th over from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy up on his toes, punches this one up to mid-off.
There is a big Birmingham Phoenix sort of flag over the seats in the temporary stand with that rather garish yellow and orange colours. Looks a bit like an opal fruit wrapper.
One of the things which I did like was the fact that they'd gone to their colours were quite distinctive, as opposed to just being a plain red or a dark blue. Miles in and bowls, and this is glanced nicely down to fine leg for a single. 88 for 2, as Norwell does the fielding down here below us. He goes on to 24 with that shot. It's come off 33 balls. And Hildreth, who is on just 4 from 12 at the moment. He waits, bat held aloft. Miles into him and bowls, and this is glanced away again, and he starts to go down the wicket, realises if he carries on the line he's in, he's going to run straight into Goldsworthy, and sidesteps away and goes up the middle of the wicket before finishing at the bowler's end, and he gets another single, so 89 for 2. There's a spell here now without too much cricket, I think, for until the T20 game at the end of the month down at Canterbury, and then into the Championship. This one is run away into the offside. Goldsworthy won't get a run. Yeah,
first Championship game's away, isn't it, at Old Trafford, starting August the 30th. So there's a few more 100 games to come here, of course.
No, they're done. They're done. Yeah, they're done. That's bad. As the fact that all the pretty much all the advertising's come down there, being taken down. Somebody's got to get up above the Holly stand and take that lot down. That best of luck to them. I don't think I'd fancy that job. Here's Miles in and bowls, and this is pulled round the corner to deep backward square leg for a single, and Mosley does the fielding, and one more to the total.
Birmingham Phoenix could end up winning their group, couldn't they? Would that? I don't know how it works. Would that mean they'd have a home?
No, I don't think there's any home ties. I think they're all played now at the Oval. I think second play third, and the winner plays the one who finished top. I think that's the way it goes. Miles bowls back and run into the offside. Good fielding by Ethan Brooks at cover point, prevents the run as Hildreth was looking to sneak a single. It's the end of the over. It's 90 for 2. We've had 20 overs now, and so far so good. Neither side, I think, would say they're on top at this point. It's nicely balanced after 20 overs.
It is. Yes, you're right. It's a Friday and a Saturday at the Oval for the eliminators. Looks like Birmingham Phoenix will be in it. Whether they go straight to the final or play a semi-final remains to be seen. Not looking so good for the women. They look as if they're going to go out. Bethel comes into bowl, and that's played out through mid-wicket. There's no run. Welsh Fire, of course, are in theory the Somerset team, although how much Somerset supporters are engaged with that is a matter that I probably won't go into, really. But they're not going to make it, neither the men's or the women's competition. Bethel round the wicket to Hildreth, who cuts that, and that's a good shot. There's a sweeper out there. The offside's no chance of reaching it. That's 4 runs to James Hildreth, and a fine shot from this experienced players. Was one of the players on the list of good players never to play for England.
And you would think now at nearly 37 that door's probably closed, isn't it? I think that's a great pity, because I think he's been a tremendous player over the years.
Yeah, puts that on the way to the offside for a single. It was a 90 for 2 at the end of 20 overs, so the fourth 5-over spell produced just 16 runs. And 1 wicket. That's the slowest of the 5-over blocks so far. Bethel round the wicket to bowl. Push on the offside. And it follows the quickest, which was the third, where they put on 31 runs. So the second 10, 47 runs compared to 43, losing a wicket for both. Bethel comes into bowl, and that's played out to the offside for a single. The lucrative period so far is actually between the first and second wickets, because that partnership for the second wicket was 53 in just over 9 overs.
Yeah, they were going along to a real lick, weren't they? Particularly with Davies, he was very impressive.
Bethel in, it's turned round onto the leg side by Hildreth for a single. Ends the over. That's a fairly productive over for Somerset. They got 8 from it. It's 98 for 2 after 21. And we are going to see a bowling change. We are at the Birmingham end. We can see Liam Norwell into the attack.
He has replaced Craig Miles. Miles bowled 5 overs. For just 24 runs. And Norwell comes back in. He bowled his opening spell from the Pavilion end. He had 6 overs, 0 for 17 from the Pavilion. Bowled a good line with the new ball. He returns now from the Birmingham end. In bright sunshine as he comes charging in to bowl to James Hildreth, who goes back and puts this in the air, and for a second it looked as though they're going to come back for a second, but Dan Mosley's a little bit of misfielding down there. Ball went behind him. He got to it, slipped, the ball ran through his hands. He had to turn around and pick it up and got back, and that brings up the 100. That's come 21 overs and includes 6 extras, so 100 for 2, and with that pull. But it was in the air for a long time, but just in the end dropped down in front of Mosley. This one, he goes back, opens the face of the ball, runs it down to Lamb at third man, and they just amble through for the single.
So the 100, taking into account the no ball, came in 128 balls, which means the second 50 came in 56 balls. First 50 came in 72. So that 6 over spell really where they got going was responsible for that.
There's Norwell in bowls, and this is driven nicely into the offside by Lewis Goldsworthy. He will get 1, taking him on to 28. He has a higher score in this in List A cricket of 96. And he's only played 8 games. Scored over 300 runs in that time, so accumulating nicely.
It doesn't matter what the Spanish is like. So I'm going to be awake all game because the coffee's stronger than I remembered it, because I always put an extra espresso shot in because to strengthen it, but I don't think I needed to this time.
This one all very late on this one, Hildreth. Just in the end, he was looking to run it away to the offside and realised the ball was much tighter to his off stump, and in the end got the bat down on it and just really kept it out of possibly crashing into his off stump. Anyway, he survives, but not a particularly convincing shot from the experienced Hildreth. He stays on 14 as Norwell turns and comes racing in again and bowls, and this one has Hildreth across his stumps, turning it to mid-wicket where Bethel does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, there was no milker earlier on.
No.
I had to resort to black tea, and I've actually quite liked it. I've not had black tea before.
Peppermint tea is my go-to if there's no milk around.
But, it's 102 for 2. Norwell bowls, back and cuts, and lovely shot. Ah, that's a beauty. Hildreth gave himself space, went back, and just picked up the shorter delivery and whipped it away through mid-wicket in total command of the shot to finish the over with a flourish. 106 for 2. Hildreth moves on to 18, his second boundary, and Norwell goes off to just have a think about that last delivery.
Second over in a row, which they've scored 8. Been my favourite stat, 2 double-figure overs so far. The 10th, which went for 11, and the 14th, which went for 12. Bethel continues. He went for 8 in his last over, 26 off his 5, and he's got a wicket. We haven't seen Rob Yates yet. He said bowled 8 overs from the start. Seen who just went off there. Oh, Matt Lamb's come back on.
Here's Lamb, right? I mean, I think he's been off and back on.
Yeah, he's come back on. Yeah. So Bethel will bowl to Goldsworthy. Matt Lamb, of course, can bowl. But he's reinvented himself as a spinner with a nice, curious run-up. Round the wicket comes Bethel and wraps one of the pads. I'll say not out even before they appealed, because that was fairly clearly going down the leg side. I think anyway. Well, and so does the umpire.
Optimism is always worth having a shout, but I don't think there was any chance of that being given.
3 men inside the circle on the offside, 2 on the onside as he comes into bowl, and that's lashed away. Didn't really time that Goldsworthy. He's going to get 4 for it. I think it's being chased by Ed Pollock, but he's not going to get there. Slightly cheeky boundary, but a boundary nonetheless. 110 for 2.
He sort of threw the bat at it, got an outside bottom edge really, and it squirted away between backward point and sort of short third man.
Warwickshire is feeling in need of a wicket again. Somerset are beginning to get going once again. Bethel in, that's well down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Well taken actually by Burgess. That could easily have gone for more wides. And it's 111 for 1. Bethel in again. It's played straight back to him. Pitched that up, and Bethel fields off his own bowling. It's only the second wide of the innings, but there has also been a no ball for a bounce delivery that went over head height.
That wicket, by the way, was the 10th wicket in the competition for Bethel this season.
Comes into bowl up and turned a bit. I think it's pushed back onto the offside, but no run.
So he's done pretty well in his 8 matches. I think he's been played in all the Warwickshire games.
Yeah.
And, had a best of 4 for 36.
Comes into bowl, and that one goes straight through to the wicket keeper. A quicker ball, and Goldsworthy playing back to that. Bethel's unlucky. Yes, he did make a couple of appearances in the T20 Blast.
Yes, he did.
Getting a little bit of first team cricket at the age of just 17. He pitches that one up, brave delivery, and it's played to long off for a single by Goldsworthy. And so 5 off the over. One of them was from a rather 6 off the over rather, but one of them was from a somewhat fortuitous boundary. But still, progress being made by Somerset. Remember, need to win this game and hope other results go their way if they are to qualify for the knockout stages. Let's see how the others are doing. Well, Derbyshire 116 for 4 after 23 overs against Surrey. A Derbyshire win would help Somerset. So would a Glamorgan win, but Yorkshire 97 for 4 off 23 overs at Cardiff.
Dan, you commentated on the match down at the Oval earlier in the week.
Yep.
And the young Surrey spinner, the leg spinner, who seemed to be causing problems, and I've forgotten his name.
Moriarty.
No, it wasn't Moriarty. It was the one.
Oh yeah, Moriarty was actually. It's often the way in white ball cricket. Moriarty didn't get the wickets, but actually I thought he was the
better of
the bowlers. Yeah, he caused a lot of problems. Cameron Steele.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, he got 4 wickets in the previous game, and did he end up with 3 or 4?
I think he ended up with 4. He bowled well, but I think Moriarty was the one that stood out for me.
He seemed. I was quite impressed overall with the way they bowled. Norwell starts new over bowls after the sanitation break. As bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays it down in front of him. He has just had their break and back on. So 112 for 2. We're in the 24th over. It's 18 to Hildreth, 33 to Goldsworthy, and we are set for, I think, Somerset beginning to really try and push on in these remaining 26 overs, 27 overs. This next one, Norwell in, good length delivery, sends Goldsworthy back onto his stumps, and again just fending it out into the offside. There's no run, it runs out to extra cover where Yates does the fielding. Sun goes in for, I think, the first time this morning. Just a bit of more cloud about. Just suddenly nothing, no worries or anything like that about rain or anything, but just taking the brightness off as Norwell in bowls. That's again just run away into the offside. Ethan Brooks at point, cover point, does the fielding. 112 for 2 it remains. I suppose the next big crowd, and the remaining big crowd day, is the 2020 finals here at Edgbaston.
Will the Bears be at their own party?
Well, one doesn't it? Norwell bowls. This is pulled in the air. One bounce down to Dan Mosley, down at backward square leg. Again, that's a couple of times that shot's been played. This time it was Goldsworthy playing. Earlier it was Hildreth. This time they just get the single. And it goes on to 113 for 2.
Quarter-final at Canterbury. Saw people queuing up for tickets here earlier today. Head down to Canterbury for the quarter-final, which will be live if you can't make it on BBC CWR and BBC WM.
Well, in and bowls. This is cracked away nicely into the offside, but there's a man out there to do the fielding, restricting the shot to a single. So too much damage. It was a nice shot, deserved more than one, but that's all it was for Hildreth. Are you doing that game?
Yeah, Friday the 27th of August, and Somerset, their quarter-final against Lancashire at Taunton is the day before on the 26th. That should be a good atmosphere.
It's not the last ball of his 8th over, and this one is evading Ethan Brooks at point. Runs down to sort of deep backward point where Matt Lamb comes round, does the tidying up. The tie over from Norwell, just the 3 singles off it, 115 for 2. Hildreth has got 19 and 35 to Goldsworthy, Lewis Goldsworthy.
The other quarter-finals, Yorkshire against Sussex, which has been played at Chester Street because Headingley's not available, and apparently there's nowhere else in Yorkshire they can play it.
I should make way for Anthony Clive. Okay.
I better switch you off for a second while we unplug. So Yorkshire v Sussex on the Tuesday, and it's Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire at Trent Bridge. On the Wednesday, that's the T20 Blast. Both Warwickshire and Somerset having got themselves in a position where they can win either of the other 2 trophies. Somerset are trying to make it a clean sweep. Interestingly, as Jacob Bethell comes in to bowl. It's played onto the long on for a single. Will Rose was candid enough to admit that preventing Somerset from getting through in all 3 competitions was an incentive for Warwickshire today.
That's nice of him.
116 for 2.
We'll do our best to return the compliment.
Thought around the wicket. Oh, was a attempt to cut there from Hildreth. He misses it. It's taken by the wicket keeper. 116 for 2.
Is there some animus then between?
No, I think it was just when another team's doing well as well, you want to knock them down a bit, don't you? As Bethell comes into bowl, there's no run. 116 for 2. Maybe get one up on them ahead of the championship clash.
Yes, there is that.
And Warwickshire, as Bethell comes into bowl, played to point, there's no run. I know what it's like when a team who've got nothing to play for do you a favour, because the only reason why, the reason ultimately why they're in the quarter-finals of the T20 Blast was Leicestershire, rather unexpectedly, beat Worcestershire in the final group game. So thanks to Leicester. That's played to backward point, there's no run. I think they did send a crate of beers to the Leicestershire player who scored all the runs that day. I forget who it was now, but...
Is there not rivalry between Warwickshire and Leicestershire as neighbouring counties?
No, I don't think there is really. It's as Bethell comes into bowl, and that's played out on the offside for a single. I think there is with Worcestershire, although I tend to think that's more from Worcestershire to Warwickshire than the other way round, but there is a bit of rivalry there. The other rivalries tend to be, when you've been competing with the teams at the top. Ironically, since Mark Robertson came here, there used to be quite a rivalry between Warwickshire and Surrey when they're sort of vying for
I think there's rivalry between Surrey and almost everyone.
Well, that's true. There is that,
almost
yeah.
Everyone in Surrey.
Yeah. 117 for 2 off 25, so that spell of 5 overs yielded 27 runs. So an improvement on the 4th set of 5, which produces 16.
Somerset need some acceleration. Now tell me, I was making myself a cup of coffee when Stephen Davies was out. I take it he played a rather negligent lofted shot.
Yeah, I mean he tries to clear probably the longest boundary on the ground and didn't really get very close to doing it, and comfortable cat down Mosley.
Shame. 117 for 2.
Not really. That was a shame actually because he was playing well.
This is an over from the Birmingham end, being bowled by Bethel.
The Yates, Rob Yates,
Rob Yates
coming in, yeah. His first ball today.
He's bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy. He was down the pitch, lofting that down the ground. Straight drive, and it goes second bounce over the boundary in front of the black sight sheets at that end of the ground. A handsome shot from Lewis Goldsworthy brings him 4 runs. 122.
We've still got plenty of wickets in hand coming into the second half of the innings, Somerset. Plenty of potential.
Yates is in the bowls, and again it's driven by Goldsworthy. Bowler himself tries to make the stop, doesn't manage to do so, so this time there's just a single. 123 for 2. Yates bowling his off breaks from the Birmingham end. Hildreth back on his stumps, just cutting that away through the offside, but that'll only be a single.
Yates did manage to keep Surrey tied down on Tuesday. While he was bowling 8 overs uninterrupted at the start of the innings, it was looking quite good for Warwickshire, but unfortunately the rest of the attack couldn't quite match it.
This is played into the onside for a single by Goldsworthy. Runs coming fairly readily in this over. Boundary off the first ball and then singles. This is driven by Hildreth out through the offside. Again, it's going to be interesting to see how James Hildreth plays this. He's the last of the really experienced Somerset batsmen. George Bartlett has got plenty of innings under his belt, fresh from 100 against Leicestershire on Tuesday. End of the over, 126 for 2, and that was the 26th over, so we're just over the halfway stage. And Somerset will need to pick up the pace from here, because I reckon on this pitch they're going to need, well, set 90, ideally 300.
Yeah, well, they got 9 off that over the 4, and then, as you say, they just steadily accumulated singles around that boundary. Jacob Bethel to bowl his 8th over, so a long spell for him. And so far, after the difficulties of Tuesday, it's not going badly for him. 1 for 34. Comes in round the wicket to Hildreth, who drives it straight back to Bethel, who fields off his own bowling. Has a little look at the non-striker, but Goldsworthy was scampering safely back into his crease. No run. Sun shining again. We had a little bit of cloud cover, but that's disappeared now. Crowd has improved a little bit as the day has gone on. That's hit into the ground by Hildreth. He'll get a single there. Moves on to 24. He's done well, Goldsworthy.
Yes, he's just been accumulating, hasn't he? Unobtrusively.
Bethel comes in to bowl. Goldsworthy works that away onto the offside for a single. I was making the point when you went on, Anthony, that James Hildreth made his debut before Jacob Bethel was born. As Bethel comes in to bowl to Hildreth. Oh, he almost chopped on there. Bottom edge just bounced down by his toes.
Well, the same applies to Hildreth's teammate, George Thomas, who's only 17.
Yeah. It must make you think it's time to retire when that starts happening, doesn't it? Bethel comes in the bowl, push out the offside, there's no run.
Well, Somerset don't want James Hildreth.
No, well, I remember
one
when
of the mainstays of their side in all forms.
When we were at Taunton and Marcus Jascothert was playing at a ripe old age, as Bethel comes into bowl, and let's play back to there's no run. We asked Jonathan Trott whether he'd play on that run. He said, "That'd be ridiculous. Of course I'm not going to play to that age. What do I want to do that for?" 128 for 2 after 27 overs.
Well, I think batsmen should go, particularly batsmen, obviously. Bowlers tend to get time expired because their body gives up on them, but batsmen should go on for as long as they're enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's interesting. We say that about the body. I mean, Ian Bell was an interesting case in point because he enjoyed it and wanted to play on, but he actually came to the conclusion mid-season last season, even though he had another year on his contract, that actually his body wasn't doing it for him anymore, and it was time to call it a day.
Right, another over from Rob Yates from the Birmingham end. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 43. It'll be the 28th over of the innings. He's there and bowls. Goldsworthy drives away through the offside, but it'll just be a single. Out to the cover sweeper, 129 for 2. What's happening elsewhere? Somerset, of course, need one or other, or ideally both, Yorkshire and Surrey to lose. This is a reverse sweep from James Hildreth, but can't get it past Jake Bethel at short third man, I suppose, or quite a backward point. Yates bowls, get a reverse sweep, but this time he finds the gap, and it will be cut off, very well cut off by Craig Miles down on the third man boundary, and they come back for 3 runs. Good piece of fielding. Flung himself down to his left to make that stop. It's a fast outfield here. The ball almost seems to be picking up pace as it goes across the grass. And 50. No, it's not 50. What is it? 50 partnership.
Yeah.
50 partnership.
Second one of the innings.
Played that well together, these two. It's Goldsworthy on strike as Yates bowls, and it's just shorter and punched in the air back to the bowler. Didn't quite carry, and he did take it cleanly on the half volley, but a slightly careless shot from Lewis Goldsworthy, hitting the ball back to the bowler in the air. Not a good idea. Yates is in and bowls. This time Goldsworthy's down the pitch, but doesn't time it as he's looking for a gap on the onside. Goldsworthy 302 runs in 6 innings before this innings, averaging 60.4, so maintaining that level of performance. This time he does get a drive, get a run as his on drive evades. The bowler attempting the fielding in his follow through. End of that over, 133 for 2, 28 overs have gone.
Funeral today of the great George Curtis, the former Coventry City player and then managing director, and famously joint manager when they won the FA Cup in 1987. Passed away at the age of 83 recently. His funeral's been taking place at Coventry Cathedral. Procession through the city, lots of Coventry City fans showing their appreciation to George Curtis's remarkable career. Let's see Ethan Brooks get his first ball of the day. To replace Bethel. He's done well. Brooks, like Bethel, a young inexperienced player, has had one fairly traumatic match this season when a final over against Yorkshire proved to be rather sobering for him. He comes into bowler Goldsworthy, he plays that to mid-on, and there is no run. But he came back, did well the next game, so that's what you hope, I suppose, with these young players, that when they have difficult matches, that it's character building rather than dispiriting. And he comes into bowl to Goldsworthy. That's just on the leg side. It might have been a wide, except that Goldsworthy's got a little touch on it and run it down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, poor delivery with fine leg up inside the circle. Can't afford to stray down leg side. Any sort of contact with bat or pad is going to run away. The chances are it'll run away down to the boundary for 4.
We'll try again. Will Rose just a little word to him. Perhaps along the lines of try not to bolt down that line next time. Comes into ball. This time he's on off stump, and it's pushed out to the offside for no run. And it remains 137 for 2. Yes, he went for 32 runs in that final over. And yeah, at York. massive difference, obviously, to
it cost Warwickshire the
final
game.
score. Well, I mean, they got beaten by some distance in the end, but of course, well, they got beaten by 39 runs, so I suppose pretty close to it. That's played a mid-off for a single, and of course, if they'd been in the game a bit more, they might have got closer, if you see what I mean. So they probably did in a way. But Goldsworthy's completed his half-century of 63 balls. He's hit 5 fours. Lewis Goldsworthy, the Cornishman, he's doing well here at Edgbaston in the sunshine.
His 4th 50 of this Royal London One Day Cup. He's been the sheet anchor of Somerset's batting.
No breakthrough for England yet. India 46 without loss after 18 at Lord's. In comes Brooks, just outside off stump. It's worked away to the sweeper on the offside from Hildreth, who gets a single. 139 for 2, Somerset.
James Hildreth biding his time, you feel, at the moment.
Yes, they do have the potential with 8 wickets still left. A couple of big overs to get them going. They do have the potential to make a sizable score here. Warwickshire have only got to 300 once in this year's competition. Brooks, right arm over, bowls, and that's punched out to mid-on for no run. End of the over. They got 6 off it. So just that boundary and a couple of singles. 139 for 2 off 29.
And looks like another sanitisation.
Oh yes, so it is.
Break.
Shall I give you the scores elsewhere?
Yeah,
Well,
good idea. One,
Derbyshire 136 for 5 against Surrey in the 28th. Perhaps not going to do a favour there. I was saying earlier, though, your figures are going to Chester Street. Don't look as if they're going to come into fruition, because Durham seem to be well on top at Chester Street. Hampshire 92 for 6. Yorkshire 117 for 4 on the 29th against Glamorgan. In the other group, Beckenham Kent 118 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 99 for 3 against Essex at Old Trafford. Leicestershire just been pegged back a little bit now, 160 for 5 in the 28th over against Northants. Sussex going well against Middlesex, 138 for 1 in the 30th. Well, that's it. That's a couple of games in the 100 later this evening at Headingley. The Superchargers against the original. I wish I had a Supercharger, though. Keep my phone going.
Right, we've got another over from the Birmingham end to be played by Rob Yates with his off breaks. Just waiting really for this game really to burst into life. It's been a bit of almost a sort of phony war atmosphere to it so far. Here's Yates into bowl to Hildreth, who turns that into the onside. Won't get a run.
Yes, I suppose it is a feature of 50 over cricket compared to the shorter formats, the 2 shorter formats now. It's often not a thrill a minute. No, some of it is about strategy and cat and mouse. And
slightly surprised that more sides haven't followed the England example.
You
know, when they go hard right from the start. It's fine, you know, leaving it to the last 10, 15 overs, but the danger is that if you lose wickets, put your foot down, it can come rather horribly unstuck. Here's Yates to Hildreth, back on his stumps, pulling, not timing that at all. He'll pick up 2 runs. Oh no, just be the single. Do I pronounce it Mosley or Mosley?
Mosley is.
That's the fielding.
Seems to be the accepted.
Dan Mosley, a man from Birmingham. As Yates in bowls, Goldsworthy drives, won't get a run as it goes straight up to mid-off.
Yes, he's not actually from Mosley, but which is just over there.
Yates bowls, Goldsworthy back on his stumps, looking for a cut, misses it, taken by Burgess.
Highly rated cricketer. In fact, Will Rose is making the point that he doesn't expect to have Rob Yates or Dan Mosley in this competition next season. He thinks they'll both be in the 100.
Yates Davies in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. This time there will be fairly comfortable single as Brooks does the fielding from short mid-wicket. 141 for 2, coming to the end of the 30th over, and the old rule of thumb: take the score at 30 overs and double it, provided a side has got wickets in hand, which Somerset do have. Yates bowls, Hildreth sweeps aerially out towards the boundary, 4 runs. Timed that beautifully, did James Hildreth. Not quite a slog sweep as it went backward of square, but sweeping in the air. Brings in 4 runs, 145 for 2 at the end of the 30th over, which suggests a score of around about 290, which I'm sure is the sort of score that Somerset will need if they're going to defend it with an inexperienced attack against well, relatively inexperienced Warwickshire batting lineup, but some good players there.
Yeah, batting probably slightly more experienced in the batting than the bowling, but 28 off that last 5 overs without losing a wicket. It's 55 without loss off the last 10, so moving along steadily as Ethan Brooks comes into bowl just on leg stump. It's turned around to square leg for, it'll be 2 runs, and it's 147 for 2. Those wickets in hand do look big at the moment for Somerset. Warwickshire haven't really looked like getting too many wickets. Liam Norwell early on caused a few problems. Other than that, particularly looked threatening as that's played out to the sweeper position by Goldsworthy for a single. 148 for 2.
Next man in for Somerset is George Bartlett, fresh from his 100 against Leicestershire, where he had to rebuild with young George Thomas when he came in with 5 down with only 100 or so on the board, and then really accelerated towards the end of his innings.
Next one for Brooks is a good accurate delivery, which is just pushed away by Hildreth.
But I think he'll have to go hard right from the start of his innings, the way things are going at the moment. Somerset, they need quick runs.
Warwickshire in their blue shirts and trousers. Somerset, would you call that maroon?
Maroon.
Yeah, maroon shirts and black trousers. It's right arm over the bowl, and that's whipped away to the offside for a single. It's to see 2 teams in different colours. I know people say it doesn't matter in cricket, but it still seems pretty odd to me if you're going to have identifiable coloured clothing if the 2 teams are wearing more or less the same colours.
Both outfits are quite smart as well.
Yes, yeah.
As they go, there's nothing garish about either of them.
Whereas Birmingham Phoenix, it's 149 for 2.
You read my mind there.
Has been compared to a packet of a certain snack. Right arm over, and that's played out to the offside for a single, which brings 150 up. Off, take into account the no ball, 186 balls. So the third 50. I'll just hit that.
There must be a few Somerset supporters here, judging by the applause for the 150.
The third 50, therefore, has taken 58 balls. Second took 56, so that's played out to the onside for a single. There, a little burst of acceleration between the 10th and, well, between the first and second wickets, actually. And then slow down a bit after the second wicket fell, but they're back sort of on it again at 151 for 2 after 31.
Yeah, the loss of a bit of momentum because he got himself into a position, created the platform for himself, but then looking to accelerate. Just to hold out deep. Tim Bresnan coming back into the attack from the Birmingham end. He's going to be bowling to James Hildreth. Bresnan with figures of 1 for 28 in his 5 overs, so not the most economical. Picked picked up the wicket of Sam Young, caught bowled. He's in now to Hildreth. Hildreth drives that straight, and it will not be cut off. That's mid-on, runs away for 4 runs. Will Rhodes diving in vain to try and make the stop. 155 for 2.
Well-timed shot, nice and straight. Not great for the bowler to go for 4 off your first ball of the over, but should have a bit of pressure.
Yes, it was. Here comes Breslin again to Hildreth, down the pitch, lofting this over the top of mid-off. That will be 4 more, 2 bounces over the boundary rope. Well, I think the charge is on, judging by those 2 shots from James Hildreth, particularly the second when he advanced down the pitch to Tim Breslin. Breslin won't have enjoyed that.
No.
Fast bowlers don't like batsmen coming down the pitch at them. He does use his feet well, though, does James Hildreth.
He's got mid-on and mid-off up at the moment, and he's sticking with that.
159 for 2, Breslin to Hildreth. Short, and very short, slower ball bouncer, which deceives Hildreth and is not called an overall. It was almost dying as it went over the top of James Hildreth.
I was about to say that it just dipped in the nick of time there, I think.
Good piece of bowling by Breslin there, which deceived experienced Hildreth. Here he comes again. He's there, bowls. This is pulled by Hildreth all along the ground out to the onside sweeper just for a single. 160 for 2. Hildreth on to 44 from 49 deliveries.
Yes, the umpires just consulted to see whether that was over shoulder height and 1 for the over, and they've concluded that it was.
Goldsworthy on strike. Breslin bowling to him. This is definitely that must be a no ball. Yeah. Is it?
No, he's saying
no, just 1 for the over.
I'm a bit surprised by that, I must admit.
Little Lewis Goldsworthy, he's only 5'6" tall. I think he's a bit fed up with that. There's no way he could have reached that.
Well, I mean, the key is it looked from here to be over head height, but
absolutely. Oh well, Breslin to Goldsworthy again. This is good length delivery on off stump, which Goldsworthy's trying to run down to third man, getting past Brooks. End of the over. 160 for 2, 32 overs have gone, 18 remain, 55 to Goldsworthy and 44 to Hildreth.
Yeah, 9 off that over, so progressing nicely.
He did well though, Tim Breslin, going
he did come back to
4-4, and then just to concede 1 off the 4 remaining balls.
Yes, it was a good comeback. Might have got a little bit of good fortune with one of the decisions over the height of the ball, but the umpires are down there, probably got a slightly better view than us. 160 for 2 then. Still 18 overs left in the innings. So, well, 120 from here to get to 280. That'll be a bit more than a run a ball. They might hope to do better than that. Might be looking at 300 plus. And they can really get going. Brooks into Hildreth, waits for a slower ball and plays it to the sweeper. And the covers and gets a single. Moves on to 45.
Just clouding over a bit. It's not quite a flawless blue sky that we had at the start of play, but still a very pleasant morning for early afternoon now for watching cricket.
Brooks. Oh, so that's a big shot from Goldsworthy, and it will just bounce short of the rope, so you'll get 4 for it. Lent back, play that onto the leg side, nicely struck. And Goldsworth moves on to 59, and this partnership continues to prosper.
Didn't quite get hold of it, did he?
84 now for the third wicket. And, Brooks balls. Well, that's a slower ball, but he's not got the line right. It's gone down the leg side for a wide. Pace was good, but a change of pace, but lack the accuracy.
Goldsworthy missing out there with a fine leg up inside the long leg up inside the fielding circle.
So Brooks, brother of Henry, is out for the season through injury. Big miss for Warwickshire. Ethan comes in to bowl right arm over. Short, Goldsworthy tries to pull it, and misses it. Well taken by Burgess behind the stumps.
Yeah, I like to see Burgess standing up to the stumps. It'll keep Goldsworthy honest. He won't be able to come to give Brooks the charge. Same applies perhaps even more so to James Hildreth, who does like to use his feet against the quicker bowlers.
They're saying that he faces some competition for the wicketkeeper in place next season, Michael Burgess, with Alex Davies coming and Chris Benjamin having kept wicket in the 100. This next one is short again. This time he does get a bat on it, Goldsworthy, but only for a single. He moves on to 60. Here comes my update. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Somerset are potentially building the total here that will test Warwickshire. 167 for 2 in this final group match of the Royal London One-Day Cup, and a partnership worth 86 at the moment between the experienced James Hildreth, who's on 45, and Cornishman Lewis Goldsworthy, who is on 60. They haven't quite got away yet, Somerset, but they are threatening to do so. Warwickshire bowling tidily at times, but not looking too much of a threat. In truth, the wicket fall so far have gone to Tim Bresnan and Jacob Bethell. Very unlikely that Warwickshire will qualify, even if they win this game. Somerset, though, do still have qualification for the playoffs in mind, and they're 168 for 2 in the 33rd over. The final ball of the over is hit straight to a fielder for no run. So again, not a bad comeback from Ethan Brooks in the end, but 8 off the over, 168 for 2 off 33.
Yes, if he has a weakness, Lewis Goldsworthy, it is a tendency to hit the fielders rather too often. But I think it's something that experience will overcome, and it's become less noticeable the longer his performances in this One-Day Cup have gone on.
I shall just invite Phil back in.
Thank you, Clive. Got Tim Bresnan to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. It will be his 7th, 1 for 37. His figures. He's bowling to Goldsworthy, to Hildreth rather, who pulls that away through the onside for 4 runs. It was in the slot from Bresnan, and Hildreth didn't give him the charge this time, held his ground, stayed deep in his crease, and that brings up his 50 for James Hildreth. 50 from just 52 deliveries, another very important innings for his side, and it's his second 50 of this campaign, and he also has a century to his name as well against Derbyshire. 172 for 2. Hildreth waits, Bresnan bowls. I'm just looking for a signal, which isn't there, to the offside. Welcome back, Phil Brett.
Well, it's all gone very well for Somerset since I was on half an hour ago.
They haven't lost a wicket.
No, and both batsmen now with half centuries, well set.
Picking up the pace.
The 300 we were looking for, I think, is well within grasp with 8 wickets in hand.
Bresnan to Hildreth down the pitch and stroking that away through the offside. Seemed to have all the time in the world to play that, despite having come 2 or 3 yards down the pitch to the bowler of Tim Bresnan. Doesn't have the pace that he once had, and he isn't really bending his back, concentrating on line and length. He's in there to Goldsworthy, who pulls this away over the top of mid-wicket, out, really time it. He'll pick up 2 runs as Mosley does the fielding. Out at deep mid-wicket, 175 for 2. Goldsworthy on to 62. These two came together with the score on 81 when Stephen Davies was caught in the deep, so they've added 94 runs for the 3rd wicket in the space as President bowls to Goldsworthy, who will pick up a single. It's nicely fielded, it's shy at the stumps from Ethan Brooks, and if that had hit, I think Goldsworthy would have been on his way. It was very smartly fielded by Brooks, yes, I'm fairly sure that would have, a direct hit would have cost Goldsworthy his wicket. Good, smart piece of fielding, yes.
Yeah, his fielding was really good, but the throw, in actual fact, I think probably from the angle he was having to throw from, didn't quite have the power.
Bresnan to Hildreth, who gets a slower ball bouncer, which he waits for and just turns into the onside, settling for the single, not going for the big shot, having been slightly disconcerted by the lack of pace. 177 for 2 at the end of the 34th over. Batsman confer, no doubt thinking that it's about time that they have been gradually stepping up the pace, haven't they? It's actually been quite a nicely paced innings this by Somerset.
Just a note for Birmingham Phoenix fans that Liam Livingstone is taking over as captain instead of Moeen Ali, who has now regained his test place. So that was announced this morning.
Yes, arguably at the expense of Jack Leach, who was selected as the #1 spinner, but hasn't played in either of the first 2 tests.
Craig Miles is attack and bowling from the pavilion end, bowls and whipped away hard, high and straight into the holly stand. Terrific shot from James Hildreth. His first 6 of the innings, he goes on with that to 58. Picked that up, the first ball, cleanly, and wow, that one really flew away and landed up a couple of rows back into the stand.
He really committed himself to the shot there, didn't he?
Yeah, he was. Everything was thrown at it. Yeah. It was just a little bit short, sat up nicely, and he helped it on its way. So Somerset moved to 183 for 2, and these two are going on very nicely. Remember, the last wicket fell at 81, so 102 partnership. Now it's brought up as Miles in again in bowls, and this is a better one, fuller, but there'll still be scored shot. Yates comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary and restricts Hildreth to a single, taking him on to 59 from 57 deliveries. And Lewis Goldsworthy 63 from 78. And he's going along. He has the highest score of 96 in this.
Against Surrey, he was caught on the boundary.
What, going for the big one?
Going for his, it was in the last over. And,
well, he's got plenty of time today. He looks beautifully. I don't wish to put any sort of curse on him, but he looks really well set as Miles comes racing in and bowls, and this one is run to backward point. Just looks for the single. Hildreth at the non-striker's end seemed very keen there, but it had gone straight to Matt Lamb at backward point, and I think fortunately Lewis Goldsworthy wasn't quite so keen on that run and sent him back. I think Hildreth's hitting the ball so cleanly he wants to get as much of the strike as he can. It's certainly clouded up in the last hour, a half hour. As Miles in bowls. This is down the leg side. It's going to be a single. Might have got some back. No, he didn't. It's just come off the side pad and run away. So one more to the extras, and the total goes on to 185 for 2. Thanks to Tim Morton, who sent me some information. He sits over in the far side of the ground. He deal with it when Clive's back on air. Some information relating to the scorecard against Surrey, which is interesting. Miles comes in and bowls full. This is pulled away hard and beautifully placed by Hildreth. He's really in full flight here. He pulls that one away. Took a couple of bounces right straight between deep mid wicket and backward square leg, as if he had the slide rule out, if you still have those these days, and found the gap perfectly between the two, and neither of them had got any chance of cutting that off. So Hildreth picks up an eighth boundary, and 1/6 to go with it as well, as he moves on to 67. It's Miles in bowls. That's a full toss, which is going to be more runs. Worked away down to deep square leg for 1. 190 for 2. It's the end of Miles over, and another sanitisation break. Drinks break, and oh no, it's just drinks this time.
This is the 29th half-century of James Hildreth's career in what's called List A cricket. He's scored over 6,000 runs in this form of the game, at an average of in the high 30s, 36, 37, something like that.
High score of 159 he's got, and he's played 220 matches.
Yeah. Vastly experienced.
Yeah, a lot of List A cricket. 190 for 2. I gave him 4 more runs when I was talking. I got him on 68. He's actually on 64. They'd already put the 4 onto the board. He hit it hard and fast, and they put it on there fast.
Yeah, it's just clouding over here at Edgbaston at the moment, but they're high clouds. Not quite white, fluffy clouds, but certainly not threatening in any way at all.
I think Will Rhodes got a bit of a problem here on his hands, Anthony. He's got still a lot of overs, 15 overs to go. And 2 men who are really well set. Warwickshire desperately need wickets.
They do, to sap the momentum. So we've got Norwell going to be bowling from the Tis. Liam Norwell from the Birmingham end, number 28 in 8 his figures. He's bowling to Hildreth. He's there in bowls. Hildreth pulls that almost effortlessly away out to deep backward square leg, just for a single. 191 for 2, moves on to 65. There's no pace in this pitch at all.
No.
There's not much in it for any of the bowlers. There was just a little hint of turn for Jake Bethel with his slow left arm. Norwell in bowls. Goldsworthy drives without timing up to Rhodes at mid-off, 192 for 2. Somerset, well, they're going to have to bowl better than they did against Leicestershire when they failed to defend 326 at Taunton on Tuesday. Leicestershire getting home quite comfortably with about 4 overs to spare. This isn't Taunton, of course, but it's not unlike we get at Taunton. Hildreth down the pitch, but can't get it past backward point. Ethan Brooks doing the fielding.
Got a really positive attitude out there at the moment, Hildreth. He's looking to score as big off virtually every ball bowled, using his feet well, coming down there, gave himself a lot of room to play that ball.
65 from 61 deliveries, looking to accelerate. Norwell bowls to him. He gets a full toss, hits it straight to short fine leg. Oh, he missed out there.
Yeah,
did James
he looks
Hildreth.
up to the sky as if to say, gosh, I missed that one.
Ed Pollock doing the fielding there. He could have hit that almost anywhere, James Hildreth. As he moved outside his off stump, the bowler saw him going and tried to adjust, succeeded only in producing a full toss. Here's Norwell then to Hildreth. Lofts this over the top of extra cover, and that will bounce away for 4 runs. Picked his spot again there, Hildreth danced down the pitch gave himself plenty of room and just lofted it over the top of extra cover. 4 more runs.
He really did. He sort of almost like one step back and just waited and absolutely lifted it over the infield into the empty space. It was a beautiful shot.
His feet weren't very near. He was well down the onside of the pitch when he played the shot, but he's got such a good eye and such good hands. There's Norwell in and bowls to him, and he waits on a slower ball and picks up a single to Brooks in the offside. Moves on to 70, 197 for 2. End of that over. 36 overs have gone, 14 remain.
Another good over for Somerset there, 197 for 2. Rhodes going to have to keep trying different things with his bowling attack.
Yeah, I think a lot depends on what happens in the next 4 or 5 overs as Hildreth looks to accelerate. If he gets himself out, then I think Warwickshire could stem the flow of runs. But if he carries on in this vein, Somerset will be heading for something well over 300.
He's hitting the ball very hard. The only fear would be that he's opening up to hit him through the offside. He might just loft one up into the hands, but at the moment he's batting beautifully. As Miles starts another over, he's in from the pavilion. This is driven away, it's full, driven away to the offside. They're going to come back for 2 and will make it comfortably. The throw from Dan Mosley almost takes out Lewis Goldsworthy at the non-striker's end, who in the process of making his ground, which was quite comfortable, suddenly realised the ball is hurtling at him and has to duck underneath it. But fortunately, no mishap there. He gets away with it. The only thing is he gets his hands a bit dirty as Miles comes in for another ball. Full toss to... and brilliantly caught, a full toss. And Hildreth plays into the offside and is caught at deep backward square leg off a full toss, which he played with extravagance, but almost...
Yeah, it was just slightly negligent. Ethan Brooks taking a very good catch.
Yeah, it was
plunging forward.
For 72.
So, well, that's a real blow to Somerset's hopes of putting a really imposing total on the board. George Bartlett, the new batsman, fresh from his century against Leicestershire, and Ben Green to come in as well. So both of the next 2 batsmen more than capable of putting fast runs on the board, which is what Somerset need. But well, I did say that what happened to James Hildreth as he looked to press his foot on the accelerator could have a big influence on the outcome. What has happened is that he has gone very well caught in the deep.
So his 72 came in 72 minutes, 66 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. And he and Lewis Goldsworthy added 118, I think, for that 3rd wicket. And were really on the brink of running this game, I think, away from Warwickshire. Now it's just a little bit of a check and see what George Bartlett can do. Lewis Goldsworthy, they're still going along very nicely, 64 from 81. The batsman...
they did.
No, they didn't cross in the end. No, I was going to say, I thought they had, because the ball was caught in the down by Ethan Brooks down at deep backward square leg, and I thought they probably would have got a chance to complete the single, but not to be. So Miles gets his first wicket, courtesy of a very good catch, but he'll feel a bit better in his 7th over. He's now got figures 1 for 38. As he comes in to bowl to Bartlett, who waits, the right-handed Bartlett, and gets runs off the first ball he places. He runs it down to 3rd man, which brings up the 200 for Somerset.
200 coming in the 37th over.
In the 37th over, includes 5 extras. So
Yes, George Bartlett, 132 runs in 4 innings, and 108 of those were in 1 innings. So he didn't get very many in the other 3 innings.
Miles in to bowl to Goldsworthy, turns to mid-wicket. Yates says, "Oh, gets a bobble at the last minute." I don't.
He took his eye off it. I think he was watching the batsman, because Goldsworthy was thinking of stealing a single and was sent back by Brooks. And there's a certain amount of dislocation between the 2 batsmen, and Yates thought there might be a run-out chance and just took his eye off it.
Well, it did bobble just a little bit on the edge of that uncut strip, but you were quite right. It was a fairly elementary problem in the end. And Miles will come in again to bowl. And this one is just tucking up George Bartlett. He runs it to Lamb at backward point. There's no run. Lamb's at backward point. Bresnan is at short extra cover, and the captain, Will Rhodes, is at mid-off. And then we've got Bethel at mid-on, and Yates at mid-wicket, and then apart from that, everybody else is out on the boundary. It's Miles again, comes in, bowls, down the leg side. There'll be runs here, turn to Brooks at backward square leg for a single by Bartlett. He goes on to 202. 3.
Well, 37 overs gone, 13 remain. 10 runs and over from here would get Somerset up to 330. That's the sort of score I think they ought to be targeting, with 7 wickets in hand on a pretty flat pitch. Very fast outfield. Here at Edgbaston, the ground looks an absolute picture, I must say.
Yeah, signs on the square of a tough, hard summer. The square's beginning to look a bit tired, but the wicket's looking a bit tired. There's still 1 or 2 which haven't been used yet, and obviously the big one for the 2020 finals day is still sat there, a couple of strips for us.
Norwell in the bowls to Bartlett, who's punching that into the offside, and will pick up a single as it's fielded out on the cover boundary.
Yes, when you start to talk of 2020 finals day, then you've got the end of the season is getting quite close in, although we've still got this season, we've got about over 6 weeks still to go at this stage.
Yep, plenty of cricket to be played. Here's Norwell to Goldsworthy, who's running that down to Lamb at third man, just for a single, 204.
I remember when I first started working at Edgbaston over 20 years ago, we were finishing the season early in the first week of September.
Yep. Of course, the old days of the Scarborough Festival, first week in September. Now it goes on, well, going on into October this year. Norwell in and bowls, and Bartlett looking for a single in the offside, but it's not there. It's straight to Ethan Brooks at backward point.
Yeah, most counties try and have some warm-up games in March, at the end of March, and the season goes on now. Calendar-wise, as you say, into October. They're still playing first-class cricket, so the season's getting longer and longer, isn't it?
It is. Norwell to Bartlett. Bartlett again is looking for a single, and this time will get it as Brooks has to make ground to his left. 205 for 3. But it's a strange thing, it is getting longer and longer, and yet if Somerset lose today and Warwickshire don't win very big and qualify for the quarterfinals on Saturday, neither of these sides will play any cricket for a fortnight.
That's right. That's the 2020 final, quarterfinal.
This is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. Again, there'll just be a single, 205 for 3, which doesn't seem to make very much sense, does it? When you're not playing any cricket at all in the middle of August, at the height of the school holidays.
And you've got England playing a five-match test series against the second best country in the world, and if somebody's out of form, where do you go to find a replacement? Who's playing any cricket to be able to say, pick me?
Absolutely. It's Norwell then, from the Birmingham end, bowling to Goldsworthy, to Bartlett rather, who drives without over from Norwell. Acceleration there for Somerset, and Liam Norwell finishing with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 39, so going at just 4 runs and over.
Yeah, he could perhaps think himself a little unlucky he didn't get something in the wicket column there. He bowled a nice tight line, as you say, 0 for 39 from 10. But, he goes off down to the Thwaite scoreboard and gets a round of applause down there from the Warwickshire faithful down there. And Craig Miles, who he and Norwell came to Warwickshire both from Gloucestershire, continues from the pavilion end into his 8th over to bowl to Goldsworthy. He's in, he bowls, and this is hit in the air and wide of Will Rhodes, who gets his return in not perhaps the most tidy manner, as he had to run round from a wide-ish mid-off. Just wonder whether he just tweaked his back a bit there as he threw that. He's not walking. In fact, yes, he's actually sort of
strained his side slightly, isn't he?
Yeah. He's indicating from the way he's walking back that it's not particularly well. Anyway, Goldsworthy doesn't mind. He got a couple more runs. He goes on to 69. Miles is into him. It's short and whipped away down to fine leg. He was hit with power and a terrific shot. So much power that it wasn't able to be stopped down there. And a dive over the top from Norwell who's down there, wasn't able to. He kicks the ball back in frustration. The ball will now be sanitised. It's kicked back. Umpire reaches down with his wipe to clean any infection off the ball.
In theory.
So now it goes round about 3 to 4 people and hands back to the bowler, who then has the pre-sanitised ball in again. And this is going to be 4 more, I think, whipped away, down fine, too short, going into the leg stump, and Goldsworthy says thank you very much, helps himself to a second boundary. Consecutive boundaries for him. Really not helping his own case here, Miles. That poor line. So Somerset race on to 216 for 3. That's not quite what Will Rhodes was looking for. This next one is bad side the off stump, and Goldsworthy not able to get over the top of that and help it past Lamb at cover point. There's no run.
Yeah, to a batsman like Lewis Goldsworthy, who is certainly not a power hitter, you really don't want to be letting the ball drift down leg side, full and straight, and try and get him playing through the offside. Does play a good inside-out lofted off drive.
Here's Miles. He's in as the sun comes back up. Wraps him on the pad. Shout for LBW. I was going to say looks optimistic, and that's the reading of the umpire as well. Perhaps just drifting down the leg side. Don't think he got any bat on it to save himself. May have got a nick.
Pretty good shout to me if he didn't get a nick.
Anyway, he's still there. So Goldsworthy survives on 77. It's 216 for 3.
I think he must have got an inside edge, you know.
He just drifted back on across his stumps a little, had he? I thought initially it was going to miss legs. It was going to drift down the leg side. Anyway, he's still there. Miles continues. He's in bowls. This is pulled with some power and venom by Goldsworthy. He'll get a couple as Yates comes racing round from the mid-wicket boundary. Throws returned, but Bartlett running to the danger end, and on striker's end is home, and it's taken Somerset on to 218 for 3 with that shot. 79. Clive Beacon is going to come in to replace me. What I'll do, if that's okay with you guys, I'll leave you and I'll go over to the museum to open up for lunchtime, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Unless you want a break, Anthony.
No, I'm fine.
Okay,
fine. Yeah, we'll see it through to the end of this Somerset innings. Well, we've got 11 overs still to be bowled. Jake Bethel coming back into the attack from the Birmingham end to bowl his slow left arm. Somerset handily placed on 218 for 3 with 11 overs remaining. Elsewhere, something. The other 2 matches, Yorkshire 163 for 7 against Glamorgan. So it looks as Glamorgan. It's at Sapphire Gardens though, so who knows what the pitch is like. This is pulled up to long on by George Bartlett, just for a single. 219 for 3, moves on to 5.
Well, it wasn't a great pitch after seeing Warwickshire played there right at the start of the competition.
Well, I was there for a T20 game a few weeks ago. It was one of the slowest pitches in Christendom.
He could be
a slow turner. So how good a score that is remains to be seen. And what else is happening? Derbyshire 178 for 8 against Surrey, so Surrey obviously well placed there. Here's Bethel in and bowls, and Goldsworthy drives and can't get it past Ed Pollock at backward point. No run.
That feeling that Somerset had got to be aiming 320 from here.
Yes, exactly. Well, we've got best part of 11 overs. Here's Goldsworthy again. Well, there could be a... No, there won't be a run out because although Bartlett had come a long way down, Tim Bresnan found himself in 2 minds as to which end to throw at. Both the batsmen were out of their ground. He couldn't make up his mind, and in the end didn't throw it either. And both batsmen regained their creases. And this is up in the air from Goldsworthy. It should be a catch. The fielder is underneath it and takes the catch. A good catch in the end.
Yeah, Rob Yates, I think he was mighty relieved to take it. They're not very quite judged it perfectly. Always difficult when they steeple in the air, but he got underneath it and fell back. Good innings from Goldsworthy.
Yeah, 79 he made. So another fine innings for his side. Obviously disappointed. That ball must have been swirling and spinning in the air as it came down towards Rob Yates. He had to adjust late to take the catch and did well. But well batted, Lewis Goldsworthy. 79 from 92 deliveries.
Jacob Bethel's probably thinking if only Tim David had done that early in his innings at the Oval, it might have been a very different story. There we are.
8 fours for Lewis Goldsworthy. So another very valuable contribution in the middle order for Somerset.
Well, the stats of late have been pretty impressive for Somerset in that the 200 came up in 220 balls, which meant the fourth 50 took just 34 balls, and the second 100 just 92. So significant acceleration.
Yeah, I think the loss of Hildreth though is quite a big blow. I think Somerset would have been hoping that he could have carried on for another 6 or 7 overs.
But that previous over was the 4th double-figure over of the innings. The 3rd actually just yield 12 runs. One has yielded 11. So, well, it will depend on wickets, I'm sure, but looking to see if they can get about 10 and over from the last 10.
New batsman is George Thomas, who you won't have seen before.
Well, I've seen George Thomas play football, but I assume it's a different one.
It's Bethel bowling to George Bartlett. George Thomas is just 17 years old, Taunton boy. Came into the side against Leicestershire on Tuesday for his first appearance since senior cricket for Somerset and made 75. Very impressive debut. Bethel bowls and Bartlett is down the pitch, but only driving it as far as Tim Bresnan, and applause for a very good over from Jake Bethel. Just the one run from it, and it included the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy, and that's the 40th over completed. Somerset 219 for 4, 10 overs remaining, and they'll be targeting 300. But 320, 330 is looking a bit of a long shot at present.
Yeah, well, that last block of 5 overs, 30 for 1. The last over obviously made a big difference in keeping that down. The previous 5, 44. So the fourth 10 over spell, the most lucrative so far, 74 runs coming off it. Did he go to Taunton School by any chance, Thomas? I'm just wondering whether Jake Lintop's been his teacher at any point.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Matt Lamb is coming into the bowling. That's an interesting move. Quite a brave move. But he has this sort of penalty taker's run up where he stops in mid-run and goes for a little walk and then comes in and bowls. And the first delivery is successful enough. It's played a point for no run. I mean, he's done pretty well in this competition, Matt Lamb. There is a feeling from some observers that he's got away with a few. Certainly against Glamorgan at Cardiff, full tosses seem to keep being hit straight to fielders. Anyway, he comes into bowl, gets that one to bounce. That's short though, and well, he'll sort of get away with that in that it's only one. It's hit straight to Craig Miles, who feels it on the bounce. And Thomas is off the mark.
Yeah, good meaty blow. Just picked out the fielder.
Good shot for one. 2 fielders out on that leg side. As Lamb comes into bowl to Bartlett. Pitches that one up. Bartlett cuts it and beats a man at backward point, and there's a chase on, but the ball's going to win that race, and that's 4 runs.
Ball almost seems to accelerate across the outfield.
Yeah.
I know it's a physical impossibility, but it certainly gives that impression. Very fast outfield.
And, so Lamb, he starts his run up with his legs fairly wide apart.
It's peculiar, isn't it?
It is. And then he sort of runs in for cover, and you think something's gone wrong here, and he stopped, but no, he just walks a few paces and then jogs in again. No idea what the science behind all that is. That's played out to the onside, and it's 1 run. 225 for 4. I don't know if any coach has ever said to him, "What are you doing?" Or do they just feel, well, if you're comfortable with that, then fine.
It's a bit like a golfer's sort of forward press, where you just sort of get the body moving and then move into the delivery proper, as it were.
Comes into bowl to point. He has reinvented himself. He was a medium pacer, and I think the conclusion of the Warwickshire coaching staff was he wasn't good enough at that for it to be much of a weapon. But he's reinvented himself as this spinner. Comes into bowl to Thomas. It's played backwards, no run. He still needs to score runs to get in the team, but this helps a bit. And that in the end, not a bad over. 6 runs off it, 225 for 4 after 41.
Bryn Thompson, who I know well, says, couldn't we get George Thomas a proper shirt? Give him a name and a number. He's got nothing on his back at the moment.
This has been a bugbear of mine in cricket for years. It can't be that difficult.
Can't. But I think the reason is he's not a squad member. So, and if you're not a squad member, you can't have a squad number.
I mean, that's nonsense. Well, he's a squad member. He's in the squad. I mean, I know what you're saying, but it seems not.
Well,
anyway.
he wasn't in the squad at the start, so he was just brought in for the Leicestershire game. Here comes Bethel, and this is driven away through the offside just for a single by George Bartlett. And
it's almost like awarding your county cap now, isn't it? You get your squad number.
Well, county cap, and county caps in Somerset are only awarded after, unless you're an overseas professional like Devon Conway, who got one virtually straight away. You have to play for several seasons at the very least to get a county cap. Here's Bethel to the numberless Thomas down the left side, and Thomas gets it off his pad, I think, as he goes for the sweep. And signalled the leg by 227 for 4. Mark Davies, who you'll have worked with, bowled fast left arm for Somerset in the 1980s, played over 70 first-class matches for Somerset and never got a county cap. Bethel bowls short and cut by, and it's going to be cut for, as well, I'm not sure about that, whether he was in contact with the rope when he made the stop down there, Craig Miles. But all is well, and they've come back for 2 runs, 229 for 4.
He released the ball from his hand pretty quickly, which is, well, clearly if there were TV cameras here, they'd be having a good look. But
yes, exactly. If it was giving them the benefit of the doubt. This is swept by Bartlett and very well fielded. That short fine leg by Liam Norwell diving to his left, because that was hit quite hard by Bartlett, and if he'd missed that, Norwell, that would have been 4 runs. As it is, it's just a single, 230 for 4 in the 42nd over, being bowled by Jake Bethel with his slow left arm. George Thomas, youngster, waits for it, plays it out to Miles in the deep for another single, 231 for 4. The singles coming for Somerset, but not the boundaries.
One more ball for Jacob Bethel to bowl, and he's going to come away with pretty decent figures. That will cheer him up after Tuesday.
He's in and bowls to Bartlett. Again, is playing out through the offside just for a single. Miles does the fielding. End of the 42nd over. 232 for 4 Somerset. And Jake Bethel finishing with figures of 2 for 43 from his 10 overs. Well,
yeah, decent stuff for him. So that's 2 overs, just over a run a ball. So that's looking, that they're carrying on at that rate, that'll be about 280, but they'll certainly expect to accelerate in the final 8 overs. Matt Lamb is to continue. And I wonder, Will Rose again reluctant to bowl himself. Feels a bit risky to me on this occasional spin of Lamb, but anyway, here we go. What do I know? He bowls to Bartlett, who hoiks them high in the air and hits them for 6. Into the crowd, over the heads of some youngsters who make a brave attempt to try and catch it. Now they're all chasing the ball, they're all fighting amongst each other to get to the ball first, and so they can toss it back. And of course then the fielder can't pick it up, so they have to play a bit of football with it.
Well, these two added 184 for the 6th wicket against Leicestershire on Tuesday. Brought Somerset right back into the game. It didn't prove to be quite enough in the final analysis, but gave them a fighting chance.
Yeah, Rose knows much more about captaincy than me, but I'm a bit surprised by this. Anyway, he comes into bowl, and that's played out to a point for 1. It was a half start which almost made it possible for a second, but it's got a hand to it, and they settle for 1. I mean, a couple of his bowlers, of course, are bowled out. Liam Moore's bowled out, Jacob Bethel's bowled out, but he's now used 7 bowlers. Perhaps he doesn't want to maybe bring Tim Resden on for his last 3. That might be why Lamb's bowling these. That's played to a point, just beyond point for a single. But I mean, Rob Yates only bowled 3. Admittedly, he hasn't been as economic as he usually is. He's gone for 20 runs in his 3, and so has Ethan Brooks.
It's really quite disconcerting the way Lamb approaches, isn't it?
It is,
I find myself thinking, whoa, why's he stopped?
It must be little.
It must be very difficult for the batsman.
Yeah. Comes into bowl and attempted sweep. He's sort of half a been LBW just to make the point. The batter missed it. It was well outside off stump. Yeah. But a sweep missed by Bartlett. 240 for 4. And Lamb wears number 7 on his back. Once again wanders into bowl. Quicker ball. It's almost chopped on by Bartlett, but he'll get a single to shortish 3rd man. 241 for 4.
I do think pace off is the way to go on this pitch.
Presumably is the thinking of bringing Lamb in. Fair enough, because they haven't got Carl Carver in this game, so they have lost one of their slow bowling options. Lamb to Thomas, who again doesn't quite time that, just proving the point. As I say, Will Rose knows far more about cricket than me. And That wasn't a bad over, despite the 6 from a Warwickshire point of view. 9 came off it, so, I mean, a decent enough over for Somerset, but given there was a 6, Lamb came back quite well. 241 for 4, 7 overs to go, 10 and over from here. We'll get them to 310, 9 and over, we'll get them just over 300.
Rob Yates.
More spin.
Yeah, Rob Yates is going to come back then. 3 overs for 20. So, I mean, if Warwickshire could keep them down to run a ball, that would keep them down to around about 280.
Which I don't think would be enough.
You
can never tell, of course, but
yeah.
this is a 300 par score pitch. I think it's pulled away into the onside by Bartlett, just for a single. 242 for 4.
Yes, I think you're right. I think if it was 280, Warwickshire would go into their innings thinking we can get these. Well, they would have not, it's another matter, but they certainly fancy their chances.
Yates then, from the Birmingham end, bowling his off breaks. And this is pushed through and turned into the onside by Thomas, but Yates is quickly after it. Retrieves it, and they take just the single. 243 for 4. Somerset need boundaries. It's fine just to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but we've only got 6 overs after this one remaining in the innings. Yates to Bartlett, makes room for himself, turns it away into the onside for another single. Ben Green, the Somerset captain, will be observing all of this with interest. He'll be next man in, Ben Green, returning to the side after a period of COVID-related isolation. Yates bowls, Thomas drives. It's going to be fielded away at long off. Again, run a ball so far in this over. 245 for 4. Yates in bowls. Bartlett's down the pitch driving in the air, but that's well short of long off.
Yeah,
another single cruise.
I saw at York how 1 over can make such a big difference. Decent over so far from Yates.
He's bowling to Thomas. Oh, reverse sweeps, and we'll pick up another single as Miles does the fielding out on the cover boundary. So a runner ball in that over, 6 runs from it. 247 for 4 at the end of it. 6 of those to Thomas and 26 to Bartlett.
I think Warwickshire would settle for that from here, run a ball, but it looks like Tim Bresnan is been on. So Rob Yates bowled a couple of overs, and Tim Bresnan, senior bowler, will presumably bowl the last. So 45 for, yeah, will bowl the last 3 from this pavilion end. Very sunny day here at Edgbaston now, very pleasant. Yeah, an absorbing contest. I wouldn't say it's been an outstanding match so far, but
it's not been a thriller minute, has it?
No, it hasn't, but it's been interesting. Good contest between bat and ball. In comes Bresnan to bowl to Thomas, and waits for it and plays it to point, but doesn't get it past point. There's no run. It shows how the game has changed. When I first started covering cricket, I think if a team got 250 and 45 overs, you'd say it is a thriller. You think, what's going on?
Yeah, well, we've seen some nice batting from Stephen Davies, James Hildreth, Lewis Goldsworthy. No real fireworks.
No. Bresnan comes into ball. That's a slow, short delivery. The batter having to wait half an hour for that one to reach him, and he plays it onto the leg side for a single.
Great experience this for George Thomas, though, isn't it? Young chap brought into the side. He's 17 years old, been playing club cricket for Taunton St Andrews, and he finds himself facing Tim Bresnan with 23 tests and 85 one-day internationals under his belt.
He comes in. Oh, he moves across his stumps there. Does Bartlett then cloths it? Not quite enough for it to reach mid-off on the full. Rose fields on the bounce and there's no run.
Cunning old Bresnan taking pace off, isn't he? Disguising it really well.
Just the 2 sixes in the innings thus far. Hildreth and Bartlett a bit one each. Quite big boundaries here. This is the next one again. He moves across the subs again. It's a very slow delivery. And I'm mindful, we were talking about it when I saw Ricky Clark at the Oval. Ricky Clark was trying to patent the double bouncing slower ball, but it was ruled, before he could actually use it in a match, it was ruled illegal by the authorities. But that was almost one there from Bresnan. His second bounce wasn't far behind the stumps. He comes into bowl again, and a little bit more pace on this one. It's not quite timed by Bartlett, but he will get a single down to the square leg boundary fielder. This is good stuff from Bresnan. Can he finish the over off now? That's the crucial thing from Warwickshire's point of view. He's only gone for 2 in the over, so wouldn't mind a single here or even a 2. Want to avoid the boundary. And he is into bowl. It's a very slow delivery, which again Thomas swings and misses that. What a terrific over from Bresnan. Not an over of beauty, I have to say. These slow balls can be quite frustrating to watch in many ways, but very, very effective. 2 off it. 249 for 4 after 45.
Well, I hope Somerset's trio of young seamers have observed that and taken due note. It's a very, very crafty over from Tim Bresnan. So we're going to have a bit more of Matt Lamb with his off breaks, this time from the Birmingham end. He's bowled 2 overs for 15.
Sorry,
Anthony. Pavilion end.
I was going to say the 9th 5 over spell, 30 without loss. That's only run a ball for that batch of 5. Well, should be quite happy with that.
5 overs remaining for Somerset. Lamb is bowling to Bartlett, who makes room for himself and can't get a run as he plays it straight to Tim Bresnan at extra cover. Was 5 men out in these last 10 overs of the One-Day Cup. Lamb tossing the ball from hand to hand, stops midway through his approach, resumes, he's in and bowls, and Bartlett bowled. He yorks himself there, does George Bartlett, coming down the pitch and looking to play it through the offside. Ball cannoning into middle and off stumps, and George Bartlett has gone bowled by Lamb for 27, so not at all what Somerset would have been hoping for from the Centurion of Tuesday, when he made 108, but never really got going here this afternoon. And Somerset's innings just has run out of momentum in the last few overs. 249 for 5 they are now in the 46th over.
Just wonder whether it does suggest in this slowish pitch that accelerating is not easy, because Somerset looked well placed to accelerate in the last 10 overs or so, and they haven't been able to manage it.
Yes, I think bit of spin, bit of pace off seam bowling can make batsman's life difficult if they're looking to score quick runs. You can knock the ball around on this slow pitch comfortably enough, but the big shots, timing the big shots against bowlers who are taking pace off, not easy. And again, keep going back to the fall of Hildreth. Can't help feeling that was an absolutely pivotal moment in this innings of Somerset's. It may well be that this proves to be a challenging total because of the lack of pace in the pitch. But Somerset will feel that unless there's some acceleration from here on, they'll feel they've missed out slightly. Here's Lamb in and bowls to the Somerset skipper Ben Green, who plays it back to the bowler. Ben Green, who tops the Somerset averages in the One-Day Cup this season. He waits now as Lamb bowls. This is pulled down and played into the onside, and they're going to think about trying for the second run. They wisely decide against it. Just the single, and that's the 250 on the board for Somerset. 250 for 5. Midway through the, just slightly midway through the 46th over. Ben Green, just the 2 innings in the competition so far, 94 runs. Only out once. This is pulled down and bowled as George Thomas goes for the big hit, hitting across the line. Rather an ugly smear, and loses his off stump. 250 for 7. Somerset making a bit of a mess of this in the final stages of their innings.
The 250 came in 281 balls, so the fifth 50, 61 balls. That compared with the fourth 50, which took just 34. They lost 2 wickets in that fifth 50. In fact, sort of lost 3 wickets because in the previous 50, the 1 wicket to fall was right at the end. It was right on 199. So since then, it's been a bit of a struggle for Somerset. And well done, Matt Lamb. Just to show as me saying, "Oh, I'm not sure about bringing him on." I think that decision now has been richly justified. 2 for 6. In fact, I might almost say, why didn't he bring one earlier? So, well, they've already got 250 on the board, so they've got something, but can they get much more? That's the question.
Josh Davies,
Who skippered Somerset in the last couple of games against Northants and Leicestershire. Both of them games that Somerset have lost. I wouldn't say he's a natural skipper, Josh Davies. Ben Green, on the other hand, although he's only 23 and had very little captaincy experience before being given the task of captaining Somerset in this one-day cup, has very much looked the part. So, what will Josh Davies do? Here's Lamb in to bowl to him. He drives it back to the bowler. And that was a very good over for Warwickshire. Just the 1 run from it and the 2 wickets. So Matt Lamb, something of a secret weapon for Warwickshire.
Yeah, well done for him. It's interesting, a few counties going for young. We had a young captain at the Oval with Surrey.
Yeah, Jamie Smith.
That's right. Warwickshire, of course, perhaps maybe one of the few counties who have their captain available. A normal captain available for this competition in Wheel Rose, although he did miss the first game. Michael Burgess captained the side for that. But 1 run off that over, that's a real boost at this stage of the innings for Warwickshire. Tim Bresnan then with his cocktail of mainly slower balls with the occasional quicker one. That one's a quicker delivery, which is just pushed out to the offside by Green. And well, it's a well-judged single in the end. Fielder opting not to shy at the stumps. Rob Yates, 251 for 6. Should get a bit of a gap there before their quarter-final. For their quarter-finals a day later than Somerset, so they get a bit more of a gap before they head to Canterbury. Here comes Bresnan to bowl. Oh, that's quite a good delivery, which has just run down to third man. In fact, I think it's come off the pad. Some part's going to signal leg by. 252 for 6. I've got to go to Canterbury and see whether the Michael Bublé tribute act is still going. Seems to go on for an interminable time. And
I see you've got the Tina Turner tribute act coming here as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It'd be nice if we had Tina Turner herself. Bresnan comes into bowl, and that's played out to the onside for a single. I do slightly question tribute acts of acts that are still going. So,
well, she's getting on a bit.
She's a bit, yeah. To be fair,
but it's been doing the rounds of the cricket grounds that particular. Okay. They've been at Taunton. I know they're going to Wantage Road. Salubrious surroundings of Wantage Road.
We're doing an update shortly about it. To check my timing, is it nice? So in comes Bresnan. Well, that's a short delivery again, quite a slow short delivery, which Davies plays into the ground, and we'll get a single. It was fairly elaborate and probably unnecessary piece of fielding from Miles Lamb, who came racing in and held the ball in long after the batters had given up running.
Give him 9.5 for artistic impression.
And Bresnan into bowl, accurate delivery again, and they're going for a run. If Bresnan's football, he's put it wide of the post, and they get through for a single. I think if he'd hit, that probably would have been out. But
I think it would.
Oh dear, Tim Bresnan. He's a Leeds supporter, I think. Be hoping that Leeds' strikers are more on target than he is there. 255 for 6.
It's a pretty brainless single. It was never a single there.
Just trying to eke out what runs they can get in the latter part of the year. Somerset. Looks like it's going to be less than they would have wanted, but still, every run is a run that Warwickshire will have to get. Bresnan bowls a slow, very short bouncer, which is hooked away to the outside for a single. And, another useful tidy over from Tim Bresnan. 5 off it, 6 off it rather. 256 for 6.
I don't think we've had a boundary since that cut shot that George Bartlett played down to the wide third-man boundary, which was several overs ago.
Okay, I'll do my update in a few minutes' time on BBC CWR, BBC WM. Now this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have reigned Somerset in somewhat. Somerset to 256 for 6 with 3 overs to go, so will be a testing target for Warwickshire, but it looked like it would be much more than that when James Hildreth and Lewis Goldsworthy were in. Hildreth made 72, Goldsworth 79, but since they've gone, Somerset have struggled, and Matt Lamb has claimed his 3rd wicket in 2 overs. This time dismissing Davies, who's been stumped, and Somerset are stuttering towards the end of their innings, and now 256 for 7. Kind of missed that. Anthony, what happened there?
What happened there was that he went for a reverse sweep, lifted his back foot in the process, and Michael Burgess whipped the bails off. Very smart piece of work by the Warwickshire wicketkeeper.
Like I say, a great decision to bring Matt Lamb on.
Well, he's 3 for 16 in his 4th over, and this, you know, bowling at, well, not quite at the death, but pretty close to it. Brave decision by Will Rhodes, which has paid handsome dividends. George Drissel. Played a couple of games for Gloucestershire, drafted into the Somerset side for this one-day cup.
Just checking to see whether this is Matt Lamb's career best, and I should say so. He hadn't had any wickets in list day cricket until today.
It's a bit like, obviously, a bit like his run-up. It's a bit start-stop. Well, in his case, with the wickets, stop-start. Here he comes to the another numberless Somerset player, George Drissel. How many innings has George Drissel had? Just the 2. Lamb bowls, Drissel drives, and there'll be a run as Miles fields. 257 for 7 in the 48th over. So the Somerset innings has run out of steam quite dramatically as Lamb bowls to Somerset skipper Ben Green, and they won't come back for the 2nd run.
Well, you may maybe have a barbecue in your back garden after all on Saturday, Anthony.
Well, we're supposed to be, all, you know, if Somerset don't get through, we're actually going away for a few days holiday.
That's nice.
In North Devon. This is tossed up, a very high full toss. It's pulled away into the onside, and the umpires look at each other. No, oh, that must have been over waist high.
I would have thought so. There we are.
It's just the 1 run. 259 for 7 as Lamb is in to bowl to Green. He's back on his stumps, playing it up to long on, and that'll again just be a single. 260 for 7. Yes, well, I wasn't expecting Somerset to qualify for the quarterfinals, given the fact that they've lost nine players to the 100 and Jack Leach to England. This is pulled down and turned into the onside by Drissel. Again, they'll think about a second run, but it's not there as the ball runs too quickly to the fielder advancing from the deep. And another good over. A wicket and just 5 runs from it. 261 for 7 at the end of the 48th.
It's a rather unexpected sight of Matt Lamb bowling one of the last 2 overs in the innings. See any particular reason why he shouldn't come on and bowl the last over from the pavilion end? It's supposed to be the last over of the match, of the innings rather. I think we'd have put much money on Matt Lamb bowling the last over of the innings before the start of the day. Bresnan will bowl the final over from the pavilion end, wraps the pads of Drissel, sort of half-hearted appeal. It is a leg bye, but hit on the thigh pad, so too high. I'm sure I won't mind the odd leg bye. Just want to keep stopping the boundaries. 262 for 7. Just get a couple of boundaries. Somerset might still get to that sort of 270, 275 mark. So they need those boundaries. Bresnan into Green, who does aim for one there, and has got one. It was misjudged by Mosley, though I don't think Mosley would have reached it anyway. I don't think
he picked it up, did he?
No, I don't think he did. I think he'd struggle to get there anyway, but he didn't move. But it's 4 runs. Well, a couple more of those can make a big difference.
Yes, because at the moment, all of the momentum is with Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Somerset need to change that before they go in for the interval.
10 balls to go, 266 for 7. In comes Bresnan to bowl, and he leans back, hits that hard down the ground. It's another 4, 2 terrific shots from Green. And that's given Tim Bresnan and Will Rose some head scratching to do.
Good clean hit, wasn't it? He's a strong boy, is Ben Green. Good head of hair on him as well.
The next one from Bresnan is a slower ball. Green waits for it, picks it up nicely, but this time he has it straight at the fielder on the bounce, so he has to settle for 1. He's taken 9 runs from 3 balls there, Green. And he's got the 270 up at least, 271 for 7. 280, 285 could still be on. Bresnan into Drissel. Slow bouncer again. Drissel as well to hit it down, and they might have time to run 2. They have a look, slide against it. And as Jacob Bethel comes in and fields, and it's 1 run. Gets Green back on strike. 272 for 7. Last ball of the over coming up. And it is the 5th double figure over of the innings, the first since the 39th over. Bresnan into bowl, pitches it right up against slower ball. Green's got it away for a single, so it equals the best over of the innings. It's the 4th time they've taken 12 off and over. 273 for 7. Tim Bresnan finishes for 64 runs in the end. Tim Bresnan, it's a very, very clever bowling in there, but
yeah, he was much better until that last over. He bowled really well in this little spell at the end. He was expensive in his opening overs. Somerset haven't made the most of what was a very, very strong position when they were 199 for 2, as it was, in the 36th over. And that was the over in which Hildreth was out, and they've lost wickets at regular intervals thereafter. So the last over being bowled by Matt Lamb from the Birmingham end to the Somerset captain Ben Green. He's there and bowls. Green is down the pitch. That's up in the air. The fielder's underneath it. Sets himself to take the catch and takes it, falling over in the process. And that is the end of Ben Green. 273 for 8. And, well, in the end, a well-judged catch.
Ben Green was called by Will Rhodes.
Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, who seemed to set himself quite comfortably under that. And then again, it must just have swerved or spun in the air. And he had to make a last-minute adjustment, but did so successfully. So that's another blow to Somerset hopes of getting up to 280 plus.
But a good cameo from Ben Green. I certainly understand. And going for the big shot, you must think. I mean, Lamb's done brilliant. It's 4 wickets now,
yep.
But you've got an occasional spinner bowling the last over of the innings. You've got to think that's an opportunity. But he just got underneath that one a little bit, and well taken by Rhodes. But 4 for 21, Matt Lamb. He will be saying to the captain afterwards, "Why do you bowl me for 5 overs?
Yeah,
I could have bowled them out."
And well, Somerset are down to the young quick bowlers. Ned Leonard is the new batsman. He won't be on strike because they didn't cross while that ball was in the air. So it's George Drissel who will face the second ball of the final over, being bowled by Matt Lamb. Bowls. This is a full toss, driven down the ground by Drissel for 4 runs. Well, Matt Lamb getting rather carried away, but that ball got precisely what it deserved. It was a tossed up full toss, which was gratefully hammered down the ground by George Drissel. Takes the score on to 277 for 8 with 4 balls remaining.
He's getting excited about a fifer here, Matt Lamb.
He looks disgusted with himself bowling that full toss, as well he might. Not what his captain would have been hoping for. Here he comes again. He's there, bowls. Drissel gets one that's pushed through, and all he can do is drag it up to long on for a single. 278 for 8. Ned Leonard, young quick bowler from he's actually born in Hammersmith, but went to school at Millfield, as have several of these young Somerset bowlers. He's driving this up to long on again, just for a single. 279 for 8. 2 balls remaining.
Matt Lamb's desperate for this fifer. He looked distraught there as the number 10 batter got off the strike for a single. 2 balls to go.
Tossing the ball from hand to hand, stops midway through his approach, resumes, bowls. This is Drissel's out, and it may just carry over the top of the fielder. It does. It's gone for 6. Well batted, George Drissel. Fielder out there. Who is that out there?
Is that Ethan Brooks?
I think it probably
is. It is.
He was backpedaling as that ball was in the air, going closer and closer and closer to the boundary room, and in the end, leap though he might, he couldn't get his hands to it. So 6 runs off the penultimate ball, and here comes the final ball of Somerset's innings. It's to Drissel. Drissel gets one full length, plays it out into the onside. They come back for the second run, and they get there. So 287 Somerset make, with George Drissel taking 6 and a 2 off the 2 final balls of their innings. Not a bad total, 287. Warwickshire are going to have to bat well to chase down the 288 that they need. But having said that, it will still be a bit of a disappointment for Somerset, having been so well placed when they reached 200 in just the 37th over. So I reckon, Clive, that this is just about even Steven.
Yeah, I might give Somerset 55%, but yeah, I agree. 26 runs off the last 2 overs, so that has certainly helped. And that last over was the most productive over of the innings, 14 coming off it. And 288 will be the target. Well, in the modern game, you know, a target of 288 doesn't daunt a team particularly, but that doesn't mean they'll always get it. And so we'll find out. They don't give us a very long break in this competition. We get about half an hour for a spot of lunch, and then we'll be back with you.
the owner of a black Peugeot registration number Kilo Tango 65 November Kilo Romeo. Please return to your vehicle as it's in an unsafe condition. Thank you. Some latest scores around the country. Starting first of all with a test match at Lords between England and India. England won the toss and elected to bowl, and currently India are 82 without loss. In the Royal London One Day Cup match being played between Hampshire and Durham at Chester Street, Hampshire 25 for 9 in their 50 overs. At Derby, the match between Derbyshire and Surrey, Derbyshire 215 all out after 46.2 overs. At Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, Yorkshire are 230 all out after 48.5 overs. At Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Essex, Lancashire 250 for 6 off of their 50 overs. At Beckenham, the match between Kent and Gloucestershire, Kent in their innings 218 for 9. In the match being played in Northampton between Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, Leicestershire were dismissed for 271 in the 50th over. At Hove, the match between Sussex and Middlesex, Sussex 333 for 4 off of their 50 overs. Ladies and gentlemen, under unforeseen circumstances, the restart will now be at 3 o'clock. Please welcome back our two umpires, Ben Debenham and James Middle. Please welcome the Somerset team led by captain Ben Green, together with the opening batsman for Warwickshire, wearing number 28, Pollock, and number 17, Rob Yates.
Welcome back. If you're wondering why we're starting just a tad later than half an hour after the close of the Somerset innings, apparently there was a problem with Somerset's lunch.
It was late arriving,
Yeah.
because the Somerset changing room, dressing room, is on the far side of the ground, and the caterers didn't allow sufficient time to get the lunch over there. And all sorts of alarming theories being propounded on Twitter, mostly to do with COVID, but it was just a late lunch.
There we are. Can't have that. So,
No, the rituals in cricket must be observed, even though most of the players have been out there for at least the last 25 minutes warming up. Somerset players this season. And they've
Josh Davies and to face the first ball of Warwickshire's innings, Ed Pollock.
So 288 is required for Somerset to win. Whether that'll be enough to put them through to the knockout stages remains to be seen. And that's the first thing they've got to do, is win.
Yeah, and then hope that Yorkshire lose to Glamorgan. Glamorgan knock off the 220 odd that they need.
Well, there are 11. They're chasing 231. There are 11 without loss in the fourth. So we've got Josh Davies to bowl to Ed Pollock. Two slips in place. Round the wicket he comes. Ooh, Pollock has a rather tentative nibble at one outside off stump and misses it.
Yes, he did play at it as well. He withdrew his bat, but long after the ball had gone past the outside edge. It's rather a crooked bat as well.
Indeed, in the Somerset innings then. Gosh, is that the time already? Lewis Goldsworthy, 79 of 93 balls. James Hildreth, 72 of 66. In comes Davies. And that's an edge, leading edge, which goes up in the air but doesn't quite reach point, and he will get a single.
Sonny Baker down at third man.
It's one without loss. And Davies comes into bowl to Yates. Yates defends that to mid-off, and there's no run. One without loss.
George Thomas at second slip, James Hildreth at first. Trissell at short fine leg. Goldsworthy at backward point.
Davies to Yates. And Yates hits him on the pads as an appeal, a strangled appeal in the end.
Yeah, going down.
So, good start from Josh Davies here.
Sam Young at extra cover completes the field, I think. Comes in again. Yates is a prize wicket in this Warwickshire lineup, and that one almost gets through him as well.
to his thigh pad for no run. 26 runs off the last 2 overs from Somerset, getting them to that total. Just to the innings highlights after I've done my update. Bit of cloud overhead now, but it's been a nice day. Good conditions, quite a slow pitch. And trying to finish this over positively as Davies comes in, and it is defended, so just 1 run off the first over of the innings.
Good over from Josh Davies.
And this is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire chasing 288 to win to beat Somerset in their final group game in the Royal London One Day Cup. They are 1 without loss after the first over. It looked at one stage as if Somerset would get a good deal more than they did. James Hildreth 72 and Lewis Goldsworthy 79 put Warwickshire under pressure. But Matt Lamb coming into the attack late on took 4 wickets. His first 4 in list A cricket to slow Somerset down. A bit of momentum though for Somerset at the end as they claimed 26 runs off their last 2 overs. It looks an even sort of contest this, with Warwickshire chasing 288 to win, being 1 without loss after 1.
And Sonny Baker going to open the bowling from the Birmingham end. Young quick bowler from Torbay, just 18 years old. He's done well in this campaign for Somerset. He's in now bowling, and this is driven into the offside by Ed Pollock, but Sam Young fields at extra cover. The Josh Davies, of course, very experienced with 31 one-day internationals for Scotland under his belt, but Sonny Baker and Ned Leonard not experienced really. Both very exciting young prospects. Baker is in and bowls, and this is played nicely square of the wicket by Pollock, fielded by Leonard down at third man. Gets the throw away, wasn't a particularly good one, but he got it in the air quickly enough to deter them from attempting a second run. 2 without loss. Rob Yates on strike, who got that big 100 against Somerset here in the county championship last season. It's his highest score in first class cricket. Baker, this quite long approach, starting from the level with the 30-yard fielding markers. This is in the air down to third man. Leonard is across and makes a good stop. And they'll come back for a second run as he gets down to it, parries it away to his right. So Yates is underway with 2, 4 without loss. Warwickshire 288. They need. Somerset very strongly placed at 199 for 2 in the 37th. Didn't really take advantage of that, losing 6 more wickets in adding another 88 in their 50 overs. Baker's in and bowls, and it's a better delivery, cramping units for room, and all he can do is play up to Somerset's skipper Ben Green, making a very welcome return to the side after COVID-related isolation. Very pleasant warm afternoon here at Edgbaston. Leafy Edgbaston, I suppose one has to call it. Plenty of trees all around the ground, mixed in with the housing and office development. Baker in and bowls, and a good ball. Good length on middle and off stump, which is met with a broad defensive bat from the left-handed Rob Yates. The first 3 Warwickshire batsmen are all left-handers, Pollock, Yates, and so that's assuming that Will Rhodes comes in at number 3. 2 slips, Hildreth and George Thomas. 4 without loss in the second over, being bowled by Baker from the Birmingham end in and bowls. This is whipped away down towards deep backward square leg. Drissel does the fielding out there. Good smart piece of fielding it is too, but they complete the single comfortably enough. 5 without loss after 2 overs, 3 to Yates and 2 to Pollock.
You know what I should batting lineup just to have a little bit more depth in it than it has at times in this competition. There have been times with such an inexperienced lower that you felt once they were 4 or 5 wickets down, they didn't have a great deal left. But now they got Tim Bresnan, they got even the last 2, Craig Miles and Liam Norwell, can certainly use the long handle. Tidy start from Somerset as Davies comes into bowl. That's in the air and caught.
Lewis Goldsworthy
Yates goes at point, and a crucial wicket. Rob Yates out for 3. It's 5 for 1 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, big wicket, and not a very good shot, if in all truth. Didn't really move his feet. It was there for the shot. It was short of a length outside the off stump, and Yates stretched for it, didn't keep it down, and comfortable enough catch to Lewis Goldsworthy away to his left at backward point. He doesn't drop many. Perfect start for Somerset.
Yeah, that does put a different complexion on things. You feel that Yates is one of the most important batters in the Warwickshire lineup, but not today. He's gone for just 3. I was going through the highlights of the Somerset innings before. I mentioned 79 from Goldsworthy, 72 from Hildreth, 46 at the top of the innings from Stephen Davies, who was looking very good until he got out. Just little cameos at the end. Ben Green hit 16 off 12 balls. George Drissel finished 17 not out of 9. Total they hit 3 sixes and 29 fours for their 287 for 8. The bowling figures: Liam Norwell 10 overs for 39. He was nice sneaking them up, but didn't get a wicket. Bresnan a bit expensive, 10 overs, 1 for 64. Craig Miles actually going for more than 6.5 and over, 8 overs, 1 for 53. Jacob Bethel, decent figures from him, 10 overs, 2 for 43. Rob Yates bowled 4 overs for 26. Ethan Brooks 3 overs for 20. And Matt Lamb, rather extraordinary figures of 5 overs, 4 for 35. Last over slightly ruined them, but we'll hear best from him. So, Davies now with Captain Will Rose, a new man in, pushes out into the onside for no run. 5 for 1. Early rebuilding for Warwickshire to have to do.
Warwickshire missing, I mean, apart from Chris Works, obviously, who's injured, and with England, are missing any other top order batsmen?
Sam Hain is the one that springs to mind. And Davies sounds Chris Benjamin would probably have featured quite prominently. One T20 match did so well, and they thought, well, we'll have him in the 50 over game. He got snapped up by the 100. Davies comes round the wicket, and that's driven nicely by Rose for 4. Yeah, but it is the bowling department where they've lost most players, but they have lost Sam Hain from the batting department. Obviously a key white ball player.
Usually scores runs against Somerset as well.
Yeah. Not actually played very much in the 100. But, he's in one of the squads.
Somerset skipper Tom Abel hasn't played a game at all.
I think Sam Hay may have only played 1. Had played 1 the last time I looked. Got 12 not out off 12 balls. Didn't do anything wrong. Davies round the wicket to Rose. Slower ball, but Rose has met it and timed that well. Big chase on here. The ball actually might make it to the boundary. It's a quick outfield, and it does. Successive force for Will Rhodes.
Yeah, didn't really time that at all. But, ball just infuriatingly for the fielder, just refused to slow up.
So, good start for the Warwickshire captain. A fairly torrid time at the Oval. Dan Moriarty had him all over the place. How he didn't get him out was anyone's guess. He never really recovered from that, Rhodes. He's made a good start here. Onto 8 off 3 balls. He's auditioning for next year's 100. In comes Davies to bowl. And Rhodes bottom edge almost dragged it on. He was stretching for that. gets away with it.
Yeah, just pace off there from Josh Davies. Bottom edge could so easily have gone onto his stumps, but probably bounced over the top of leg stump. Come on, JD, then. Cool.
One slip in place as Josh Davies, that's the JD, comes into bowl. To Rhodes. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge, or has it? They want to catch, and he's given. Rhodes doesn't look very happy about it, but he's been given, caught behind for 8. And Warwickshire in big trouble now, 13 for 2.
Well, what an over. 2 boundaries, but 2 wickets, and 2 huge wickets as well, with Robbie Yates and now Will Rhodes. Rhodes may not have liked the decision, but the Somerset cordon, slip cordon, didn't seem to have any doubts at all. Wasn't really an appeal, just a shout of triumph as that took the outside edge. Comfortable catch for Stephen Davies. And at the moment, Somerset all over Warwickshire, 13 for 2 in the 3rd over, after the 3rd over.
Incoming batsman Michael Burgess.
Michael Burgess coming in. I don't quite know why he's not got a number on his back. He's number 61, but anyway, he's coming out with Warwickshire in deep trouble. I suppose Somerset might start thinking net run rate here, because even if they win and the other teams win as well, they could in theory still catch up a net run rate. I dare say in the changing room somebody will be doing, they'll probably have, there's usually, each team usually has a sort of assigned number cruncher. I'll be working that out.
Yeah, yes, I mean it's we could conceivably overtake Yorkshire.
Well, particularly since Yorkshire's, I mean, low-scoring games tend to yield quite low net
They're
run
on
rates.
minus 0.071. Somerset are on minus 0.475, so there's a bit of a margin at the moment. But as you say, it could be close. Here comes Baker for the 4th over. He's in and bowls to Pollock, who plays that square of the wicket, and Lewis Goldsworthy swoops to his right. To field, 13 for 2, needing 288 to have any chance at all of progressing Warwickshire. Even then, you're going to have to get there 288 pretty quickly, one feels. It's no good from the point of view of net run rate, taking all 50 overs over it. Here's Baker sprinting in at bowls. This is driven into the offside, but Ben Green fields at mid-off. Somerset looking a lot more animated in the field than they have done in their last couple of games. Partly, no doubt, that's because they've picked up 2 early wickets, which never does the level of animation much harm. But under Josh Davies, they just looked a little bit flat sometimes in the field. Ben Green, much more commanding figure, standing there, 6 foot tall, good shock of dark hair at mid-off. He looks like a captain. Baker's in the bowls. This is lofted down the ground and not really timed at all. Green will pull it in 5 yards inside the long-on boundary. They pick up 2 runs, but anything but a convincing shot from Ed Pollock. Takes him on to 4, 15 for 2. George Bartlett, who's at mid-on, must have thought momentarily that he would be in business, but well away to his right, and would have been over his head in any case. Baker, he's in bowls to Pollock, drives back nicely past the stumps at the far end, but this time Green can get across to make the stop. Men out, we've got a 3rd man and a deep backward square leg, just the one slip now. James Hildreth, who batted with typical fluency for his 72, and was really just getting going when he himself out. Baker's in and bowls. This is driven down the ground, over pitch from Baker. Handsome on drive from Ed Pollock. An emphatic 4 runs is the result. 19 for 2. Pollock on to 8.
Yeah, good shot that from Pollock. Maybe an opportunity for him here to play a starring role for his team.
Yes, he hasn't had a fantastic competition, has he? 193 runs in 7 innings, and 103 of those runs were scored in 1 innings. As Baker is in and bowls to him, and he gets a bit tucked up here, but gets it away into the onside, and there should be 2 runs here. As George Bartlett has a long way to go from mid-on to do the fielding. 21 for 2. Pollock into double figures on 10. End of the 4th over.
Got 8 runs from that 4th over. But those 2 wickets down will be the big concern.
Surrey going great guns against Derbyshire, needing 254 without loss in the 12th. We thought they were nailed on to win that one. Glamorgan 18 without loss in 8. Obviously finding the going pretty sticky down at Sophia Gardens.
Davies then. People would have said if Somerset could roll Warwickshire over quickly, just give them an alternative route through. Davies bowls and Burgess plays that to mid-off. There's no run. Obviously got to first and foremost win the game.
Well, if Dan Kingdom is listening or watching on the live stream, perhaps he could work out what score Somerset would need to bowl Warwickshire out for to take their net run rate ahead of that of Yorkshire, assuming that the Glamorgan-Yorkshire game finishes pretty much even Steven. A narrow win for Yorkshire.
That one wraps the pads of Pollock going down the leg side. It's a dot ball, 21 for 2.
Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, who usually helps us with this sort of calculation, is actually at Lord's today for the Test match. I'm not sure whether she's actually scorer or whether she's reserve scorer, but that's where she is, which is a considerable honour for any scorer.
Davies bowls, it's pushed back to mid-off and no run.
Seems to be bowling much better, Josh Davies, than he has done in the couple of matches when he's been captaining. He looks like a man who's been relieved of what was something of a burden.
Davies. Right arm over. Burgess is up officially and Saver going for a quick run. This could be tight. Oh, might have been tight. They might get 4 overthrows here. They will, so they'll get 5. But can't blame those getting the inevitable derision from the crowd. Can't blame the fielder for having a go there, because that would have been very close. Backing up was a bit suspect.
Yeah, wasn't actually. He had virtually all 3 to aim at. And the throw going over the top of the stumps. But it was, as you say, Clive, it was entirely justified in having to go, because if he'd hit, it would have been tight.
So it's a rather handy 5 there, Burgess. First 5 of the match, 26 for 2. Slip in place for Pollock as Davies comes round the wicket to Pollock, who plays that down to the leg side, but no run. Pollock, the left-hander, remains 26 for 2. Seems like overthrows to get the crowd going. Good buzz about the place after that. And comes in to bowl Davies. And Pollock's got that in the air, but it's managed to evade the fielder inside the circle at fine leg. He'll get 4 runs for it. Slightly airy shot from Pollock, but effective. And it's 4 to him, so good over that one for Warwickshire. In terms of runs, they've actually made a pretty solid start here. 9 runs off that over, 30 runs off the first 5. Somerset took 19 off their first 5, but they didn't lose any wickets in that time.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good ball from Josh Davies, angled down the leg side. Just helped on its way by Pollock. He'd have counted himself very unlucky if he'd found the fielder with that shot. So Baker to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. He's going to the right-handed Michael Burgess, who for reasons unknown does not have a number on his back, just the one slip. Hildreth. Baker bowls, Burgess whips that away into the onside. Leonard is after it as the fielding sends in his return to Stephen Davies, who as ever tidies up. Always makes his fielders look good, Stephen Davies.
Perhaps Burgess is the Neymar to Messi in that he's offered Alex Davies his number 61 shirt for for next season.
It could be. It's a considerable acquisition, Alex Davies, isn't he?
Yeah. Okay. Kind of surprised, but
yeah. Leaving Lancashire to come south. Baker, who has conceded 12 in his first 2 overs, comes racing in from the Birmingham end in bowls, and this is lofted away, not timed by Pollock. Well, actually, I think that's unfair. It was timed. It bounced about 5 yards inside the long off boundary and away for 4 runs. It just looked as if it skewed a little bit off the bat. Wasn't completely convincing as a shot. But I think that Ed Pollock has decided that he's going to go after Sonny Baker, try and destroy the young man's confidence. Just watching, yes, it was a pretty clean hit, in fact. Nice follow through, holding the pose. 35 for 2. Come on, boys, is the call. No slip. As Baker's into Pollock, he's there in bowls, and Pollock lays back and hammers that through the offside for 4 more. Well, Sonny Baker over pitching with 1 delivery and hit back over down to long off for 4, and that time he overcompensates, bowling just too short outside the off stump. Pollock able to free his arms and hammer it away for 4 runs. 39 for 2. As Clive Eakin was saying, it's a good start this for Warwickshire in terms of runs, and a pretty good start for Somerset in terms of wickets, having picked up the important wickets of Yates and Rhodes, both in the same over from Somerset's erstwhile captain, Josh Davies. Baker coming around the wicket now to Pollock, getting some advice from his captain as to how to bowl to Pollock. He's in and bowls. Pollock lofted it, doesn't. He was trying to loft that down the ground. He didn't get hold of it at all. They'd pick up a single as it goes to Bartlett's right at mid-on. 40 for 2 in the 6th over.
Just looking at Warwickshire's recent record of this competition, it's not brilliant. Since they won it in 2016, they have failed to qualify since then through the group stages. Now, obviously, there wasn't a competition last year. That still means this will be the 4th year in a row they've failed to qualify for the playoffs.
And by contrast, Somerset, the defending champions. Baker then to Burgess. Burgess drives down the ground, and Green is back on the edge of the fielding circle, moves to his left.
Well, when Warwickshire tried to defend the crown, they finished bottom of the group, 2017.
Well, Somerset have done pretty well, considering how many players Somerset are missing to the 100 and England and so on.
Yeah, I might be able to tally one for each of yours if we want to go through the list. Warwickshire missing. I mean, a lot of them, some of them are through injuries, admittedly, but they have already done better than they did last season. Warwickshire, when they won 2.5 games last year, 2 wins and a tie.
Here's Baker then to Pollock, who lost this one just over the top of Ben Green. He thought he was in business there momentarily, Ben Green, at mid-off, but it was nicely timed that by Pollock, who is indeed going after the young quick bowler. Moves on to 27, 45 for 2 after 6 overs.
Took 15 off that over. That's actually the biggest over from either side in the match thus far. So maybe Warwickshire have decided, or maybe they've done some calculations and are working out if they win this in 28 overs or something. They might sneak in. I don't know that. I haven't made any plans for any away trips on Saturday, I have to say.
Here we are, Dan Kingdom. I knew he wouldn't let us down. He says, I make it that if Yorkshire beat Glamorgan by 1 run,
right,
Somerset will need to bowl Warwickshire out for 202 or less.
Okay, well, it's doable, isn't it? Doable. It's not a pitch which I think makes that easy, but Davies bowls, and that's played. In fact, it would help Somerset if Warwickshire do have some ridiculous target in mind, because they might perish chasing. I don't think they do. I think Warwickshire decided before the start of this game there's no way we're going to qualify, so I doubt they've even looked at it very much. But it'll be interesting. 45 for 2.
Anyway, thank you, Dan. Fine piece of applied mathematics.
I'm sure someone in the Somerset chest has worked that out and passed that on. Davies to Burgess. Quite cloudy overhead now as that's played onto the onside. There's a slight misfield, but it doesn't cost anything. And it remains 45 for 2. Pollock on 27 now.
Forecast is pretty good. Sunny intervals, they say, for the rest of today.
Glamorgan are ticking along, aren't they? 34 without loss after 11. Scoring runs quickly, because they want to win, because they want to make sure they get a home, go straight into the semi-finals with a home tie. That one rears up a little bit at Burgess, plays up to the onside. There's no run.
Yes, because if they don't, they'll be overtaken by Surrey, I think.
Yeah, who are cruising against Derbyshire. 78 without loss in the 15th over. Chasing just 216 to win.
They'll take some stopping, will Surrey.
Yeah,
you know,
Dave Fletcher
even missing as many players as they are.
So Dave Fletcher will be doing another happy commentary. Poor Dave. In comes Davies to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside into a gap there by Burgess. It's a good shot. 2 fielders chasing it, but the ball gets gold as it goes over the ropes, and it's 4 more runs. And Burgess on to 11 there, which includes that 5 from the 4 overthrows.
He's picked up the wickets, Josh Davies, but gone for 22 so far. This is his 4th over.
He's into Burgess again. Burgess that into the ground, into the covers, straight to the fielder.
Certainly showing plenty of aggressive intent, these 2 Warwickshire batsmen.
Yeah.
They're not going to just keep the scoreboard ticking over and wait for the last 10 or 15 overs.
There'll be no real pressure on them. They've got nothing to lose here, really. A defeat would not be catastrophic by any means for Warwickshire.
I thought they wanted to spike Somerset's guns.
Well, yes, but I mean that's not going to give them a sleepless night if they fail to do so. Davies comes in to bowl to Burgess, who pushes that into the offside, and there's no run into the 7th over. 49 for 2. 4 off that over. Does Phil want to pop back in? He's back from the museum.
innings now. Are we going to get a bowling change? I think we are. Sonny Baker being withdrawn from the firing line, having conceded 27 runs in his 3 overs, victim of a calculated assault by Ed Pollock, in particular, and Lewis Goldsworthy is going to try his slow left arm from the Birmingham end. The Warwickshire spinners did pretty well, with Matt Lamb taking 4 for 35, Rob Yates none for 26, and Jake Bethel 2 for 43. So they bowled 19 overs between them, the 3 Warwickshire spinners. Honours just about even so far in this innings, Phil?
Just about. Sorry, I'll turn the mic on, that would help. Yes, it is, after that poor start.
Goldsworthy's in and bowls, and Pollock drives away through the offside. I think that'll run away for 4 if the shot beats the infield. It's odds on it's going to run away over this lightning fast outfield for a boundary, and so it proved. And that is the Warwickshire 50 on the board, 53 for 2 after 1 ball of the 8th over, needing 288.
It's lightning fast, isn't it? Really, once that ball's beaten the field, it's falling behind it almost, and collect it from the boundary.
It's the fastest outfield I've seen all season. Goldsworthy again to Pollock. Again times this nicely, but only as far as Ben Green. No, it's not Ben Green, it is George Thomas, who's built on similar lines to Ben Green. This is floated up on leg stump and turned up to Sonny Baker, who's fielding at long on 54 for 2.
He's one of, I think there's 2 Somerset players without numbers on the back.
Yeah, Drissel and Thomas. Thomas is the more strongly built of the 2.
Right.
He's at short mid-on at the moment, I suppose you would call that, or short straight mid-wicket. Burgess on strike, he's on 11. Pollock on 32. Goldsworthy's floating this one up. It's driven firmly, but straight to George Bartlett at extra cover, who doesn't take it cleanly. It's clouding over here at Edgbaston at the moment.
By the same token, that Burgess has no number on his back either.
Yeah, and this is played to Thomas. And
it can only be because his shirt's either ripped or there's something wrong with it, because he's certainly got plenty of shirts with 61 on, or should have.
Goldsworthy bowls. Burgess gets almost yorks himself there as that skews off the outside edge down to Josh Davies at backward point, and there won't be a run. 54 for 2 after 8 overs, needing 288.
That 288, we talked about a score of 320, 330 as being probably Somerset at the end may find themselves about 40 or 50 short of what they thought they were going to head in for.
They should have got over. From 199 for 2 in a 37th, they should have topped 300.
However, I think it's still a pretty competitive score.
Yep, I agree. It's a slow pitch.
Yep.
It's not easy playing big shots. And even some of the big shots that Ed Pollock has played haven't been entirely convincing. They've been in the air for quite a long time.
That's right. Josh Davies to continue at the pavilion end to Ed Pollock, who is on 32 from 19 deliveries. Waits, and Davies bowls, drives back down, and right-handed snatches the ball. Davies fills up his own bowling, and there's no run. In his 5th over, he's got those wickets to fall. The last one being Captain Will Rhodes, who was caught by Stephen Davis for 8. These two just trying to rebuild and get the innings back on an even terms as Davies in and the wicket bowls, and Pollock goes to pull this one away through the onside. He misses it. The ball goes down the leg side, but across him, and whether it brushed something or whether it was deemed that he played inside it.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it passed him on the offside, if you see what I mean.
Yep.
Even though the ball itself missed the leg stump, he gave himself plenty of room outside the leg stumps.
Anyway, it was not signalled for anything. Probably quite right too. Here's Davies again. In bowls to the left hand, who will get a run here. They run the first quickly.
That's Ned Leonard with the two protective sleeves on. Haven't seen him bowling yet. The young quick bowler.
And this is Sonny Baker down here with the one protective sleeve on, isn't it? Yeah. So Leonard's got two and Baker's got one protective sleeve. It all helps when you're trying to spot them in the field.
It does.
And Davies again comes in, this time to bowl to Michael Burgess. And Burgess is defending that into the onside. One goes to Thomas, who's mid-wicket. There's no run.
It's Thomas of the two numberless Somerset fielders. George Thomas is he's the bigger one. 6 foot tall, broad-shouldered. Drissel is again, he's around about 6 foot tall, but less heavily built, less strongly built.
Nice shape. It's not too difficult to spot. This one is hit out solidly, but straight out to the offside, where Bartlett does the fielding at short extra cover, and there's no run.
A lot depending on Josh Davies, far and away the most experienced member of this Somerset attack. We've got Sonny Baker's already been put to the sword by Ed Pollock, Ned Leonard, and another inexperienced quick bowler. Ben Green himself is only 23.
He comes again, bowls. This one wraps up on the pad. There's a shout, but not from the bowler as it runs away down to third man for what will be one leg by.
It's just going down,
wasn't it? So, fortune for Warwickshire, 56 for 2, end of the 5th over there from Davies.
Good over it was too.
Yeah, he's right on the mark there for Somerset. Oh, we were busy in the museum at lunchtime today. Had over 70 people in today at lunchtime, which was quite good.
George Drissel to bowl another over from the Birmingham end, bowling to Burgess. He's there and bowls. Burgess drives this back past Drissel. Can't feel off his own bowling, and they pick up a single. 57 for 2.
I don't think that was quite where Burgess was intending to play that shot.
Well, it was a little bit of turn, wasn't there?
Yeah.
For
looking to play it away into the offside, he ended up going between the stumps and where mid-on would have been.
It's a slow, true wicket, this one. With just a little bit in it for the spinners, and Green responding to that by putting Hildreth in at slip for the left-hander, and hits this in the air, but it evades the diving fielder Sam Young at extra cover and speeds on its way out to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Pollock is taking the attack to the Somerset bowlers at the moment.
His 7th boundary. He goes to 37 from 23 balls.
Stephen Davies looking to the head. Quite carry. This is drilled up to Baker at long on for another single.
Ed Pollock's one of those batsmen that hits the ball very hard, but I would think as a bowler you always feel that there's a chance that there could be
Driscoll is in and bowls to Burgess, who again just works that up to Loff for single. 63 for 2 in the last of the power play overs. Somerset really allowed 2 fielders outside the 30-yard fielding circle. Driscoll bowls to Pollock, who makes room for himself and plays it away into the offside. Leonard is there to, but again they've got time to come through for a comfortable single. 64 for 2. Burgess waits, Driscoll bowls. This is lofted over the top of mid-off. Not again hit entirely convincingly, but it's gone for 4, as I think that's the Somerset skipper out there. Ben Green did his level best to pull that in, but couldn't quite do it. The ball beating him to the boundary, as has happened so often in both of the innings of these two sides. So end of that over, and the score is momentarily 68 for 2 after the 10 over power play.
These two batted 55 for this third wicket so far.
Slightly oh, there we are. There, DLS par score 76. So on that measure, as perhaps though the par score at the end of the over is about to commence.
Of 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard fielding.
Not much in it, according to DLS. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern. Not that it's going to come into the equation in terms of the outcome of this match, but it's just useful yardstick by which to judge who's ahead.
There's a lot more chance of it coming in now than there was when the play started, because the cloud cover has got quite heavy. Davies continues at the pavilion end into Pollock. Pollock is going to get a single with a shot which was a bit cramped, and tucked up the ball going in the end up to mid-on, a wideish mid-on, but they scamper through for 1.
Quite a risky single with Bartlett coming across. If he picked that up, he wouldn't have been very far away from the stumps.
Bartlett in the end was sort of with a wideish mid-wicket area, was not able to quite get there to cause a problem. It brings Burgess on 17 onto strike, and Burgess cuts this one away out into the offside. He will get a single as Leonard does the fielding.
Nice to see the long barrier there from Ned Leonard.
Yeah.
Seems to be well coached.
I'm assuming they still do that. With the
well, quite often they don't bother these days. I mean, they reckon, you know, they're so good just with their hands that there's no way that the ball's going to get past them.
You didn't play for the school team if you didn't do the long barrier. Here's Davies. In round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. That should be signalled wide, and indeed it is. So
you see, that's the slower ball, which is a good idea. But if you're going to bowl a slower ball, you've got to execute it properly.
Pollock looking to swing it away, couldn't get back onto it.
Missed out there, really did. Ed Pollock.
The total goes on to 71 for 2. Pollock stays on 40. Davies, both wickets so far. Turns and in to the left-handed Pollock, who is defending this one back. But, hit firmly, but firm enough to so Davies can't quite stop it. Just tied it up.
Good piece of bowling that, because Pollock was making room for himself by backing away outside leg stump. And Davies following him, spearing it in towards the leg stump, offering him no room to free his arms.
71 for 2. Hits hard, high. Now this could be, no, it's going to drop into space and clear back a couple of bounces over the ropes before, just for a moment, I thought that he may have got under that one.
Yeah, he did. I'm sure he did.
It was just hit firmly enough to evade Baker, but he had to turn around and go and chase it, and got the legs to give him his 8th boundary.
It was a fair enough shot with mid-on up inside the fielding circle.
He had, I thought for a moment he had a chance of getting to it, but in the end it was perfectly safe. So 75 for 2 it moves on to. Here again, bowls. This is clipped to enter to mid-wicket and goal.
George Bartlett.
So hit straight to him in the air. End of Ed Pollock. As we say, you'll always have a chance with Ed because he hits the ball hard, but he does hit it in the air. He goes for 44 from 29 deliveries, 8 fours, and Warwickshire are 75 for 3. In reply to Somerset's 287.
Yeah, big wicket that. He was going well. Well was Ed Pollock taking the attack to the Somerset bowlers. And, looking very dangerous. That Lamb is the new batsman. Couldn't really. Well, I suppose you could credit the bowler with that wicket because again he crapped him for room, similar to the ball that he bowled to Pollock earlier on in the over, with Pollock making room for himself outside the leg stump. Similar scenario. This time Pollock went for the pull shot, didn't get hold of it, couldn't clear George Bartlett, who took a good catch high above his head, not the sort of catch that you would expect George Bartlett or indeed any of the other of Somerset fielders to drop. No. 75 for 3.
There's Matt Lamb, the new batsman, and Matt Lamb, the hero, I suppose one has to say, of the Warwickshire bowling attack. His 5 overs brought 4 wickets for 35 towards the end of the Somerset innings. Look back on that with that was a pretty successful venture for him. He'll be facing as the ball was hit crisply by Pollock straight to Bartlett, so no chance of the batsman crossing. Lamb, who's been in pretty decent form with the bat this season in the competition, about to face his first delivery. Davies, who is in and bowls. Ooh, that was a beauty, which right through Lamb. And just a movement, just coming back. Lamb survives. I think that's all one can say there, Anthony. He survived the first delivery. He didn't know much about that, did that one?
Yeah, very good. Another good over from Josh Davies. 6 overs, 3 for 30. Josh Davies. India have lost a wicket.
Yes, Rohit. Anderson got the wicket, didn't he?
Yeah, Rohit has gone 140 for 1, but still placed down at Lords. Ben Green coming into the attack. Well, his fast medium, right arm, seam up. He's developing into a very useful white ball bowler. Is Ben Green. He's going to be bowling to Michael Burgess. No slip. There's Green, the sun comes out. He's in and bowls to Burgess, who turns him into the onside, but only as far as short mid-wicket, where George Thomas fields. We've got mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, backward point, the men out, deep cover, third man, long leg, and deep backward square leg. Green to Burgess. Burgess drives away through the offside, but there is cover out there, and in fact I think that is George Thomas patrolling the cover boundary. 76 for 3 in the 12th over. So still nothing in it. Maybe Somerset with the fall of that wicket, third wicket just ahead. We haven't got a DLS par up on the board at the moment.
Certainly with that wicket would have shot it up.
I think it would have gone up to 90 something possibly. Green then to Lamb. There bowls. Lamb looking for a single in the offside, but it's not there as Lewis Goldsworthy is very quickly to his right. Backward point, there's an aeroplane that we can hear but not see goes over the...
Sounds like a helicopter, doesn't it?
It could be.
Let's see.
Not much aerial activity today. No gulls to comment on, or even pigeons. It's Green. Lamb drives and will pick up a single as there's a shy at the stumps from Bartlett at mid-off. Again, it was a sharp single with Lamb running to the danger end. I think he would have got home safely enough, but not by much.
Well, he never set off with a real purpose there. He was sort of ambling up the pitch and then realised that he might have to find an extra gear or two.
Green puffing out his cheeks as if to say that was close. This is driven but not timed. And fielded at extra cover. 77 for 3 in the 12th. 288 is the target for Warwickshire. And if they get there, they will snuff out Somerset's hopes of qualifying for the quarter-final. Somerset must win, as Green is in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground, but very well cut off by Bartlett. So it's just a single. 78 for 3. Somerset needing to win and hoping that one or other of Surrey and Yorkshire fail to win. Surrey are cruising against Derbyshire, and Glamorgan are having the better of Yorkshire at the moment. So at the moment, things are just about running in Somerset's favour.
So a Somerset win and a Yorkshire defeat would put Somerset then into the quarterfinals.
Put Somerset into the quarterfinals, yeah.
Right.
Some distant location.
I haven't even bothered to look to see.
Well, I think it would be either Chelmsford, Old Trafford, or Chesterley Street.
Whichever way it is, it's
not a particularly appetising prospect.
Yes, it's a night away from home for sure. Or two.
Or two.
Right, we are going to see Ned Leonard into the attack. So Josh Davies comes out after having taken 3 for 30 from his 6 overs, taking all 3 wickets to fall, and Ned Leonard comes into the attack to bowl from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Michael Burgess, who is on 20, and this one is clipped away nicely through the offside. It's going to be a couple for Burgess. It's played away wide of the short extra cover, and it's chased down there.
I think that's Casey Aldridge, who must be on as substitute.
For somebody, yes.
Josh Davies, is it?
It's the one with the 2 arm supports, I think.
No, that's Leonard who's bowling. He's had to take them off.
This one, this next one played to the offside. Now that's not very good of him, is it? That doesn't help. We were recognising Leonard because of his arm supports. He's very helpfully, now he's taken them off to bowl. Okay. 80 for 3.
I think otherwise they might be distracting for the batsman.
He turns. His way in to Burgess, who plays that out into the offside. There's no run. It stays on 22. Lamb just got the single.
He bowls a lively fast medium. Ned Leonard is only 18 years old.
Oh, he's really is.
He's got plenty of scope to fill out.
Has he come up through the Somerset?
Yep, all of these youngsters have come up through the Somerset Academy system.
Good. Bowls, and it's going to be a single pushed down to wide mid-off.
With the exception of George Drissel, who I suspect came up through the Gloucestershire Academy system, because he comes from Bristol, and although Somerset used to play games at the Imperial Ground in South Bristol, Bristol is really Gloucestershire country these days.
Run away into the offside, and there's no run. They stopped. A little bit of a misfield. The ball bobbled at the last moment, but they decided not to go. You saying that, I actually live in Gloucestershire, and yet Bristol is an hour and 20 minutes away from where I live.
You can't get much further north in Gloucestershire than Mickleton, can you?
We're in the top, absolute top northeast corner, and I think Bristol's probably closer to Taunton than it is to us. Yeah. This next one, Leonard in bowls. There's going to be runs through the onside. They're just Lamb just paddles a single down, just wide of mid-wicket. So a good first over there from Leonard, Ned Leonard.
It was a
steady
good
over.
82 for 3. DLS pass score at the end of the forthcoming over is 107. So by that measure, Somerset are ahead.
Yes, that wicket made a big difference, didn't it? Warwickshire weren't too far away, but also the Somerset bowlers have just put the brake on the last 2 or 3 overs as well, which have restricted Warwickshire.
Yeah, it was, as you said, a very good over from Ned Leonard, bowling fast and straight. Is Green bowling to Lamb, pick up a single into the onside. Casey Aldridge comes in to do the fielding. I think it's Josh Davies who's gone off. I can't actually see him out there at the moment. I don't think he has injured himself. I didn't show any signs of having done so.
He's got 4 overs remaining, so Somerset will be wanting him back.
Green in and bowls, and this is driven away by Burgess through the offside to George Thomas, who's doing the sweeping on the cover boundary. Another single, 84 for 3 in the 14th over. 288 the target. Green then to Lamb, who is forward in defence. Good ball from Ben Green. George Thomas, of course, a very famous Speaker of the House of Commons.
Yes, he was.
Lord Thomas of Tony Pandy, I think he became eventually, didn't he?
He certainly, I wasn't sure where he was, but certainly he was. He became Lord. In fact, all speakers apart from the last one, John Burkover.
That's a bit of a sore point. This is driven away through mid-off for 4 runs. Over pitch from Green, who stands there with his hands on his hips in mid-pitch. And maybe that's a comment on the fact that George Bartlett at mid-off couldn't quite get down to make stop, but I think he himself, Ben Green, was the more culpable of the two by bowling a long half volley.
I'm going to make way because Clive's got a news update at 4 o'clock, so I'll make way for him.
Well, and once Clive is in full flow with his new update, I'll make way for you. Here's Green in and bowls, and Lamb this time plays it straight to short extra cover and won't get a run. 88 for 3 in the 14th over, so exactly 200 more required by Warwickshire in 36 overs after this one.
So I did a little calculation.
Oh, this is through outside the off stump.
I thought I'd just work out what Warwickshire might have to do to overhaul Notts' net run rate. Nottinghamshire finished their games. And I came to the conclusion, I might be wrong, but I came to the conclusion that Warwickshire needed to get to their 288 in 5 overs. That would have done it. I don't know, they didn't go for that. I'm disappointing.
Yes, I had a feeling it would be something fairly outrageous.
So, as and when Surrey beat Derbyshire, that will officially confirm that Warwickshire will have failed to qualify for the 4th year in a row. It is strange when they win things, they then seem to struggle in them. I'll expand on that in a mo. But Leonard is coming into bowl to Burgess, who leans back and hits out to point, and it's always a bit of hesitation, but they go through for a single. So they won this in 2017, haven't qualified since. And when they won the T20 Mass in 2018, they then went on their worst ever run of 3 consecutive years without qualifying for the knockout stages, which they just about managed to end this year. Leonard comes into bowl to Lamb, right arm over. Ooh, that's gone past the outside edge.
Well bowled. It was just slightly fuller of length and drawing Lamb into the drive outside the off stump.
And Leonard turning and running away from us at the pavilion end. Right arm over, Lamb plays that to point. There is no run.
He's bowling well, is Leonard. He's not offering either of these batsmen any room to play their shots outside the off stump.
Just 5 runs conceded from his 9 deliveries thus far. For 3. Leonard comes into ball update coming up. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire chasing 288 to beat Somerset in their final group game of the Royal London One Day Cup. They've been scoring well. They're 90 for 3 in the 15th over, but losing wickets. So lost 2 early on. Rob Yates for 3 and Will Rhodes for 8. Ed Pollock then produced some good shots, some bold hitting, but shortly after the end of the power play, he fell. Miscuing a shot, was caught for 44. Josh Davies having taken all 3 wickets. Michael Burgess is there now. He's on 25, did benefit from a 5 as a result of overthrows. It looks like a tough call this for Warwickshire, but they're still in it. They're 92 for 3 in the 15th over. And they've just been handed a little bit of a gift because Leonard has overstepped and no balled. So they get 2 runs and there will be a free hit now. First free hit of the match. Warwickshire ball 1 no ball, but it was the only type of no ball that doesn't lead to a free hit. So in comes Leonard to bowl. Oh, it was a very wide delivery. Might have been better to leave that, Burgess. He might well have got a wide, which would have got kept the free hit alive. As it is, he's hit it straight to a fielder and got nothing for it. So a bit unfortunate. And didn't take that gift offered to them. Philbritt joins us now. Or rejoins us, I should say, as Leonard comes in to bowl. That's pitched up and it's played onto the leg side for no run.
Yes, he's bowled. He's just finished his 2nd over. Both straight away, he's kept a good line and he's been tight. And I was saying to Anthony before you came back on, Clive, how they've just checked the Warwickshire rate. I know Pollock went, but Warwickshire, the boundaries have dried up, and Somerset have put in 4 or 5 very tight economic overs and pulled the rate. Warwickshire 20 behind at the moment on what would be the Duckworth-Lewis par score if it were to rain. Green will continue from the Birmingham end to bowl to Matt Lamb. Lamb's had a pretty fair competition, I think. He's been fairly successful. And as Green is into him and bowls, and Lamb punches this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. 92 for 3 it remains.
Yeah, even at the over, he got 31, but wickets were falling around him, so it was a difficult situation, which became frustrating. He didn't quite build on that.
Green bowls, and Lamb is thick outside edge, but it's down, straight down to Leonard, who's down here below us. And he does the fielding. One more to Lamb, he moves on to 8. Total goes on to 93. Burgess, who's on 25, is now facing as Green comes in, as the sun comes back out, and this is punched nicely between mid-wicket and the deepish mid-on, but it goes across this lightning fast outfield and up to the long-on boundary for 4 for another boundary for Michael Burgess. That's his third, takes him on to 29, and Warwickshire move on to 97 for 3.
Yes, the third batch of 5 overs yielded 24 runs, 24 for 1. That compared to the second, which yielded 38. And the first actually yielded 30, so that's the slowest 5 over batch so far.
Here's Green again in to Burgess, who drives up again, up to the deep mid-on. They get a single comfortably because they've completed the single before the ball's even arrived. And it, comfortably getting home on that one. Burgess with that single goes on to 30. Here's Green in again, bowls, and Lamb is squared up. In fact, he's facing virtually flat on to the bowler as he plays that one. The legs akimbo and plays the ball back. Really in no position to play any sort of shot by the time he finished it, attacking shot. He keeps it out, 98 for 3. It remains. That's Green. Gets through his overs quickly, and this one again is right on the mark. Lamb treats it with respect, plays it to mid-wicket. End of another over. And Green's third over. He's 0 for 15 from his 3 overs, the Somerset captain.
I must admit, a bit slightly surprised by that Duckworth-Lewis-Stern situation. Admittedly, they've closed the gap to 16. It feels a bit more even to me. They're up with the required rate.
Yeah, it's the wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that
but
wicket did it.
3 down, isn't it?
It took
anyway,
took a big jump with that third
it will
wicket.
do, yeah, and you often get there when a wicket falls, they suddenly fall long behind it. They can get just a few overs without a wicket falling. They can close that gap fairly quickly. Leonard comes in to bowl to Burgess. Could be a key innings here for Michael Burgess, who drives that. That's a nice shot. He's placed that superbly and will get 4 runs. Classic cover drive for 4. And it brings up the 100 for Warwickshire.
He's played that shot really well. But that again, just couldn't have picked the spot better. He just put a beautiful cover drive, and it went just into the gap, and once it had beaten the fielder, it was just go and fetch the ball from the boundary, because it's raced away over this slick outfield.
So 100 has come in 98 balls. That does take into account the no ball. That one's slapped away to mid-on. Good stop. And that's Green,
I think, yeah.
Ben Green with the stop. Fine stop. So 98 balls for the 100, which means the second 50 took 55 balls, slightly slower than the first, which took 43, but they did only lose 1 wicket in the second 50. Leonard over the wicket bowls, and Lamb hits it off his off stump for no run. But the Somerset 50 took 128 balls. So they're well ahead of that. Somerset 100 took 128 balls. They had lost 2 wickets in that time. They were at that point embarking on the biggest partnership of the match.
Yeah.
Leonard into Lamb, just outside off stump. Lamb works it out through the inner field to the sweeper. Lonely figure out there in the covers, and it's one run. I've even got too many spectators near him, just about a gaggle of about 20 in that position. 104 for 3.
It's actually, the crowd has picked up steadily throughout the day, and it's a fairly good smattering of people around today.
It's not bad at all. It's really for a one-day cup game, midweek, of course. Leonard into bowl to Burgess. Ooh, plays right across that. Tried to pull it, and not Burgess's best shot, but he survives it. He remains on 35. And then, of course, he 1 or 2 problems. His only faux pas really was to overstep, and he kind of got away with that. And conceded 2 for the no ball, but didn't concede anything from the free hit. And then he comes in now. Can he finish off this over? final ball of it. And well, Burgess has punched that down the ground, but we only get one, so yeah, it's not a bad over. There was one very good shot off it though, so Warwickshire still progressing. They got 7 off that over in the end. In fact, 105 for 3. And, this could be a close game. No pressure on Warwickshire at all. Whether they bothered to even do the calculations, I'm sure they knew even before the match started that they were almost certainly going out. So it's quite relaxed. Sorry, I've lost 2 wickets now. They only need a few more runs to win. 137 for 2, needing 216 to beat Derbyshire. But from a Somerset point of view, the good news is Glamorgan are going well. 88 without loss after 23 overs, chasing 231 to beat Yorkshire.
That sounds promising. Here's Green starting his 4th over. He's in, bowls, and driven by Burgess. In that match you and I were talking about, where everybody scored double figures.
Yep.
It's the first time that's ever happened in an A game for Warwickshire.
Is that right?
According to Tim Walton.
We wonder whether someone will come up with some stats.
Yeah,
So we needed Andy
Tim
Saltzman
has
in
found
there.
it for us.
Because there were a few quirky stats that people pointed out. Also the fact that they all got to double figures and no one made a half century. That can't happen too often. Even in fact they got to 268 and no one made a half century. Also must be pretty rare.
Green bowls, punched away up to long on for a single by Burgess. He ambles through to take him on to 37, total on to 106 for 3.
But one thing, Somerset do have to make sure they win this game. They really will be kicking themselves if they get to the dressing rooms and find that Glamorgan have beaten Yorkshire and they haven't beaten Warwickshire.
Yep.
But they still have some work to do.
Yes, this one at the moment difficult to call. Green is in, bowls. That's a nice looking shot from Lamb, but he'll only get a single for it. It's through the inner cover field, but out and picked up on the cover boundary and restricted to a single. They're going along in ones at the moment, Warwickshire.
Warwickshire will also, if they win this game, to some extent will be kicking themselves for not beating Glamorgan in the first game of the competition, when they probably should have. Perhaps just a bit more experience in that team and they might have done it.
I wonder, as this one is played by Burgess to a sort of wideish mid-wicket, I wonder if that side were today with a bit more experience and confidence may well have actually been able to handle that and win that game.
Yeah, I think today's would have. I mean, you've got to remember that. I know everyone's missing players, but Warwickshire really were down to...
Yeah, it was inexperience.
I turned up with my whites just on with my shoes, just in case.
This one is played by Burgess to wide mid-off, and there's a single, a comfortable single. It's from Burgess. He goes on to 38, 108 for 3.
To say, well, already Warwickshire have improved on last season's performance in this competition, and if they can get a win here, it's 1-4 loss for them under the circumstances. That's not too bad.
Lamb behind this one, pushing it back into the offside. It's still good, accurate spell. End of his 4th over from Green, just 3 off that last over. So he's only gone for 18 from his 4 overs. Ned Leonard's only gone for 15, so these two have bowled 7 overs for just 33 runs.
Yeah, the required run rate is still just about 5.5 and over though, so Warwickshire need to panic. 3 men down, they can't afford to give much away. And that is the other thing. In one sense, Somerset are unfortunate in this Warwickshire batting line. It looks much deeper than it has for pretty much the whole of the rest of the competition. So Somerset need to get through the entire batting before they can be sure of a victory. Reigning champions, they'll be. Well, it's all about what might have been. They'll also be looking back at that defeat against Leicestershire in the last game. I assume they were heading for victory. And got home and found they lost That was unfortunate, but again, a lot of inexperience in their team as well. So it's a learning curve for them all as Leonard comes into bowl, and that's short. It's pulled straight into the hands of the fielder, and Burgess has gone for 38, and that's a big, big wicket.
I think that is
George Thomas.
I think that was, took the catch at mid-wicket.
Burgess was caught by George Drizzell.
It's the other one, George Drizzell. There are two numberless shirts in their team.
Got to get the wrong one, haven't we?
Burgess, well, that's frustrating for Warwickshire, and that has been the tale of the last couple of games, really. Batters getting in and not going on. They've lacked that big score. Lack the player to go all the way and make at the very least a big 50, as two Somerset batters did. Dan Mosley is coming on, and it was a difference obviously in the game against Surrey. One Surrey batter just made a ridiculous score, but no one from Warwickshire could go on. So Mosley comes out next at 108 for 4.
Yeah, in the end it was a comfortable catch at mid-wicket. Ball, again, I think stopped a little bit. It was a little bit short. He went to pull it and pulled it in the air. And in the same way as Ed Pollock had got out, not quite getting over the top for the big shot. Burgess, in a slightly different way, but in the same position at mid-wicket, was picked out, and that was a comfortable sort of chest-high catch just to his right. So for Drizzell, and the fourth wicket goes down, 108 for 4. That makes it, and the first wicket for Leonard. So well done to him, Ned Leonard.
Big one for Somerset, who you probably do have to bowl Warwickshire around to get close to bowling them out, but they're well on the way to doing that. 4 wickets down. Leonard round the wicket, and it goes past the outside edge of Dan Mosley. What a terrific delivery to the new batter. And remains 108 for 4. So the batters didn't cross, which is still the rule in all forms going to get apart from the 100. It is, I have to say, one rule change on the 100 that I actually rather agree with, because I don't really see the logic of the existing rule in cricket. Surely if a bat is out, it doesn't matter where they've run in the meantime. Anyway, that's one for the lawmakers maybe. Mosley moves across the stumps and works it out onto the onside. They should get 2 here, and they will. So Mosley's off the mark. 110 for 4.
You're not in favour then of bowling 2 overs straight after each other? That change?
Look, that change is because of the 100 before, man, isn't it? They have to do something with it. So that doesn't bother me. I don't think you need it, particularly in the T20.
No, I'd leave that. I wouldn't mess with the T20.
I hadn't realised you can actually even do that while changing ends, as Leonard comes into bowl, and that's played up to the offside, because Danny Briggs was watching on telly the other day. Ran with the ball from one end to the other and carried on bowling. He's done well, and Warwick should be delighted to have him back for their T20 quarter-final. Playing, he's a teammate of Jake Lintos, isn't he? Is it for the Southern Braves they're playing? They're not playing for Birmingham, I know that.
Well, there's only Chris Benjamin, really, who's played for the Birmingham Phoenix. From Warwickshire.
Leonard around the wicket, and that's pushed down to third man for a single. Mostly onto 3.
And there wouldn't have been too many people who would have seen Chris play at all, to be honest.
I just wonder whether Warwickshire slightly regret putting him in that T20. Well, they won't, because they won that game and saw them through, but just putting him for one T20 game, and then they're thinking, well, we'll have him now. He can show what he's capable of in the 50-over competition, and lo and behold, he gets
one game and he's gone.
Called up by the 100, but good for him. And Jake Lintot's involved in the competition as well, great for him. Sam ain't involved, though. He's not playing much, sadly. Now Leonard into bowl to Lamb, and Lamb hits that into the ground to the offside for no run. End of the over. Successful over. The wicket of Michael Burgess for 38, 3 runs added. Warwickshire 111 for 4 after 19. So it's getting a little bit gloomy here. We talked about the Duckworth-Lewis. Can't quite rule out the possibility that it might come into play later. It seems okay at the moment, but it's getting a bit darker.
A few dark clouds over to our left. It really has changed quite a bit since early this morning. Quite a few Somerset supporters here, and Ned Leonard getting a round of applause as he made his way back down to the third man area. 111 for 4, and Dan Mosley, who's on 3, is facing.
Seems a bit of shouting there.
Yes, this one from Green is played nicely, but Green can't stop it, but Matt Lamb does. The ball bounces into him and stops. I don't think there would have been any chance of a single. Wasn't hit with any power, but a dot ball.
Interesting situation for Somerset now. I presume they'll be aware. One of Anthony's correspondents worked out that if Yorkshire were to win by 1 run, then I think he said Somerset would have to bowl Warwickshire out for something like 220.
This one is played into the offside by Mosley, and so there's no run.
Presumably a narrow win for Yorkshire, and you're looking at maybe having to bowl Warwickshire out for 200, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility. That said, it may not be necessary, because at the moment Glamorgan are still going well, albeit they're slightly behind the required rate, but they're 108 without loss after 26 overs, chasing 231 to win. But if they were to collapse and Yorkshire to win narrowly.
Green bowls. Mosley comes down the wicket and looks to force this one, but in the end the ball played into the pads and runs out into the onside, and they get scamper through for a single, so he moves to 4, 112 for 4.
Somerset may still have a chance, even if both teams win, of overhauling them on net run rate. As I said, they need to bowl Warwickshire out for something like 200 for that to be possible.
Green again, and Bowles, and Lamb is solidly defending this one, away to short extra cover, and there's no run.
All sorts of permutations. Somebody we were, and they don't always work it out right, of course, teams. There's been plenty of cases over the years where teams have miscalculated fairly disastrously.
Yes, I remember some years back, this one turned by Lamb round the corner for a single down to deep backward square leg. I was over in South Africa for the 2003 World Cup, and of course there was the famous incident there where the South Africans miscalculated.
Yeah. It gave me many moons ago, but it didn't really make it effect while I went out in the middle. I think Warwickshire left the field thinking that they'd qualified. It turned out they hadn't.
This next one is played just carefully back by Mosley. It's 113 for 4. We've had 20 overs now, and Warwickshire require a further 174 to win.
Net run rate is probably a fair way of calculating it, but it's a very complicated way of dividing teams.
DL's 146, so they're 33 behind the Duckworth-Lewis should it pour down with rain.
But the required rate has just slipped slightly above the current run rate. Still not a major problem. It's the wickets down that's the issue. Leonard to bowl the next over.
Does Mr. Stern still get a mention? Is it Stern?
It's Duckworth-Lewis Stern, yeah.
Yeah, he seems never to be quite given credit.
He was a late arrival, wasn't he? So people used to using Duckworth-Lewis. So 20 overs gone. Just 21 runs off that last 5 over batch. As that's played out to the offside, they're going to go for a single and get comfortably. Yeah, so 21, and they lost a wicket, and that is their slowest 5. And indeed, the second batch of 10s yielded 45 compared to the first batch, which yielded 68. Of course, the first batch is in the power play, but they have slowed down somewhat.
Well, these two, Green and Leonard, have bowled really tightly. 38 off the bat between them from the 9 overs.
Leonard around the wicket to Mosley. Hits it off his pads, almost that fielder at mid-wicket. He does stop it. Just that danger as he leans into that. That's how Ed Pollock went, really. And just chipping it to mid-wicket. Mosley has a look around. Will Rose saying after that over game, he doesn't really expect to have Dan Mosley or Rob Yates in this competition next year. I think they may well be involved in the 100. Here's Leonard to bowl on leg stop. He's appealing for an LBW at it's not an appeal the umpire to think about for too long. They do come back for 2. Well run 2, and it is a leg by, but it was high and probably went down leg side anyway. 2 more to the total, 114 for 4. 116 for 4, I beg your pardon.
He doesn't, he probably wouldn't say it anyway, but does he not consider himself being somebody who should consider
yes, it's interesting. Yeah, you would think, but maybe I tell you what, it would help him if he bowled himself a bit more.
I wonder whether he's injured, Clive, because he seemed to be rubbing his side a bit today.
Leonard bowls, let's push out to the offside, there's no run.
He didn't bowl against Surrey, did he?
No, I don't think he did.
I think he may have just
might be.
Possible.
116 for 4.
We used to get the odd bit of information, but too much comes our way these days, with the isolation and everybody in a bubble. You don't get anywhere near the players. I actually got to speak to Ollie Hannon-Dolby this week.
Leonard round the wicket to bowl. It's played on the onside. There's no run. Is he anywhere near fitness? Because I thought he was going to be.
He thinks he might be for the championship games.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he might play in this match as a way of getting a game under his belt, but I suppose there's still quite a way to go for that championship match at Old Trafford.
He might play perhaps in the second team game at Worcester towards the end of the month.
116 for 4. The target 288. Somerset still battling for a place in the playoffs as they look to defend their title, and that's turned round to square leg for a single by Mosley. Just a reminder, in case you aren't aware, the difference between this competition and the T20, whereas top 4 go through in the T20. In this competition it's just the top 3, so the group winners go straight to a home semi-final, and then second in the group plays third in the other group, the second team, vice versa. So it looks like Somerset would be away if they do get through, because I think third place is, given that Surrey are heading for a big win, is probably the best they can hope for.
So Ben Green's out of the attack, and he's going to be replaced by Lewis Goldsworthy, bowling from the Birmingham end, and assume from what he looks like it's some off spin, but I don't know anything about Lewis Goldsworthy's bowling. I haven't seen him enough to make any comment, so first time for me. Is he going to come in to bowl to Dan Mosley, the left-handed Dan Mosley? He's in, and this one is cut away just behind through backward point for a single by Mosley. So one more to him. He moves on to 6. The total goes on to 118. So it's a left arm spinner. And so in again and bowls. And so this one is driven by Lamb, all along the floor up to long off for a single. One more to the total, 14 to Lamb, 119 for 4. Goldsworthy. This one is swept behind square, again just a single. Leonard does the fielding, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. One more to him, So 3 singles to start the. Warwickshire going to start to need a few boundaries, I think, before too long, as this one is pushed back and fielded by Goldsworthy off his own bowling. 120 for 4. He's in, bowls, Lamb gives himself space and chops this one away out towards Thomas, who's out on the cover boundary. 121 for 4. Lamb moves on to 15. And this next one is played back to the bowler. End of a tidy over from Goldsworthy. Just the 4 runs coming from it. Lamb is on 15 and Dan Mosley on 7, and it's 121 for 4.
Well, these two rebuilding, so you know that if they can establish a partnership, they have the armoury to speed things up later. Wickets are still at a premium for Warwickshire. They're 4 down and not even half through their overs yet, and not halfway to their target yet.
Anthony's behind. Let me on the half hour. Shall I make way for Anthony?
Yeah, fine. I've got a stiff memo to write because someone's forgotten me again. So, oh no, they haven't. Yeah, Warwickshire chasing 288 to win, 121 for 4. They've been going reasonably well, but losing wickets at 2 regular intervals, really. And it's the same problem they had at the Oval. Batters are getting in, looking good, but not going on to big scores. Ed Pollock produced quite a nice run of shots before he went for 44. And Michael Burgess, just the latest to go for 38. It is fairly immaterial for Warwickshire. They can't qualify in this competition. Somerset can, though. Warwickshire at the moment making a fist of it, but a little bit behind the 8 ball. They're 122 for 4 in the 23rd over.
Yeah, the match is nicely poised at the moment, isn't it?
Yes. Somerset will be reasonably happy, I'm sure, as Baker comes in, and that's played into the ground, straight to point for no run by Mosley. Needs a partnership for Warwickshire now if they'd have any chance of winning this.
Yeah, I mean, batting will get a bit easier as the ball gets softer, or the balls get softer.
Might be hard to hit it away though if they're a bit behind the rate.
Somerset certainly found it, once they really started to accelerate, they started losing wickets.
Yeah. So that factor of Somerset could bowl Warwickshire out for 200 odd, which might make a difference. Anyway, this next one from Baker is turned around onto the onside for no run by Mosley.
Well, I think if Somerset do win this game, it's odds on they're going to qualify as 3rd.
Yes, I was saying
which means a trip for me to either Old Trafford or Chelmsford. So it looks as if
would you
Durham
prefer?
are going to top the group.
There is nothing quite like winning a big knockout match at Chelmsford because the locals don't half get irritated. It's quite amusing. Baker comes into bowl to Mosley around the wicket, and that's in the air, and I don't know whether that carried to point. It was certainly very low if it did, and it wasn't taken, and they get a single. It might have been a low chance, that one. At any rate, it was a bit of a risky shot.
Don't know, it was Lewis Goldsworthy who were looking to take the catch, but
Baker to Lamb bowls, and Lamb pushes out to the offside for no run. Giving him no run to play. Good over from Baker, except it's not over yet. He's got to finish it off yet. But, so far he's 2 more runs and it's over so far, and in comes Baker to bowl, and that's played away into the deep for a single, and it's 124 for 4, so he did finish the over off well.
Yeah, good comeback from Sonny Baker, who went for, I think it was 27 in his first 3 overs, taken to task by Ed Pollock. It was a good over, and maybe he had a chance dropped. It was, I think it perhaps reached him on the half volley. Lewis Goldsworthy was going to bowl the next over from the Birmingham end, but his slow arm just conceded 4 runs in his first over. He's a wily bowler, is Goldsworthy. He's got an old head on young shoulders, as Lamb makes room for himself and plays this away through the offside. I think that's going to be not cut off by a diving George Thomas, who made good ground to get to it, but there was just too much pace on that ball as it sped across the outfield, and that's the first boundary for some time.
Yeah, it's a well-placed shot from Matt Lamb.
128 for 4. Oh, Warwickshire. This is turned into the onside for a comfortable single. We're in the 24th over, so nearing the halfway stage, and I fancy that Somerset had a similar number of runs on the board at the same stage in their innings, but with 2 fewer wickets down.
I'll tell you in a moment, but it was the first boundary since the 20th over.
This is swept and will be cut off by Leonard, moving to his right. It's just a single. Good piece of fielding by the young quick bowler. 130 for 4.
Now, after 24 overs, Somerset were actually 115 for 2, so Warwickshire a bit ahead of that, but Somerset did have a little spurt.
They did. Here's Goldsworthy in a bowls to Lamb, who stuns that into the offside. Yes, Somerset's purple patch was just about to develop.
Yes, they hit
Hildreth and Goldsworthy.
74 from overs 36 to 40.
Goldsworthy's in and bowls, and there's a good stop by the Somerset skipper Ben Green, moving quickly to his left, sprawling at short mid-wicket.
No, beg your pardon, they didn't. They hit 74 from overs 31 to 40, so a 10 over spell where they were averaging 7.5.
Goldsworthy to Lamb, who again can't get that away. Just drops it into the offside, so not a bad over again from Somerset perspective. Lewis Goldsworthy, despite conceding the boundary, only going for 6 in that over, and it's 130 for 4. Warwickshire needing 288 at the end of the 24th.
So 158 required in 26 overs. And Baker to continue. Mosley looks around the field. He's on 9. Patient 9 off 20 balls. So he's playing himself in. Baker comes into bowl to him. He drives that, and he'll get 1 to the sweeper on the offside to move into double figures. 131 for 4.
Sonny Baker is Somerset's leading wicket taker in this competition, with prior to this game 10 wickets for 262 runs, with an economy rate of 5.7, which is not bad.
Not bad at all
for an 18-year-old.
Not bad for anybody, to be fair, but India 157 for 2 now against England. Jimmy Hansen has taken the 2 wickets to fall. And in comes Baker to Lamb. So I'm joking there somewhere as Lamb plays that one out to a wide third man. Or there's a tumbling stop, and the ball just leaves the field and they get to. It's probably always going to be 2 anyway.
James Hildreth down there.
Yeah. Did a good tumbling stop, but just lost control of the ball. As I said, I don't think it would have mattered.
Again, the ball was really travelling as it reached Hildreth.
It was a good stop. But what might have been a slightly hurried 2 ended up being a fairly comfortable 2. 133 for 4. Lamb on to 24. And Baker, right arm over, bowls, and that's pushed to point. There's no run.
How do you think Warwickshire are going to play this? Just keep knocking it around for the time being?
Yeah, I think so. I think these two are building a partnership. They've got some big hitters right down at the bottom of the order, so they'll probably feel if they're still there with 10 overs to go, assuming the required rate hasn't reached ridiculous levels, that they'll feel they still have some sort of chance. But of course, they're a bit vulnerable with 4 wickets down. Baker in, and that's driven nicely by Lamb. I'm sure it's sped away, so perhaps he did come out of the middle, but it didn't sound all that clean. However, he's gone away very nicely for 4. He's on to 28.
Yes. Its first bounce was on one of the used pitches. It seemed to gather pace. It was a well-timed shot.
$137 for 4. In comes Baker. 12. Middle one off stump, and he just gets back on that, and just for a moment looked like it might roll back onto his stumps. It didn't. It would do Matt Lamb's long-term career prospects no harm at all if he could play a match-winning innings here.
How long has he been a Warwickshire player?
A few years now. Off the top of my head, probably 3 or 4 years where he's been in the first team picture. In comes Baker to bowl, and quite come out of the middle of the bat, plays it to mid-on. There's no run.
He's bowling a good full length, is Sonny Baker, inviting the batsman to drive, and on that occasion Lamb not getting hold of it. He's no spring chicken, Matt Lamb, is he? 25?
Yeah, spring chicken by my standards, but
not to mention mine.
So 137 for 4. They got 24 off that batch of 5 overs, a slight improvement of the previous 5 where they got 21, although crucially didn't lose a wicket this time.
Well, the Duckworth-Lewis Stern par score at the end of this over 158. We're on 137 for 4, so Somerset
work to do.
Goldsworthy is in a bowl. This is swept down to deep backward square leg, where it will be cut off well by Leonard, who sends in the return. They come back for 2 runs, 139 for 4. Applause there for the shot and for the piece of fielding.
Yeah, I think he thought he got a
cricket
4
all round.
Yeah. Just on Matt now, he just feels one of these players who just striving for that consistency that would make him a well-established player. He's had his moments, but perhaps not done it consistently enough.
Mosley on to 12, makes room for himself, plays this away, and Leonard will again do the fielding. And in the deep on the leg side in front of the Hollis stand, 140 for 4. So Warwickshire approaching the halfway point in their chase in terms of runs. So this is turned into the onside. They're going to think about coming back for a second run here, and think about it is all they do as Sam Young comes sprinting in from the boundary to do the fielding. 141 for 4. Warwickshire need to build a partnership, establish a platform, get themselves in a position where they can sprint down the home straight, as it were, as that's played into the onside, fielded by Ben Green or even George Bartlett. And this time there will be a single as Sonny Baker comes in off the long on boundary to do the fielding. 142 for 4. Steady accumulation with the occasional studded with the occasional boundary. Goldsworthy, slow left arm, bowls to Lamb, who's looking for a single. There's going to be a shy at the stumps, and if that had hit, it would have been very close. Ned Leonard with the fielding, and there was never really a single there, but they survive. 143 for 4 at the end of that over.
That time, good backing up on the boundary. I did just wonder for a moment whether Warwickshire might get their second 5 there, but it was well backed up. One thing Warwickshire haven't managed to do yet is hit a 6. Somerset hit 3 6s in their innings. None yet for Warwickshire. 143 for 4, 26 overs gone. We're having a wee break, so they got again 6 runs off that over. They'll be happy to tick along around about 6 and over. They can't afford it to drop much below that now. And it could be a close game, this.
Glamorgan have lost a wicket, 133 for 1, needing 231.
Lack of faith in the
Surrey
Welsh,
are 187 for 2, cruising to victory.
Yes.
And 637 for 4, needing another 114 runs. On the outcome of that will depend whether I go to Old Trafford or Chelmsford, assuming that Somerset win this, which is still a pretty large assumption because this is quite evenly poised.
Yeah. So, schoolboy saying 6 over required now as Baker comes in to bowl to Lamb, right arm over. Is it me or is it you? I've lost track.
It's you, Clive.
Oh, is it? Right, let's play back the ball.
I've been doing the Birmingham end. Which direction are we looking at? Are we sort of looking sort of south?
Yes. Yeah, geography is never my strongest point, but that would. Well, let me think about that now. I have to think about that now.
Is it more east?
Well, sort of Worcester's back that way, so.
That's north.
Yeah, so
because Worcester's south of here.
Yeah, that's what I was beginning to think. Yeah, that one is played straight to point. There's no run. It's well fielded.
So where's Birmingham city centre? Away? Yes, we must be.
Where all the skyscrapers are, across the top left-hand corner of the Birmingham end.
Must be looking just about due north.
Yeah.
There's quite a breeze blowing across the ground from the southwest.
Baker to Lamb, and Lamb playing that nicely. There's a fielder out there who makes a good stop. Some good fielding by Somerset of late, and again a couple of runs saved. They do get 2. Good shot from Lamb, but
not bad for an old man.
That's Hildreth, yeah. That was that's a good example there.
He's 36 now.
Yeah.
But still very, very fit. Fine athlete.
45 for 4. Could be crucial, those stops. 4 runs saved the last couple of overs by good stops. Baker to Lamb, who plays that to the offside. There's no run. I'm just looking a bit frustrated. He needn't be. They're going along all right. And crucial that he stays there, though. And Dan Mosley just coming down the pitch. You know, he's the youngster of the two. Maybe he's just saying to Matt Lamb, don't get yourself worried. We're okay. Okay.
Where does Dan Mosley come from? A local boy.
Yeah.
Has he come up through the academy?
Yeah, he has. This one, next one is played uppishly and down to third man for 2 runs. I have to be quick for the second. They are. He actually made his championship debut against Alistair Cook at Chelmsford, I think, if I remember rightly, in 2019. So. He sort of listed Alistair Cook as one of his heroes, so that was quite a nice moment. And Alistair Cook, I think, was very giving in encouraging him that day in that match. But yeah, very exciting prospect down Mosley. Baker to Lamb, who drives that, doesn't get out of the middle of the bat. It squirts off the inside edge, but to deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, we got a Warwickshire Academy boy on the books at Taunton. Useful player he is too. Name of Banton.
Yeah.
One that got away.
Yeah.
His younger brother's been plying his trade for just down the road at Worcestershire, I think, isn't he?
Yes, I think you're right. 148 for 4, 5 off that over.
Well, they're past the halfway stage now. Warwickshire. And this game nicely poised. 27 overs gone, 23 remain. Another 140 required with 6 wickets in hand. Goldsworthy to bowl from the Birmingham end. Lamb makes room for himself and slaps that away through the offside without really timing it, but he'll pick up a single as George Thomas does the fielding in front of the Hollies stand. 149 for 4.
Just underlines the importance of partnership. They've got to within 13 now, the Duckworth Lewis Stern par score. They were over 30 behind when they came together.
This is played away again on the bounce out to Thomas again, just for a single. 150 is on the board for Warwickshire in the 28th over. 150 for 4. Goldsworthy to Lamb, who drives this back, and well fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. Would only have been a single, but every run counts. Somerset needing to win to progress to a quarter-final. Goldsworthy's in a bowls, and this is down the leg side and will be given as a wide. Been relatively few wides from either of these two bowling attacks. They've both bowled with good discipline. Goldsworthy to Lamb, drown the pitch, but comes off a thickish inside edge all along the ground to Ben Green at short mid-wicket.
Yes, it was only Somerset's second wide. Warwickshire bowled 3.
3, that's pretty good in 50 overs, isn't it? Goldsworthy's in and bowls to Lamb, who again makes room for himself and will pick up just a single, as there's a very good stop by Leonard at backward point.
Both teams have bowled 1 no ball. Warwickshire's for bouncing over head height, and Somerset's for overstepping, but they got away with it as a free hit was not taken advantage of.
Goldsworthy to Mosley, who makes room for himself and plays that away through the offside. Young will do the fielding. 153 for 4, so another decent over from Goldsworthy, conceding just the 3 runs, but not picking up the wicket, and it's wickets really that Somerset need.
Yes, the 166 balls, the third 50 came in 68. Slow down a bit, the fact each 50 has been a bit slower than the previous one. 43 for the first, 50, 55 deliveries for the second, and now 68 for the third. But don't need to go berserk, just keep ticking along and keep their wickets in hand. I think that's the crucial element of the game now. And Josh Davies has been the big wicket taker, took the first 3 wickets to fall. And even though he's a little bit expensive, if he can, even if he goes for a few runs, if he takes 2 or 3 wickets in this spell, that will do nicely from Somerset's point of view.
I think Ben Green is thinking the same as I am, that Somerset need a wicket. Josh Davies is the most likely of their bowlers to provide them with one.
Well, he's bowling to Dan Mosley on 16 round the wicket, and Mosley has a little bit of an edge on that one, but there's no slip and it runs down to third man for a single. 154 for 4. Warwickshire, who missed out on everything last season. I mean, this competition wasn't on last season, but they didn't fare particularly well in either the Bob Willis Trophy or the T20 Blast. Although they should have got through, in fairness, to the T20 Blast. They threw it away in the final group game.
Ditto Somerset.
Yeah. In comes Davies. Well, to Lamb, who drives that nice and straight. That's a really good shot for 4 runs from Matt Lamb. Shot of his innings so far. He's on to 41, 158 for 4.
Yeah, over pitch avian. Nicely dealt with.
And the 50 partnership. Warwickshire's first partnership of any real substance. Well, that's the second partnership of substance. Fair on the third wicket. They did add 62 for the third wicket, so in comes Davies to bowl to Lamb, and that's carved away to the sweeper. The biggest partnership of the match so far was at 118 for Somerset's third wicket, Hildreth and Goldsworthy.
It's a bit reminiscent, uncomfortably reminiscent of what happened on Tuesday against Leicestershire, where a 5th wicket partnership between Lewis Hill and Kimber took the game away from Somerset. After they got Leicestershire 146 for 4, needing 328.
Davies round the wicket to bowl, and that's played onto the onside for no run. You can't lose, Anthony. Either you'll have the enjoyment of Somerset's success and through to the quarterfinals, or you'll have a nice holiday in Devon. You can't lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it's attractive though the prospect of going in the motorhome to North Devon is. They've done so well, this young Somerset side, that I would like to see them progress.
Davies comes into it. Oh, that's a wild delivery. It's almost a double bounce of the umpire signals wide. It would be quite an achievement to qualify in all three. I haven't checked really if anyone else is going to have qualified in all three.
I'm trying to think who else is in the Hampshire haven't. Nottinghamshire? No, they're not going to qualify in this, are they?
No.
Don't think so.
Well, it'd be a good effort.
Lancashire? It's Lancashire.
Yeah, might have Davies round the wicket to bowl, and that's worked out into the onside for no run, 160 for 4. So anyway, Warwickshire have qualified the other two, but not this one. Unless Surrey suddenly have the biggest collapse imaginable. Well, it would be some collapse. They need 6 to win, with 8 wickets left. But Glamorgan's still going well from a Somerset point of view. 151 for 1. Just need another 80 to beat Yorkshire. This next one is played into the offside for a single. In fact, you'd settle for them getting 79 and tying. That would do it. 161 for 4. But it would only do it, of course, if Somerset win this.
Yeah. Which is by no means a given at the moment, with these two going along steadily, just accumulating this partnership, biding their time. And the interesting part's going to come if they decide to, or if they need to accelerate the scoring rate. It's still relatively comfortable. 21 overs remaining. 127 required, so just almost exactly 6 runs and over. Run a ball. Goldsworthy's going to bowl another over. He's conceded 21 runs in his 4 thoughtful, tidy overs to date.
It's getting quite gloomy now, isn't it?
He's bowling to the left-handed Mosley. This is on leg stump, turned away into the onside to George Thomas, who comes off the boundary to do the fielding. 162
I wonder if the floodlights don't come on fairly soon. Both teams might just have to keep half an eye on the Duckworth Lewis. It's not imminent, but I just wonder.
Goldsworthy to Lamb, makes room for himself and plays this on the bounce to George Bartlett, who anticipates well to his left when he saw Lamb shaping to play that back foot forcing shot through the offside. Bartlett was already moving to his left and made a good stop. Goldsworthy's in and bowls. Lamb drives this back, and I'm sure if it did, I think it probably did hit the stumps at the far end. Pick up a single, yes, retrieving the bails. 163 for 4. Unlucky for Lamb, that was firmly struck. I think if that hadn't hit the stumps, it would probably run away for 4 runs.
It's just slightly too straight.
Goldsworthy then to, yes it did, it hit the stumps at the far end. Straight on. This is swept away in the air and is going to go for 6. George Thomas thinking he was in business there for a time. A slog sweep from Mosley. 169 for 4. First 6 of the innings, I fancy.
Yeah, 4th of the match. First for Warwickshire.
Swept, slog swept from well outside off stump. Perfectly legitimate shot. Goldsworthy to Mosley. This is shorter, and he'll pick up a single as he punches it up to long on. Baker is fielding 170 for 4.
Warwickshire are actually now ahead on Duckworth Lewis. That will change if 1 wicket falls, but right now they're ahead.
So it's a pretty fair reflection, Duckworth Lewis, of the balance of advantage, as Lamb will pick up a single here into the onside. 171 for 4, 288 the target, so another 117 required.
20 overs. They got that's a first double figure over actually since the 10th over of the innings. Got 10 off it.
Well, the old rule of thumb: take the score at 30 overs and double it. If you've got wickets in hand, would suggest that Warwickshire are on course for 340. I don't think they are, because scoring quick runs on this pitch is not easy.
No. Its last 5 overs did yield 34 runs, so that's their best since the second batch. 5, they got 38. So it's going to be Davies, who needs to get this wicket now for Somerset, and he bowls, and that's played out onto the offside. They got a single. 171 for 4. I'm Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where what will be Warwickshire's last game in the Royal London One Day Cup this season is heading for a very interesting finish. Chasing 288 to win, Warwickshire 172 for 4. They looked in a spot of bother when the 4th wicket fell, that of Michael Burgess at 108. But a good partnership now by Matt Lamb and Dan Mosley has got them right back in this. Mosley just sweeping a 6 a short while ago. He's now moving on to 27. Matt Lamb's on 45, and Warwickshire may now be marginal favourites here, but the game very much in the balance, with Warwickshire 173 for 4 in the 31st over.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for the Somerset captain, Ben Green, is that Warwickshire only need a run a ball, and there are plenty of singles available, and it's going to be difficult for him to stem the flow of runs.
Davies right arm over to Lamb, just on leg stump. Lamb turns it around his pads. He sprinted the first, but there might have been a second, because there was a slight misfield, but they didn't respond to it and just get the 1. 174 for 4.
Somerset really need to squeeze Warwickshire here, but to do that they need to bring at least one of their outfielders in. They'd be reluctant to do that.
Here comes Davies to bowl, and that's played onto the onside. There's no run. I'm assuming that if Yorkshire and Somerset both lose, there is no question of Somerset being able to overturn the net run. Glamorgan are beginning to get going now, so if they won with 6 or 7 overs to spare, we'll get to get the calculators out again.
Well, yeah. I think it would be a...
I mean, if Somerset lost, say, by 1 run, and Yorkshire are beaten with, say, 6 or 7 overs to spare, I don't know. Anyway, Davies on the wicket to pole, and that's played out to point. There's no run. I'll leave that one with you. Sorry, have won, by the way. They've beaten Derbyshire by 8 wickets. That does confirm what we've known for a long time, that Warwickshire definitely will not progress in this competition unless it emerges that someone's played a few unregistered players.
Well, you never know. There have been all sorts of odd things happen this season.
174 for 4.
Of course, the other group is going to be decided on average points per game, isn't it? So.
That's down to Gloucestershire, who've won their game against Kent at Beckenham easily. That's short, and it's pulled to square leg for a single. So Kent winning that, Gloucestershire winning that by 8 wickets in the 38th over. Not quite sure what impact that's going to have on the other group.
So my calculations as to where I might be going if Somerset were to win could be seriously mistaken. But anyway, Somerset haven't won yet, and at the moment Warwickshire would be favourites, not red-hot favourites, but lukewarm favourites, I think would be fair to say.
Trying to work out whether Gloucestershire will get through with that. They'll be on to, well, taking aside the points per game, they would be on 8 points from their 7 matches. So they'll end up on 9 point something, presumably. Crikey, I'm glad I don't have to calculate that one. 175 for 4 here after 31.
Well, a trip to Bristol wouldn't be too bad.
No.
Right, we're going to have a bowling change at the Birmingham end. Lewis Goldsworthy being relieved by George Drissel with his off breaks. He bowled a couple of overs earlier on, went for 17.
Probably overstaying my welcome here. At the time that brought Phil in, I'll be back before half past, because I'll be on again at half past, but I'll give Phil a good 20-minute stint.
George Drissel, who has taken 1 wicket so far in the competition. His one and only wicket for Somerset. You're not missing any cricket. Ben Green is just setting his field for the off spinner. 175 for 4, 288 the target. Drissel's in and bowls to Mosley, who plays that away through the offside. The batsman nearly collide in mid-pitch as they're ball watching, but they avoid each other, and a comfortable single is the result. Warwickshire going smoothly along, Phil, at the moment.
They're having a good sort of 45 minutes here, aren't they? That they've steadied, nothing spectacular, but I think these 2 men were in when we came off air on my previous stint.
Well, they're keeping up with the rate, which means that they don't need to take any undue risks. Drissel is in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground by Lamb for a single. Bartlett doing the fielding at mid-on. I was just saying to Clive, it's a bit of a conundrum for Ben Green. He really needs to squeeze Warwickshire, but to do that, he'll need 1 or 2 more fielders inside the ring. This is slog swept, and it goes to George Thomas on the second bounce. He likes that shot, does Dan Mosley?
He does indeed. I thought that Ben Green and Ned Leonard,
they looked the most likely.
Well.
Yeah. I thought Ned Leonard bowled particularly well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Full and straight. Drissel's bowls and Lamb defends. A good ball. 178 for 4 in the 32nd over. 288 target for Warwickshire to deny Somerset a place in the quarter-finals. This is turned into the onside, but Ben Green will field it at short mid-wicket. Lamb on 47 from 63 deliveries. Drissel bowls, and Lamb again turns it to Ben Green and won't get a run. So a good over from George Drissel, going for just the 3 runs. 178 for 4 at the end of it. That was the 32nd over, so 18 overs remain, in which Warwickshire need to score 110 with 6 wickets in hand.
Back that 30 run, there were 30 runs behind on the Duckworth Lewis when these 2 came together. They're now just a couple of runs ahead of where they would need to be, should it be needed. But again, as many times today, it's just a guide, because I don't think there's much chance. Let's hope not to rain in the next hour and a half, so which is all that's needed. Green starts a new over, and it's to the left-handed Dan Mosley, who pushes this one to mid-off, and there's no run.
This game could turn in the matter of minutes, you know, if Somerset pick up a couple of wickets, or if Warwickshire have a big over.
So far they've not had a big over, or not certainly since Pollock was in at the top of the order. Ben Green in again, bowls. Mosley again is forward to that one, looking to try and play it into the onside, but getting straightened up, and then all he does at the end is push it back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowl.
Yeah, Ben Green bowling wide of the crease, angling it into left-handed Mosley. to...
Is he playing much red ball cricket, Green, at all?
Yes, he has played some. Yeah.
Around the wicket he's in. This is full and it's turned, but straight to mid-wicket. Again, another dot ball. Just putting the pressure on there. Bartlett does the fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
In the Bob Willis last year, he opened the innings with Tom Lammonby, which was a bit of a surprise because he had been batting at 7 or 8 for Somerset. But he did a pretty good job.
He's round the wicket for short. Mosley will get a single if he's quick.
He was dawdling.
He was sort of, in the end, he was doing a bit of ball watching.
He was dawdling. If that had hit from Goldsworthy, he'd have been gone. And Goldsworthy had all 3 stumps to aim at, and he had the ball in his left hand, and he's a left-hander, well, left-handed bowler, right-handed batsman.
He set off late for that, whether he was off balance after playing the shot. Anyway, he gets away with it. This next one goes right through Lamb.
Yeah, a slower delivery from Ben Green, very well disguised.
There've been, during this innings, there's been about 4 or 5 balls which have completely deceived the batsman. All bowls from this end, and most of them actually, I have to say, to Matt Lamb, who's played and missed at balls just outside the off stump. Again, in. Lamb looks in. This time the ball is thrown into the stumps, but he's home. Mosley was backing up, but had managed to get back into his crease. There was an appeal, but I think it was more in hope than expectation. It was set on 179 for 4. Another really good tight over from the
was
captain.
Just 1 run from that, and the momentum is just shifting, sort of shifting one way and the other.
A drink has come out for the Warwickshire batsman, and with it, I'm sure, a message.
Well, I should think the message would be
Get on with
keep
it.
up the... No, I don't think so. I think keep up the good work.
Yes. Well, they need 100.
The one thing Warwickshire don't want is to lose a wicket
That's right.
at this stage.
The only thing they've got to keep an eye on is there are 17 overs. They're requiring just under 6.5 and over.
Yeah.
So just more than runnable.
Tristle to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. This is played straight to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Lewis Goldsworthy, who is usually at backward point, but that position is filled by James Hildreth. Tristle bowls. Mosley makes room for himself and plays it to James Hildreth. And Somerset are putting the squeeze on Warwickshire at the moment. And will they get their reward with a rash shot and a wicket? This is lofted away, and that's nothing rash about that. It was a good, clean hit, and I think it's gone for 6, just carrying the boundary at straight mid-wicket. A pickup shot, really, from Dan Mosley, and the stranglehold has been emphatically broken with that 6.
That was a nice clean pickup, wasn't it? And he picked one of the longest boundaries on the ground to hit it to.
Yep.
Just up to as you look at the Thwaite scoreboard, just to the right of the Thwaite scoreboard, and just cleared the ropes.
It's called the Thwaite scoreboard, is it?
Thwaite.
Thwaite. Here's Tristle and bowls, and this is... Oh, it's gone onto the stumps. It's rolled back onto the stumps. He's very, very unlucky for Dan Mosley, but he's gone as he went for the sweep shot. Ball came up off his pad and landed and spun back onto the stumps, and that's the 5th Warwickshire wicket to go down. Yes, and Stephen Davies very nearly got his glove to stop it going onto the stumps, and at the last second realised that if he did nothing, the ball would hit the top of the middle stump, which it did. So bad luck on Dan Mosley, who's made 37 from 47 deliveries, 185 for 5, but a vital wicket as far as Somerset are concerned.
I know he hit the 6, but you did, with the pressure being on, they were getting more and more bogged down, and just think that may be a result of some tight overs in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Again, another Warwickshire batsman who's had a really good start, but not gone on to make that big score. They'll hope now that Matt Lamb can capitalise on his start.
Jake Bethel is the new batsman. Another left-hander. One of umpteen left-handers in this. How many have they got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left-handers.
He's got a high score of 66 in the competition. He's played in all 8 games. He's made 104 runs, of which 66 came in 1 inning. So he's not been prolific with his runs, but in his first year as a 17-year-old, he's feeling his way and getting into to playing.
Well, George Drissel has got his first wicket of the game, his second wicket for Somerset. And an important wicket it was too, because he's a powerful striker of the ball, Dan Mosley. He's in there bowling to Bethel, who will pick up a comfortable single into the onside, 186 for 5. Means that Lamb will be on strike. A left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment, which always makes it, well, it was previously with Mosley, which makes it a little bit more difficult for the bowling side. This is full of length outside the off stump, driven away and fielded by George Thomas, 187 for 5. At the end of that over, which was the 34th of the innings, takes Lamb on to 48. He keeps the strike, and another 101 required by Warwickshire, the remaining 16 overs.
Run rate still running just about 6.5 and over. 6.31 to be precise, for those who suddenly reach for the calculators. It's going to be green to continue from this pavilion end. He's got 4 overs left, which he can bowl. He's been really economic so far. As he comes in and bowls, Bethel strikes as cleanly away through the offside. That's a nice looking shot. They'll come back for a second ball. It's well fielded out there by Young, Sam Young. And Lamb will take the shot. 68 balls, it's got 4 falls for it. So he's wanting to a bit more work to do yet for him. Green in again to the right hander, and this is run away to a backward point. It's called quickly, good call from Bethel, said yes, and scampered through for the single.
Yeah, it's been in innings, not many flourishes from Matt Lamb. He's picked up the 1s and the 2s, hit the odd boundary shot, but he's been intent on accumulation.
190 for 5. So around the wicket comes Green, in, bowls, and Bethel is forward to that one, just pushing it back, and the bowler fields up his own bowling.
For the benefit of Somerset listeners, what sort of a batsman is Jake Bethel?
Well, apart from seeing him in this limited overs, I've not seen him play any other form of cricket. He's highly thought of, and as a 17-year-old, he's obviously, I would imagine if you played against him for the school teams, he plays this one back and the green field, he'd cause a few problems at that sort of level, one would imagine. Gets a lot of runs. I have seen him play some quite attacking shots and quite attacking innings, so he's not somebody who will just, despite being pretty youthful, he doesn't just sit and push. Green into him again. He drives that nicely into the offside.
He was born in Barbados. Did he learn his cricket in the West Indies?
Yes,
or?
he did. Yeah. I talked to Dave Bracegirdle about this because he knew of him, because Franklin Stevenson, who's out there, he'd been either at some sort of training or he'd worked with Franklin out in the West Indies, and seemingly he was very highly thought of since he was about 13. This is turned behind square on the onside. They think about a second, but it's not really on as the ball's on its way back in to Davies behind the stumps. So take it settled for the single. And a lot of sides who've been out to the West Indies touring pre-season, which teams were doing pre-COVID. One or two of them had seen him even as a youngster and were quite impressed with him. He came to rugby school, as Clive said earlier on scholarship. Michael Powell is the cricket coach there. Michael Powell, the old Warwickshire captain,
Yeah.
Who recommended Sam Hain to Warwickshire when he was at school in Scotland. I think he's been instrumental in Jacob Bethel coming as well. But beyond that, I really don't know too much else about him. You know, I say he was a name really which we knew of with having potential, but not about too much of what he did.
Here's Drissel in to bowl to Bethel, who gets one angle into him, and all he can do is just push it out into the offside. 191 for 5, 288 the target. We're in the 36th over. Drissel bowling to Bethel, who gets a leading edge. It's in the air for some time, but no chance to Ben Green.
Well bowled by Drissel.
He's turning the ball away from the left-hander. He's in bowls. This is shorter and hammered and not fielded cleanly by Ben Green, who looks to the heavens in frustration at his own fallibility. It was hit hard, but Green would have expected to make that stop 9 times out of 10. They take a single. 192 for 5. Drissel to Lamb. Full toss, low full toss, which is driven up to Bartlett at long on for a single. 193 for 5. Singles coming, but boundaries have largely dried up. There was that 6 that was hit by Mosley shortly before he got himself out. This is played away through the offside out to Sam Young, just for a single. 194 for 5. What's the required rate now? It's pushing up to 7, is it?
6.62.
6 point. Not gone up by much. Drissel to Lamb, who drives this away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. It was over pitch from Drissel, and Goldsworthy at short extra cover couldn't make the stop. And no chance out there for George Thomas, who was quite square on the cover boundary and going away through the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was the last ball of the over, just a bit. It was too full, and Lamb was onto it in a flash, and it sport being a good over. 98 for 5. I feel that Lamb has got a key role to play now if Warwickshire are going to win this game.
Yes, he's the senior player.
Yeah.
He's got the runs under his belt. He needs to take responsibility.
It will be Green to continue into his 8th over from this pavilion end onto the leg pads of Bethel. Thinks about the run. The ball dropped down in front of him, and Stephen Davies had to come charging in to pick it up. If it had been the last over and 1 to win, they definitely would have run on that ball, but at this stage, not worth the risk. Here's Green again, comes in, bowls, and Bethel is playing a lovely looking shot through the offside. That's a beautiful timing and away between extra cover and mid-off and down to the long-off boundary for 4 to bring up the Warwickshire 200, 202 for 5. Spurs boundary, sweetly timed shot.
Yeah, he played it on the up. It was in the air for a time, but picked his spot nicely. That was a typical West Indian shot, really. Not played with quite the panache of some West Indian batsmen.
Green in again, bowls. This one is angled away down to third man, where they will just get the one. They thought about the second, or at least Bethel thought about the second, but Lamb was having none of it. He'll settle for the single.
DLS Par score at the end of this over 202, so Warwickshire just creeping ahead again.
Yeah, they're just about keeping on that sort of
It's
aren't they?
going to be a close finish, I fancy.
Here's Green, he's in, bowls, Lamb turns to mid-wicket. Won't get a run this time. No run.
Green's in his 8th over, so he's got 2 more to bowl. Josh Davies got 2 to bowl. He's got to get Sonny Baker's got 4 more, and Ed Leonard 5 more.
Green, this is going to be runs. Turned away off his pads by Lamb, down to fine leg for a single. He's got 1 ball to go in this over, which for Bethel.
He's got plenty of bowling options though, Ben Green. I'm sure the spinners were very effective in the last 10 overs of Somerset's innings, with the extra fielder out in the deep.
He comes again and bowls. This is driven, but he was looking again for a drive through the offside, but just got in the end, just turned on him a little turned his bat in round, and it drove it back to the keeper. End of another over from Green. That's 8 overs for 31 for him. Warwickshire 204 for 5. They require another 84 runs from 13 overs. Required rate 6.46.
Yeah. Which is where it's been just about throughout. Which,
Clive is going to have to come back in because he's going to have an update. So I'm going to leave you at this point.
Thank you, Phil.
Anthony, best of luck.
Always a pleasure. Look forward to seeing you down at Taunton one of these fine days. You can come and admire our museum.
Okay. Again, yes.
Here's Dressel in the bowls, and this is driven away through the offside, and Thomas is going to have to move quickly. He does, and they come back for a second run. He did well there, did George Thomas, because that was nicely timed by Matt Lamb. 206 for 5. George Dressel bowling his off breaks. Bowls to Lamb, turns this into the onside, and again there'll be a single. There's just a hint of a misunderstanding between the 2 batsmen, as I think Bethel at the non-striker's end was worried that Ben Green might make the stop, but he didn't. Dressel having gone for 35 in his 5 overs prior to this one. He's bowling to Bethel, down the pitch driving, but this time Ben Green makes the stop at short extra cover, stops it cleanly, and there's no run. Bethel on 9, Lamb on 60. Dressel bowls. Bethel makes room for himself and plays it away through the offside to Sam Young. 208 for 5. Still absolutely nothing in it. Somerset can pick up another wicket. They would be strongly placed. Lamb drives this down the ground, but Sonny Baker will cut it off from mid-off, so it's just a single. 209 for 5. Similarly, if these two can build a partnership, 79 more Warwickshire need, and they don't need to go mad in terms of the scoring rate. Dressel is in and bowls to Bethel, makes room for himself and lofts that away through the onside out to Sonny Baker. Perfectly safe shot, but probably not exactly where he was aiming, looking more for cow corner. End of that over, which was the 38th. 210 for 5, 78 more required in 12 overs.
Yes, it's an intriguing contest with a bit of jeopardy on it as well, not for Warwickshire, who can't qualify, but pretty certain that Glamorgan are going to, well, I say pretty certain, they're a bit strong, they're more than a run a ball, but they're certainly favourites to beat Yorkshire. And That means that Somerset have a chance of qualifying if they can win this. Umpires having a chat about something. We've got 12 overs to go then.
Well, it looks like Essex are going to beat Lancashire. Well, I don't know,
Does that mean you're heading for Chelmsford? I've lost track now.
Yeah, it would be, I think. Well, depending on how the points per game average works out.
No. The good thing is you've got so long to plan it as well, haven't you? In comes Leonard to round the wicket to bowl, and that's hit hard out to square leg for a single. I mentioned it earlier, but it bears repeating that the ECB seem to be aware of the dissatisfaction from many about the way the final and what have you has been organised this season. So they've done two things. One, they've slashed the prices for the final, 12 quid for adults, kid for a quid. But also they have given an undertaking that next season's final will not be played midweek, it will be played on a Saturday.
At more than 2 days' notice, one trusts.
Hopefully, yes. Leonard comes in to bowl to Lamb, who gets a bit of an edge on that, runs it down to third man, and he's going to prosper from it. It opened the face of the bat, so there was some deliberate element in the shot. This could be.
That was a. He got it. He didn't mean to hit it quite as fine as that, but the intent to run it down towards third man was certainly there.
Indeed. So. Oh, hang on. Hey. Just lost the line there. Bear with us if you're watching the stream. I just need to sort out a technical here.
While you're doing that, yes. I'll talk. Here's Leonard in and bowls. This is pulled away and stopped out there on the deep backward square leg boundary by Sonny Baker. So it's just single 216 for 5.
So apologies if you're listening to us on BBC Online. I have no idea how long we're off there. Hopefully not too long, but we did lose the line momentarily. Pleased to be back with you now. Hopefully, I will double check in a moment when I get a chance. So we are seeing Leonard bowl. Warwickshire 216 for 5, chasing 288 to win. We're in the 39th over, and that's a dot ball, precious dot ball for Leonard as Bethel pushes out to the offside for no run. This game can go. Well, all results really still possible. So Leonard comes into bowl to Bethel. Short ball, Bethel takes a swing and misses, but it's going down the leg side. It's a little harsh from the bowler, but it was just down the leg side, and the umpire has called it a wide.
Well, he was fortunate really to get away with that, as Ned Leonard, but it wasn't a good delivery, and could easily have been helped on its way down to the long leg boundary.
He comes in again to bowl to Bethel, who hits up hard, cuts it, and beats the fielder inside the circle and the one on the boundary as well. Good shot from young Jacob Bethel. He's on to 16. 221 for 5. Some of the Bears supporters beginning to find their voice.
I was going to say, the crowd coming to life.
Yes.
They've been quiet all day, really. They've been polite. They've clapped. The Warwickshire crowd here have clapped Somerset batsmen when they've reached landmarks in their innings.
Yeah, somebody get a bit leery about something. I couldn't quite work out what earlier. Anyway, in comes Leonard's a bouncer, and Bethel pulls at it and misses, and it is under head height, so that goes down as a very good delivery. Oh, he doesn't. He's called it no ball.
I think that's a bit harsh.
Square leg umpires clearly deemed it overhead height. One or two on both sides of that decision that have raised an eyebrow or two, but there we are.
It's been an expensive over this for Somerset.
It's not a free hit. They do get 2 for the no ball. And Leonard to bowl. around the wicket, and Bethel plays it onto the onside and goes through for one. For some reason Bethel hesitated slightly, but had no need to. 224 for 5.
12 runs from it. Just what Somerset didn't need. Well, we're 224 for 5, so 64 needed in 11 overs, which means that the rate is now below 6. And the significance of that is it's below a run a ball. And just the one more over before Somerset can put the extra man out. But if the extra man is out, that means it's easier for the Warwickshire batsmen to accumulate singles, then that may be no advantage. Somerset found it difficult in their last 10 overs. They were losing wickets at regular intervals, but that's when they were trying to accelerate the scoring rate, and Warwickshire don't need to do that. They've been keeping up with the required rate of around about 6 runs and over throughout. It's Goldsworthy to come in from the Birmingham end. This makes room for this, does Matt Lamb, and plays it out through the offside for a single. 225 for 5. Goldsworthy in his 6th over. He's gone for 32 runs so far. It's not easy to score quick runs on this wicket, but there's not much in it for the bowlers, and if the batsmen are patient and prepared just to accumulate, then that's exactly what they can do. Goldsworthy's in and bowls, and Lamb is beaten, and there's an appeal for LBW, which is given not out, and they've forgotten to run for the leg by, but they eventually wake up to it and they take a single. If they'd been a bit more alert, they could have taken 2. Suggests that batsmen might have been rather more concerned about being given out LBW.
I would have thought the thing you do is run to make sure the umpire doesn't think you're out.
Strange, isn't it? Normally, if it's adjacent, they set off like a scalded cap. There's Goldsworthy in a bowls to Bethel, who slog sweeps, but only as far as Sonny Baker, who's patrolling the boundary in front of the Hollies stand. They pick up another run. 127 for 5 in the 40th over. So Warwickshire are going to need no more than 6 runs and over off their last 10 overs. They've got 5 wickets in hand. Somerset badly in need of a wicket. Goldsworthy is in and bowls to Lamb, and makes room for himself and plays that firmly away through the offside. There's a diving half stop by Drissel and a good up by George Thomas in the end out on the boundary, but they've come back for 2 runs. 229 for 5. He was fortunate to get away with that, Lewis Goldsworthy, dragging it down short outside the off stump. Lamb targeting the extra cover boundary. Goldsworthy again bowls to Lamb, down the pitch again, driving away through extra cover. There'll be 2 more here as Baker's on the ball now. Sends in the return, but they'll come back comfortably. 231 for 5. Game you feel just slipping away from Somerset at the moment.
Yeah, needs 2 quick wickets, doesn't it?
Goldsworthy's bowling and Lamb stretching forward. In defence, good ball from Goldsworthy, but he conceded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs in that over, which is 1 more run than Warwickshire actually needed. 231 for 5 with 10 overs remaining, and Warwickshire needing another 57 runs.
Yeah, 40 runs for no wicket in that block of 5 overs. I think has turned the game Warwickshire's way at the moment. 60 for 1 last 10.
The 3rd power play, which permits the fielders to
third time, which is
5 fielders.
extra fielders allowed on the boundary. But the problem for Somerset is that just stopping the boundaries isn't quite enough. You don't need a whole load of boundaries to win this game. So 10 overs to go. And what, 58 runs required. 57 runs required, I should say. So obviously 5.7 and over needed, which doesn't sound much, but you have to bear in mind there are only 5 wickets left. That's the thing that Somerset have got to think about. A couple of quick wickets, and it would suddenly change the complexion of the game somewhat. It's actually heading for a tight finish at Cardiff. Glamorgan 196 for 4, need 35 in 27 balls. I think you mentioned Durham have beaten Hampshire. Quite a high-scoring game at Hove. I'll give you that one in a moment. But Baker round the wicket bowls, and it's blocked by Bethel. There's no run. Chasing 334 to win. Middlesex are 287 for 7. Probably just going to run short, you would think. So Warwickshire looking to finish the competition on a high. Albeit will be the end of their competition. Baker around the wicket, well to Bethel, was down on one knee, hit that nicely Bethel, but there is a sweeper out there. They look for a second, there isn't one there.
He got away with that. Juicy half volley outside the off stump.
Bethel to 20, well the young man is a good partnership this again for Warwickshire. In some trouble at 108 for 4, but 77 added for the 5th wicket, and already 47 so far for this one.
Yeah, it gets more difficult for the bowlers as the ball gets softer.
Yeah. Warwickshire well ahead of the with Lewis Stern at par score. That one, though, that was wide. Lamb takes advantage to a point, although again he has found the sweeper, so he just gets the 1. He's on to 71. He hit hard, but
he's just showing his inexperience, is Sonny Baker. He's had a good tournament, but picked up 10 wickets and impressed with his pace. But he lacks the variations of someone like Bresnan.
Into bowl now, and that's it in the air. Oh, just beats the dive and goes through for 4. Not sure you can really call it a chance, but it was very close, and it was in the air for a while, but just didn't quite go to hand.
A gallant effort by Ben Green, flinging himself to his left, but had that catch been taken, it wasn't a catch. Had he been able to get to it, then perhaps that might have changed the course of this match.
Ooh, excuse me for the echo, I'm just checking we're on, we are. Yeah,
well, it's one of those moments in a game of cricket.
Yeah, there's fine margins. It's, Bethel survives, he got 4 for it, so he's on to 24. 237 for 5. Baker around the wicket to bowl. It's right into the toes of Bethel, who digs it onto the leg side.
Good piece of bowling. Looking for that Yorker.
One more ball this over. Somerset needing wickets now, just seeing that competition slip away from them. Hold on the trophy, slipping, but they have 2 other trophies, as indeed have Warwickshire, to aim for. So plenty, so there'll be some counties whose season's pretty much dead already, but not these 2. Baker around the wicket to Bethel, and that's going down the leg side. If that's missed everything, that's going to be a wide, and it is indeed. 238 for 5. Just coming across a little word. I was perhaps getting just a little frustrated now. Just trying a bit too hard to find a way through. Still 50 runs required, so far from job done. And, he just composes himself, takes time at the end of his run up now. Comes running in, blue soles of his boots showing as he runs in. Bowls a decent delivery, but it's well played by Bethel. Down the ground and straight for 4. A good shot from the teenager. And Warwickshire supporters enjoying this now. 242 for 5.
Yep, well, what's that, 6-10, 11 off the over. It was over pitch from, he was looking for the Yorker again, Sonny Baker, and didn't quite hit his length as he would have wanted to. Ben Green, the skipper, I think is going to, no he's not, he's going to give Lewis Goldsworthy another over. Goldsworthy 6 overs, 1 for 37. Very difficult though to contain a side to fewer than a run a ball on a pitch as slow as this one, with an outfield as fast as this is. How many men have we got out? I think it's just the 1, 2, 3, 4 men out, so Somerset not taking advantage of the ability to put 5 men out because they can't afford to concede too many singles. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving 1. Goldsworthy is in bowling to Lamb, who drives, and there'll be a single here out to Sonny Baker on the cover boundary. 243 for 5, just 45 more. Warwickshire need in 9 overs, less 1 ball. So just about 5 runs and over. Goldsworthy's in and bowls to Bethel, who plays that into the onside, and Driscoll makes a bit of a mess of fielding it, but anticipates well and does enough to deter the batsman from attempting a single. Goldsworthy is in and bowls. This is a quicker ball and turned into the onside. Josh Davies, who still has a couple of overs to bowl, does the fielding, but can't prevent the single. 244 for 5. Goldsworthy to Lamb, and Lamb looking to open the face and run that down to third man, with third man in the shape of Josh Davies up inside the fielding circle, but can't get it past him. If these two Warwickshire batsmen bat sensibly, you'll feel they'll take their team home, and this comes off a thick edge out into the onside. You probably heard the oh from the bowler, a cry of dismay as he felt he was almost through. Lewis Goldsworthy's had a fine tournament, with particularly with the bat, maybe less so with the ball, although he's done pretty well. Picked up 4 wickets in all. Has been going at an economy rate of just fractionally over 5, which is not bad going. He's in now and bowls to Bethel, who slog sweeps away through the onside, and it will be cut off by Baker at straight mid-wicket. So it's just a single. 246 for 5 at the end of decent over, which just went for the 4 runs. But no wicket for Somerset, and it's wickets that they need.
Actually may prove immaterial, because Glamorgan do seem to be struggling a bit in the closing stages of that game at Cardiff. 205 for 5, needing 26 in 16 balls. So that equation, if what happens if Yorkshire win by 1 run, might well have come into it, but unfortunately for Somerset,
they haven't bowled Warwickshire out for 202.
No.
It's not looking great for Somerset hopes of being in with a chance of retaining their Royal London One Day Cup, but even so, I think this mostly young group of players have given a very good account of themselves.
I think that the standard of the competition has been far higher than many pundits had predicted. Quite a few press boxes were sceptical at this tournament before it started, wondering whether it should even go ahead. But actually, I think the standard that I've seen anyway has been pretty decent. And great experience for a number of players in all the counties. Baker bowls, and it's hit into the ground, and caught. Someone in the crowd thought that was out. 246 for 5.
I think the Somerset supporters were hoping it was out. Yeah, I mean, the ECB didn't do us any favours by describing it as a development competition, did they? I mean, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Which, I mean, it has helped in the development of a lot of younger players, but it's been proper cricket.
It has.
There's been some very good cricket played.
That's clipped away down to fine leg for a single. 247 for 5. Yeah, I heard people say from Warwickshire point of view, it'd be the second 11. And I said at the time, well, at first game to a point because they had 3 extra players out, but you know, Will Rose is not second 11. Matt Lamb's not second 11. Dan Mosley isn't second 11. There's plenty of them. Anyway, in comes Baker, right arm over the ball to Lamb. It's played to point, there's no run. I think Warwickshire used 20 players in the competition in total. Liam Norwell becoming the 20th today. And he did. I mean, they signed players on 3-week contracts who we may or may not see again. But it's a good experience for those players.
Somerset 17.
Yeah.
Jack Leach just playing the one game before he was called up by England, and Jack Brooks just the 2 games before he sustained an injury down at Taunton.
Yeah. Jack Leach might be quite happy he's not playing the Test. Actually, India 214 for 2 now. Lamb goes for the big shot and it comes off an inside edge and squirts down to fine leg for a single. He's on to 74. I don't know whether Lamb is. He probably won't have, but he might just be calculating what he needs to do to get to 100. He would have to dominate this partnership a fair bit in the we're not at the closing stages yet, but in the remainder of it, with 40 runs required, and he's 26 off a century. Smart thing to do would be to get to 94 with 1 run required, and then try and hit a 6.
I'm sure he's just thinking of his team.
I would hope so, yeah. Although cricket being cricket, it must be a little somewhere in the back of his head, probably. That's a full toss. High is not high enough to be a no ball, and a good piece of fielding means that Bethel only gets a single.
Oh, he got away with that. Very good piece of fielding by George Drissel. He's looking for the Yorker, Sonny Baker, and he's just not hitting it at the moment. That was the second full toss. Good to see Ben Green showing faith in his young fast bowler.
And he's last ball of the over. It's bowled, and Lamb just moves his feet out of the way, drives it nicely, but only to mid-off. And there is no run.
Poor Sonny Baker, desperately trying to make the stop there. There wasn't going to be a run in any case, but he's just walking slightly painfully back to his position in the field. Gets a consolatory word from Josh Davies, where there's his cap. And retreats to the boundary in front of the Hollies stand.
7 off that over, which from Warwickshire point of view is enough.
Yeah, it's hard to know what Somerset can do here, really. If they bring the field in, it's an open invitation for the batsman to hit over the top, and a flurry of boundaries, and Warwickshire would be almost there. On the other hand, keeping the field out, and there are 5 men out now, as Goldsworthy is in and bowls to Bethel, who goes for a slog sweep, doesn't really get hold of it, goes out to
Warwickshire's 250 coming in the 44.
250 on the board for Warwickshire. First ball of the 44th over. 288 is their target. Lamb drives, but won't get it past. Ben Green, they've got 5 men inside the circle for Lamb, just the 4 for Bethel. Goldsworthy to the right-handed Lamb, pulls this one down. Lamb drives away through the offside. That's 4 runs. It was dragged down by Lewis Goldsworthy, short and wide outside the off stump, and hammered through the offside by Matt Lamb, who moves on to 78, 254 for 5.
Fifth 50 came in 42 balls, making it the quickest of the 5 50s, just beating the first 50 by 1 ball. And Warwickshire at the moment seem to be accelerating down the home straight towards victory.
Indeed they do. Captain and bowler confer. The result of that is that Ned Leonard is moved slightly straighter at extra cover. Goldsworthy to Lamb. Again makes room for himself and just picks his spot through the offside for the single. Baker doing the fielding. 255 for 5. 33 more runs required in 6 overs and 2 balls, 26 deliveries. Goldsworthy is in balls, and this is just in the air for a time as it's worked down to backward point, but comfortable single again. 256 for 5. Don't need to take any risks, Warwickshire. Goldsworthy to Lamb. Again makes room for himself and plays it away into the offside. Ned Leonard sprawls, but can't make the stop. Sonny Baker is backing up, and it's just a single. 257 for 5 at the end of that over, which was the 44th. So 6 overs remain, and just 31 runs for Warwickshire to deny Somerset the possibility of reaching the quarter-final. Well, Glamorgan 215 for 6, needing 16 off 1.5 overs. So
it's quite a finish there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Glamorgan go through whatever happens.
Yes, well, they need to win, I think, to get top place in the group, don't they, and get straight to the
it's
semi-finals.
Looking very much as if it'll be Glamorgan, Yorkshire and Surrey going through from this group, with Lancashire, sorry, Durham, Lancashire and Essex from the other group.
Well, looks like a good toss for Warwickshire to won. A good decision to bat second, I think, on a slowish pitch.
Somerset won the toss. Decided to bat.
Oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah.
Okay. I think on a slowish pitch is it's an advantage to sometimes to know what pace you have to bat at. I think that's benefited Warwickshire. Baker into bowl, and that's clipped away to mid-on. This could be a tight one if it hits. It doesn't. They get through for 1, but batter, I think, has admonished himself a bit there, Matt Lamb.
He picked his fielder well. Josh Davies not the quickest. He's very steady in the field, but he's not one of the real live wires.
National Regionals have beaten the Northern Superchargers in the women's 100. Headingley, and starts at 7 o'clock. Bethel on strike, that's into his toes, just straight down the leg side. He plays it square leg for a single. He's on to 35.
He's trying to bowl into the left-hander's pads, but bowling Yorkers into the left-hander's pads, and just not quite getting it right, Sonny Baker. Still, he's a fine prospect, as indeed is Ned Leonard.
Morgan need 11 off the final over to win, or 10 to tie, which actually would have been enough from a Somerset point of view. This next one is hit powerfully through the offside by Matt Lamb. Lovely cover shot. And he moves on to 85 to 63 for 5.
Again, over pitch from Sonny Baker and Matt Lamb, moving his left foot out of the way and just driving through the line of the ball.
So suddenly only 25 required for Warwickshire. You need something pretty extraordinary now to deny them. Sun shining once again here at Edgbaston, and that's hit into the offside to a fielder for no run. 63 for 5 in the 45th over. Somerset off to a slowish start, got going quite well in the middle of the innings.
They were well placed, really well placed, 199 for
the last 10
two,
overs, they didn't really build, apart from the last 2. Probably where they lost it in the end. As Baker comes into bowl, and that's hit hard, always gone through a fielder, and that's gone through for 4. It probably should have been stopped. I would suspect it probably would have been stopped if Somerset still believed they could win this, to be honest. So 267 for 5.
He should have made the stop. Yeah. He was slow getting down to it. It was firmly hit.
So 21 required. Baker to Lamb. They have a chance to get that. So it's a good Yorker, which Lamb does well to dig out.
That's what he's been trying to do, Sonny Baker. Got it right there, but it's a bit late in the day. That over going for 10 runs. So just 21 more runs needed in 5 overs.
6th double figure over of the innings. We haven't had huge overs in this match. I mean, 14 is the biggest over, or 15 rather, is the biggest over of the match. But,
well, last throw of the dice for Somerset skipper Ben Green coming back into the attack from the Birmingham end. He's bowled 8 overs for 31. Bowled as well as anyone in this Somerset attack. The most successful, Josh Davies, 3 for 42.
It's Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire appear to be heading for an impressive victory against the current holders of the Royal London One Day Cup. Warwickshire chasing 288 to win, a 267 for 5. And it's Matt Lamb who's leading the way. Splendid innings for him. He's on 89, and he's been well supported by teenager Jacob Bethel, the rugby schoolboy, who's on 35. Earlier, Dan Mosley contributing 37. And Warwickshire batting with some confidence. They're going to end Somerset's interest in this competition. It won't be enough for Warwickshire to progress, but it will be a positive finish to this competition for them if they see it through. They're 267 for 5 in the 46th.
Looks like Yorkshire are going to win.
Yes, I'm going to say there might be some consolation that it probably wouldn't have mattered in the end.
Here's Green then. Bowling to Bethel. Gets that down to long leg off a thick edge. Josh Davies does the fielding. They come through for a single. 268 for 5. Just 20 more required for Warwickshire.
Morgan have just lost a wicket. They need 9 off the last 2 balls. So there we are.
Which means, I think, that Surrey will top the group.
Yeah.
So, your friend and mine, Mark Church, will be pleased about that. There's Green in and bowls, and is in. Oh, just short of Lewis Goldsworthy. Leading edge squirted out in the air, just short of Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point, and
they need 6 off the last ball, Glamorgan. There'll be some finish. Andrew Salter is on strike.
Great excitement down at Sapphire Gardens. It's important because getting a home draw.
Yeah, well, straight to the semi-final.
Topping the group, straight to the semi-finals. Yeah. Is important. Here's Green in and bowls to Lamb, who plays that away into the onside and takes a single as Drissel has to sprawl to his right to make the stop. 269 for 5. 19 more required. We're in the 46th over. So plenty of time for Warwickshire to knock off the last few runs. Bethel is on strike. Ben Green in and bowls to him. Full toss, takes him on the pad. Field for LBW. Ball goes out into the onside. It was going clearly going down. And they take the leg by 270 for 5, so 18 more required from 4 overs.
And Yorkshire have won by 4 runs.
Oh, there you are.
It's been a long day for not very much. But anyway, that doesn't also mean that Warwickshire, they were actually probably would have finished above Yorkshire in the table. Yorkshire had lost that in the final table. Warwickshire will still finish quite low down in the group by the looks of things. But they'll be level on points with a number of teams above them.
Oh well, that'll maybe soften the blow as far as Somerset are concerned.
I don't know, if it obviously doesn't affect you anymore now, but Lancashire versus Essex has ended in a tie.
Really?
So that's going to confuse things, especially with points per game system.
You tell us.
So there we are. And Middlesex have missed out by just 3 runs, chasing a big total against Sussex at Hove. What do Warwickshire need now? They need another 18 runs to win. And Davies is going to bowl.
If news has reached the Somerset team, the 12th man Eddie Byram has just been out with something or other.
Doesn't see much point in telling them that news, unless it just relaxes them a bit and allows them to enjoy the rest of the game a bit more, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Davies comes into bowl to Bethel round the wicket. And Bethel turns it around a square leg. Will certainly run 1. That's what they will run. He's on to 37, 271 for 5. And
yes, the cricket just seems to have lost its energy, doesn't it? As if maybe news has reached the players. There's a sort of weary resignation now about the Somerset fielding side.
So how many of these players will be involved in the Championship and T20 from here as Davies comes into bowl to Lamb. Hits it off his toes, nicely placed. Run around for the fielder on the leg side boundary. 2 more runs to Matt Lamb. And I'm sorry, I know what you say about wanting to do it for the team, but he wouldn't be human now if he wasn't thinking, I'm 8 away. Team required another 16 to win, 15 to win.
Hildreth, Davies, probably Ben Green, the skipper, and of course Josh Davies, and probably George Bartlett, so 5.
Okay. Davies to Lamb. It's that one off his toe straight to a fielder. You're getting a run for that. 273 for 5. 15 required for victory for Warwickshire, and they have 21 deliveries to get them in. It's not quite a gimme, but it would be a surprise if they didn't make it now. Davies got 3 wickets. Get 3 more quickly. That'll make it interesting, and he might get 1 here, and he has banged in short. And Matt Lamb trying to hoik it away for 6.
Ned Leonard taking the catch.
Yeah, he's just played it to Leonard. I think he just half sort of wondered whether the umpire might call it overhead height, but I don't think he was. And Lamb disappointed not A, to have got a century, but B, also, perhaps more importantly, to have been there at the end and finished it off. He's gone for 92, and just a little glimmer of hope in this game for Somerset. 273 for 6.
And a well-judged catch down at the boundary by Ned Leonard. The applause for Matt Lamb as he walks off. Very well deserved. A match-winning innings for Warwickshire.
Tim Bresnan coming in now, plenty of experience. Good applause for Matt Lamb. His 92. He's already had a good game of the ball. I think he's pretty safe to get the player of the match, really, having got 4 wickets. But 92 came off 103 balls and included 9 fours. And that followed a 4-wicket haul as well for Matt Lamb.
4 wickets for Josh Davies as well. 4 for 45.
So, well, another one quickly.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know.
Not that it matters a great deal now, because Somerset cannot qualify, Yorkshire having beaten Glamorgan.
He's in. Davies to bowl the Bresnan, hits off his toes, doesn't get it away. There's no run. Seen games lost from better positions than this before now.
That would be the crowning irony if Somerset do a snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and find that it's made no difference in any case.
Yeah. So man drops back on the long on boundary. Davies, last ball of the over. Can he get a fifer? Bowls to Bresnan, pitches it up, and Bresnan gets it away on the next side. This will be out if it hits, and it very nearly did. One stump to aim at.
George Drissel.
Yeah, George Drissel missed by inches with Bresnan nowhere near his ground. And I tell you what, that would have had a few
put
things
the cat among the pigeons.
I think a few things might have been thrown around the changing room if Bresnan had walked off after getting run out there. 274 for 6.
Yes, it wasn't the most. Oh, it did. It missed by 3 inches, I should think, from the side-on camera replay. And George Drissel with his hands on his head, on his backside. And,
the other game still in progress. Northants need 39 in 28 balls to beat Leicestershire. They're 5 wickets down. If Northants win, Warwickshire would at least move above Leicestershire in the table if Warwickshire win this. And in the last few minutes, they've done their very best not to.
So, how many overs? 3 overs remaining. 14 more runs required. The first of the overs is going to be bowled by Ben Green. He's bowling to Bresnan, who runs that down to third man for a single. Josh Davies doing the fielding. 275 for 6. Warwickshire for a consolation victory for them. And the consolation for Somerset is that even though they've lost this game, it wouldn't have made any difference, because both Yorkshire and Surrey have won. Surrey comfortably, Yorkshire narrowly. And this is just pushed into the offside, looking for a single by Jake Bethel, who I must say has batted very intelligently. 37 from 43 deliveries. Is, I suppose you could say it was a supporting role, although he's lacked nothing in comparison with Matt Lamb.
Must be a little test for his temperament from here. Tight over here from Green, but
comes Green bustling in, bowls to Bethel. This is up in the air. It's going to be caught at short cover by George Drissel. And, well, praising him for his batting, and that was not a very sensible shot. He just checked the shot for reasons.
I got the impression it might have stopped on him a little bit.
Yeah, it might have done. Because it's a pretty indeterminate sort of shot. But perhaps give the bowler a bit of credit. Perhaps that was the scrambled seam delivery that just stuck in the pitch a little bit. But well batted, Jake Bethel. 275 for 7.
Got a finish on here.
This is Ethan Brooks coming out to bat.
Well, Ethan Brooks, inexperienced. He certainly can bat. He batted pretty well at the Oval. In fact, Warwickshire's lower order fared rather better than the top order at the Oval in the last game. So Bresnan will just try and keep Brooks calmed down. Only 13 required to win, but only 3 wickets left and 15 balls.
Yep. The vastly experienced Tim Bresnan out there then.
I predict there'll be a run out at chance or two the next few deliveries. Somerset want to be on their toes.
A well-deserved wicket for Ben Green. 1 for 34 he has in his 9.5 overs. He's in now, bowls to Brooks, who plays out into the offside. They think about a single. It's not there though. That's Sam Young quickly onto it.
Two number 77s there. Brooks hitting to Young.
Yes. Pete Trigger's number is number 77 now. He had 7 down at Somerset. He's gone to Notts and he's got 77. Been captaining Notts in this competition. Here's Green in and bowls to Brooks, who waits on a slower ball and tries to run it down to third man. Makes no contact. Dot ball. Who knows? There may be a final twist in this game.
Knots in one or two stomachs, particularly the younger players here, like Ethan Brooks.
So, 1 ball remaining of the 48th over. 13 balls remain, 13 runs required. Green to Brooks, who's going to pick up a single this time as he runs that down to short third man. Lewis Goldsworthy retrieves, and it means that Brooks will keep the strike with 12 needed from 12 balls.
Yeah. So, a good finish to the competition for both these teams. Entertaining finish. Tie. A tie is a tie in this competition.
Yes, whoever wins, though, the emotions will be slightly bittersweet, will they not? Because
less so for Warwickshire, only because they knew before the game started that they had no realistic chance. But yeah, there won't be any mass celebrations. But anyway, maybe in those circumstances, a tie would be a good result.
Josh Davies going to bowl the final over from this pavilion, and not sure who's going to bowl the final over from the Birmingham end, assuming there is one, because Ben Green has bowled himself out. And the choice will be between Sonny Baker, Ned Leonard, Goldsworthy and George Drissel. Just imagine he'd go for pace rather than spin.
Davey to Brooks, a low full toss, and Ethan Brooks has got that away, and that really lifts the pressure. Got that wrong, Davey, I'm afraid. And Brooks gets it away for 4. And here the relief around the home crowd, because that takes a lot of the pressure off Warwickshire. You need 8 more to win from 11 balls.
Not a good delivery, was it? Leg stump full toss.
So Brooks will feel a whole lot happier. Still work to do though. 280 for 7. Warwickshire looking for their 4th win in the competition this season. They haven't had a single game rained off. 4 wins and 4 defeats if they pull it off. That's driven by Brooks straight to a fielder. That hurt the fielding. That's Ben Green, is it?
No, it's
sorry,
it's George Bartlett.
George Bartlett, yeah, hurt his hand. Did the job, prevented a run. Tim Bresson coming down the pitch to have a word with Brooks.
He's all right.
So that means now 10 balls left, still 8 required, 7 to tie, 3 wickets for Somerset.
He's just taking it on his left hand.
Yeah, that's hit above the hand, perhaps where it hurts. He's in pain, isn't he? He's carrying on, and that's short and it's pulled. There is a fielder there who will stop it, but they don't have time for 2. They get the single. It's okay, but keeps the pressure on. 281 for 7, 7 required off 9.
He's still in pain, is George Bartlett. I hope he hasn't done any serious damage.
Sensible thing might be to go off. Apart from anything else, if the ball comes at him, he's going to find it difficult to field it.
I doubt if he'll be in the side against Lancashire in the quarterfinals of the Blast, which is, what day is it today? Thursday, so it's a fortnight today, that game.
Now, bringing fielders in on the offside and dropping them back on the onside for Bresnan. He'll bang them in short.
Bartlett's going off.
Yeah. Well, that's sensible.
It is. I'm not sure why he's coming off to. Or is he going off, or is he? No, he's not. He's going to
long off.
He's going to long off.
He must be praying the catch doesn't come his way.
Absolutely.
So they've got 5 fielders on the boundary, which they're allowed at this stage. Sort of on a ring round the leg side, around to long off. So Bresnan could try and pierce the inner field on the offside. It doesn't make a single quite easy on the onside if he can get it that way, and that's exactly what he's done. It's a Yorker length delivery, but it's a single for Bresnan, and that was made fairly easy for 282 for 7, 6 required.
Yeah, field set for a ball outside off stump. Fires it a leg stump Yorker. The only consolation is that the less experienced of the two batsmen is at the crease.
Well, teams like to win it with an over to spare, don't they? But Warwickshire looks like this game is going to go into the final over unless Ethan Brooks can hit a couple of big blows here. 6 required for victory. Davies into Brooks, who hits that off his toes. He will get one. They turn for the second. They think about it. Bresnan went quite a long way down, but decided no, don't need to take that risk. Single will do. It's on 283 for 7, 5 required, 7 balls to go. Davies needs a good ball here to at least take it to the final over.
Yeah, full and straight on off stump. I've said that with this field, unless they're prepared, they can't really afford to concede the signal into the onside.
Wouldn't have thought so. It's Bresnan on strike. As Davies comes in to bowl, and Bresnan's hit that in the air and will be out. Oh, it's dropped! And did it go all the way for 6, or did it bounce in front of the rope? It bounced in front of the rope. The scores are tied, but that was what looked a pretty regulation boundary chance dropped.
George Thomas, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, it would have made a grandstand finish. But
4 for 57.
Well, Josh Davies missing out on the 5 as well. Well, as boundary catches go, they don't come much more straightforward. And, it's just as well for George Thomas's sake that Somerset's chances of qualifying didn't hang on whether or not he took that catch. So, over to you, Clive.
Thank you, Sonny Baker, there to bowl the final over the match. And, well, he needs a maiden here to get a tie or a hat-trick. Somerset can't now win the game, but in theory could still tie it. Everyone's in to save the one now. And Baker from the Birmingham end. Decent crowd stayed into the air, wanting to applaud a potential Warwickshire victory. Everyone saving one. Ethan Brooks on strike. As Baker comes in to bowl, and Brooks has gone for the shot. Oh, he's going to be out. He's caught. And
George Thomas.
Well, he's claiming it was a bump ball. And the umpires are consulting, and they have agreed, I think, and Warwickshire have won. This is, what was it? Oh, it's a no ball. I'm really confused by that. It's a very confusing, untidy end to the game. Was that little waist height? I think the umpires have signalled no ball off that final delivery. So somewhat chaotic end to the match, but Warwickshire have won it by 3 wickets. And I'm not sure whether they won it with 6 balls to spare or 5. I think he did signal no ball there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
I think so.
So that was the argument then. The claim was the ball was over waist height, and the umpires, having consulted, agreed. Oh, well, there's no massive controversy. On the one hand, Warwickshire probably won anyway. On the other hand, it hasn't made a difference to the qualification. There's a little bit of a chat going on, but
it was a. I don't know. I mean, they've put the total up as 289, which would suggest it was just 1 run. So anyway, Warwickshire have won. Somerset, the defending champions, have failed to defend the Royal London One Day Cup, beaten by 3 wickets. Even had they won, they would not have qualified for the next stages because both Warwickshire and Surrey have recorded victories today. Here come the Somerset players, led by their captain Ben Green, to exchange pleasantries with the Warwickshire team. Shaking hands, good to see.
Yeah, game played in good spirit, and it's been a good competition. Neither of these teams have progressed, but it's been I'm sure both teams will take plenty of positives and some great experiences from this competition for some of their younger players this season, and both give them decent accounts themselves, albeit not quite enough to progress to the playoff stages.